More like, more like non-streamer. Cause I haven't streamed in 2 days, 3 days. More like, you get it? Do you guys get it? Sorry if you hear people. I can't do anything about that. I don't. You shouldn't be able to. Well, you might if they get loud or whatever. What's up, people? All right. You know what? I haven't done like anything the past 2 days or whatever, 3 days or whatever. I've just been lazy. But I did the one. Well, I did get new headphones. These are new black headphones, if you can believe it. No longer silver. You can see I took the lettering off of this. It's not. It's still more noticeable than I would like it to be. I feel like in the tutorial I watched for removing this stuff, it was less noticeable. But also, I didn't use exactly what he used. He told me to use like some vinyl remover shit. I didn't have that. I just used some fucking Goo Gone shit that we had. I mean, it's better. I'm assuming it'll fade a little bit more over time. But I tried to like wash it out. But it still didn't. It's still there. Also, it still smells. Which is not ideal. Especially because it, I'm pretty sure the bottle said like, oh, vapors may be harmful. It's fine. It's fine. Fine. It wouldn't be. They wouldn't. They're just joking. Why would they be harmful? Why would they do that? All right. And also, why is this shit broken? Okay, woohoo. This is so easy. I just don't know. Chad, Molly. I feel like I mess up here a lot. Guinea, thank God. Okay. Does Algeria border both? I'm hoping. Fuck. Oh, Niger. God damn it! I could have got if I took a little bit more time. I probably could have gotten that one. Probably. Damn. French Guiana to Uruguay while traveling along the coast and avoiding Brazil. Okay, so like Peru. We're gonna need Ecuador. Not Equatorial Guinea. Ecuador. Colombia, Panama. Oh, I'm gonna have to go all around, aren't I? Yeah, but Venezuela. Isn't it like? Is it Suriname? Is this okay? It's that, and then this is Guyana. Okay. Panama, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, Honduras, right? Honduras. Guatemala, Mexico. Or do I even... No, I'm going to need Guatemala still, aren't I? Yeah. Why doesn't it count the Panama Canal as a fucking thing? I'm going to need El Salvador there, aren't I? Yeah. Then the U.S. and Canada. Okay. Oh, Belize. And then Chile. And then just Argentina. Easy. I know my North and South America. Believe it or not. Believe it or not, I do know them. Okay. I want to read like one or two things real quick. And then I'll probably farm a little bit of reaction content. For the YouTube viewers, as always. Dude, this shit always breaks for no reason. Flash, toggle, heading 3. Killing Nasrallah in the Law of Armed Conflict. He was the leader of, I'm assuming you guys know, leader of Hezbollah. By the only based IHL expert I trust, Michael N. Schmidt. Last Friday, the IDF conducted airstrikes against the Hezbollah command and control bunker in Beirut's Dayin suburbs, which was located under an apartment complex. The attack, which followed IDF warnings for civilians to evacuate the area, I didn't warn that they even warned people about the strike, killed the group's Secretary General Hassan Nasrallah, who led Hezbollah for over 3 decades. See briefing here. Okay, well, I don't know what a source for the warnings is, but I would assume warnings technically wouldn't even be necessary here, because the warnings would probably, kind of alert the people that they were trying to kill that they were about to be killed, which means they're not. If a warning isn't feasible, it's not required under international law. I just watched the Dean debate. They're being childish the whole time. Yeah, I would imagine. It's Nick Fuentes versus Dean. Like, what? I don't know what you expect. The Nasrallah strike was only the most recent in a series of Israeli attacks against high-value targets, HVT, since October 7th of last year. Such attacks are often labeled as decapitation strikes, denoting their purpose of disrupting enemy commands and control by removing key leaders. This was not the first such IDF attack against Hezbollah. Other decapitation strikes include those targeting Ibrahim Aquil, something. Didn't even make a point level. I know. I would get. Yeah, it's Dean. You're not gonna get anything serious out of Dean versus Nick Fuentes. Like, military leader close to Nasrallah, and members of the Jihad Council, Mohammed Nasir, a senior leader who commanded Hezbollah's western sector in southern Lebanon, Taleb Abdullah, commander of the central region along the border. Relatedly, Israel's killed Iranian leaders involved in supporting Hezbollah operatives, such as the Brigade General Mohammad Razez Zayed. You attack this bullet through a senior commander of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC, Quds Force, and its deputy Brigadier Muhammad Hadid Haji Romani, something. Similar operations have targeted Hamas leadership, including Mohammed Deif, the head of the Al-Qassam Brigade and mastermind of the October 7th attacks, Ismail Haniyeh, chairman of the Hamas Political Bureau, and Sahal al-Aroi, the deputy Hamas chief and founder of its military wing. And Israel is not alone in conducting these decapitation strikes. The United States, for instance, accelerated the timing of Operation Desert Storm in 2003 in a failed attempt to kill Saddam Hussein. More recently, the United States has regularly turned to drone strike for decapitation purposes. Their victims include Anwar I don't know how to pronounce this guy's name, Awlaki, the US-born al-Qaeda propagandist, Qassam Soleimani, commander of Iran's Quds Force, Ayman al-Zawahiri. What happened to France? I don't know what happened to it. I saw that they're not giving weapons to Israel anymore, but the leader of al-Qaeda following Osama bin Laden's death. Okay. Israel has conducted several decapitation strikes. Is it illegal to attack a nuclear site? Not in principle, no. At least not as far as I know. Those are probably, in principle, my guess would be nuclear sites are basically always lawful military targets if they're being used for like nuclear weapons or anything. The big concern with nuclear strikes with striking nuclear targets would probably be proportionality concerns, because you're probably going to cause a lot of you may end up causing a lot of damage to civilian and civilian objects if you end up irradiating a lot of areas. It's not good for the environment. But in principle, I would guess, at least from my understanding of the IHL that I've read, those would be lawful military targets by via their nature, probably their nature and purpose, I would guess. Or no, it'd be nature. I think they would fit into nature, use, and purpose. Because nature, depending on what type of nuclear site it is, it'd be military in nature. If it's being used for the creation of nuclear weapons or whatever. Military by use, if it's being used, actively used, for a military purpose. I personally wouldn't attack a nuclear site. Well, there's no bearing on the legality of it. And then, purpose, if it's being used for, again, military purposes. There's better ways of defining those three things. I haven't written down. I can go check in a second, but in as Buller's leadership, does it count as killing if you attack a euthanasia clinic? I mean, it would, yeah. Oops, how do I even do that? Targeting. Where's use? Okay, nature, location, purpose, and use. Nature. The nature of object is object's essential characters, inherent intrinsic qualities, a warship or tanker military nature. So I would imagine if a nuclear site was being specifically used for weapons, then I imagine it would fit into nature, just like a weapons factory would fit into nature. I would imagine. Because even if a civilian car manufacturer switches to producing exclusive military equipment, then it will become military in nature. So, like, yeah, I would imagine a nuclear site being used for military stuff would be military in nature. Military in purpose, it would obviously fit into, even if it was initially like a civilian, nuclear power plant or whatever. Purpose of an object relates to its intended future use or possible use. Use relates to how something is actually being utilized, while purpose relates to the possible future use of an object. For example, a recently built and unopened inhabited military base has a purpose, even if it's not being used as such. Yeah, and then use, if it's actually being used. An object can make an object's use can make it a lawful target, even if it's prima facie immune from targeting, such as a school or hospital. I don't know how to pronounce this.
Prima facie.
Okay, I was pronouncing it right. It just means like on its face. What's up? Welcome. Welcome back. Deleting 0. But yeah, I would assume a nuclear site would fit both nature, purpose, and use. I mean, it could in theory fit location, but it doesn't really need to because it already fits the other three things. Oh wow, new day, new account for you, huh? Would you attack civilians just to make the civilian casualties statistic easier to reach for other countries? Yeah, that's exactly what I would do. Yeah, that's what I want. I want the U.S. should start a war and kill a ton of civilians to make Israel look good in comparison. In this post, I examine the law of armed conflict rules to govern the attack of Nasrallah and, by extension, decapitation strikes more generally. I do not deal with the ad bellum issue of whether Israel is entitled to conduct the attack in self-defense of Lebanese territory, nor do I examine whether the operation is triggered by international armed conflict between Israel and Lebanon. The sole issue addressed in this post are whether Nasrallah was a lawful target and whether the strike was conducted in compliance with the obligation to take precautions in attack and the rule of proportionality. Finally, note that although the operation was conducted during a non-international armed conflict against the leader of a non-state group, customary international targeting rules discussed below apply equally to targeting state leaders during international armed conflict. Okay. This post. It's not ad bellum. Okay. I don't know how I keep forgetting the ad bellum and in bello stuff. I'm pretty sure ad bellum is the right to war, right? Yeah. Thanks for the follow. Is that a new day, new account for you too, Panda? Or is that someone else? I appreciate it's a follow either way, but at Bellum issues of if Israel has a right has a right to strike Hezbollah in Lebanese territory. Instead, focusing on Panda, you have verified only. I definitely don't. Oh no. Would you attack civilians just to make the civilian casualty statistic easier to reach for other countries. Yeah, that's exactly what I would do. Yeah, that's what I want. I want. How do I spell territory? There we go. Yeah, okay, whatever. Instead, focusing on if the strike complied with. That's your Israel could nuke Gaza moment. I'm like so obviously joking in that, but okay. But like, whatever. I mean, the Israel could nuke Gaza thing. Destiny is completely right on though. Like Israel literally could nuke Gaza and have it not be a genocide, but it just shows. It just shows people don't understand how IHL works. Probably not. Yeah, definitely not. It would be indiscriminate, but it wouldn't be genocide. Or it could be genocide. The intent would be the relative thing. It wouldn't automatically meet the threshold for genocide. Oh wait, no, I gotta do this one. Because no matter where I tell this one to go, it'll just go to the left side. Isn't that awesome? Isn't that so cool? I love Windows so much. As will become apparent in the legal discussion that follows, assessing whether the strike complied with the law of armed conflict requires an understanding of Hezbollah's military wherewithal. Wherewithal? How do I pronounce this?
Wherewithal.
Wherewithal. The money or means would pay for a particular purpose. The organization's structure and Nasrallah's role in the group. This is because context always drives clear-eyed analysis on the law of targeting. Designated by terrorist group by the United States in 1997. Nothing. Do you have a favorite candy? I don't know necessarily. I haven't thought about it. Probably either like Twix or peanut covered M&Ms. Those are the two. What happened to the ICJ case, by the way? It's still ongoing. They still like make rulings occasionally saying dumb stuff, but. Sorry, the ICJ doesn't even say dumb stuff. It's just that the media reports in it so horribly. Aren't kickcasts better? I don't think so. By 1997, Hezbollah has a long history of attacking Israeli and American targets around the world, including the infamous 1983 suicide attack of the U.S. Embassy and Marine barracks in Beirut that killed 241 U.S. military personnel. But beyond individual acts of terrorism, Hezbollah also fields a robust conventional force. Its military ring, Islamic Resistance, I don't know how to pronounce that one. I'm not saying that. We're calling it Islamic Resistance. Numbers well over 20,000 fighters with another 20,000 reservists and consists of relatively standard military units, rockets, missiles, air defense, naval, armed, intelligence, drone, etc. Of note, in the Israeli context are Radwan, a special force that conducts cross-border operations in the external security organization Islamic Jihad, which is responsible for overseas terrorism. Good one, Panda. Hezbollah has attacked Israel consistently since Hamas's horrific attacks on October 7th of last year. In particular, it has launched more than 8,000 rockets against Israeli military targets and civilian population centers. Over 150,000 rockets and missiles remain in its arsenal. At the same time, Hezbollah is a robust political organization. Together with the Amal movement, it is the Shia community primary representative in the Lebanese parliament and members of Hezbollah have served in the Lebanese cabinet. Moreover, the organization provides important social services in Shia majority areas. I only got 3 to 5 hours of sleep at best of sleep last night. October 7th too is happening in 2 days. You know, Hezbollah was also planning an October 7th style attack in the northern Galilee. They were planning to like take people hostage. At least according to Israelis intelligence, which I mean, considering he's been right about everything else about Hezbollah so far, it would make sense. They're right about this. As Secretary General Hezbollah, Nasrallah shouldered both political and military responsibilities. He oversaw the Shura Council with its 5 sub-councils, 4 performed civilian, political, executive, parliamentary, and judicial functions. The 5th, the Jihad Council, controls its military activities. In his role as Secretary General, Nasrallah approved significant and sensitive military and terrorist operations. How many hostages does Israel have? Does Israel have? Do you mean Gaza? Or Hamas? Or do you mean, what, are you talking about the prisoners in the West Bank? Or if I had to pick where I'd rather be Jewish or Arab, I'm not answering that. Okay. Hezbollah is both terrorist organization. Does the IDF hold hostages? I want to call them hostages. Nope. Even if they are arbitrarily detained and therefore unlawful, that doesn't make it. Even if Israel holds prisoners unlawfully, doesn't make them a hostage. What makes them a hostage is the intent of holding them to change in actions with a third party, which I don't think Israel's ever really done. Ain Hamas has only done that one. Yeah. I would say Israel, one, occupations can probably be lawfully created in self-defense, and then if an occupation is lawfully created in self-defense, the occupier has a right to seek legitimate interest in that occupation. Part of the legitimate interest in that occupation is, for example, arresting people who do pose a threat to you. Now there are certain rights that you A, have to, and B, should morally give to those people that Palestinian prisoners probably don't always get. There are probably people that are unlawfully detained, but it doesn't make them a hostage just because they're unlawfully detained. Again, they intend to change an action with a third party. And a Subway. I love Subway. Organization. The NH terrorist group by the U.S. in 1997 and has a history of terror attacks on the U.S. and Israel. I'm not in the Israeli context. Not really. I don't care right now. Of note in the halfway into arguments, zombies recruitment goes very hard in the state macro prior to 2008. I would imagine. That's his whole. That's it. That's the literally the Krugman meme, bro. Dude, that tweet that I sent is so funny. Of the the U.S. if House Republicans considered 4.1% unemployment high in 2011. This is literally... We're not even reading about econ right now. This is literally, This is so perfect, dude. Dude, it's so funny. It's unbelievable. Usually... You know how rare it is for someone to complain about both sides of the Phillips curve? You know, like, usually, like, either inflation is high and unemployment is low, or, like, inflation is low but unemployment is higher, and, like, one side will say, hey, look, unemployment is so bad, and the other side will say, hey, look, inflation is so bad. Republicans have, because everyone's just so retarded now, they can just, like, lie, and they can just be like, unemployment rate. What's funny is the unemployment rate also went down. It went down 0.1 percentage points, but okay. How many calories inside the average Gaza resident? I don't know. Okay, well, you're timed out. Bula has a robust conventional force. Getting rid of the okay. Also has a robust conventional force. Of note for Israel is that a special force that is responsible for overseas terrorism. I don't think I need that. I know that. Bula also has members in the Lebanese parliament and members of Hezbollah served in the Lebanese cabinet. Organization also provides important social services in the majority Shiite areas. Okay, so Nasrallah held both political and military responsibilities. Oversaw this Shura Council, 5 sub-councils, 4 perform civilian and political judicial functions. The 5th Jihad Council controls his military activities. Hold on, let me do that, because this probably links to, you know, Hezbollah.org. This isn't their actual website. This is just someone informing about them. The local guy is an idiot. Why do you make a mod? Just because I like he's in the streams pretty often. He's obviously dumb, but I don't know. He's willing to be here and ban people if they're being too dumb. By dumb I mean like actual like TOS stuff. But how much does Hezbollah pay you? Dude, I wish. Dude, I would. I would do it. Hezbollah and the Mossad. Either one, you guys need to engage in a bidding war. Okay. I'll do it. Propaganda. Okay. I'll do it. I will do Hasbro. The law. What in Nasrallah's killing was a measure of justice, as President Biden has suggested, is legally irrelevant. Vengeance, retaliation, retribution, and even justice serve as the legal basis for killing an individual during an armed conflict. Never serve. I missed the word ever. Instead, decapitation strikes and other HVT attacks are justifiable only when conducted in compliance with LOAC's targeting rules. Lawful target. In every strike directed at an individual, whether an HTV or foot soldier, the first question is whether their status as activities qualify them for attack. There are 3 categories of targetable persons: combatants, organized armed group members, and civilians directly participating in hostilities. Most of this I already understand. I would assume, I don't know if they used the word continuous combat function here, but I would assume he would be liable. Did Dean really talk to Nick Fuentes? Yeah. Okay. The reason their attacker targets them has no bearing on whether they qualify as a lawful target. Accordingly, the fact that a strike may decapitate the enemy and thereby sow great confusion as not standing alone, rendering an individual subject to attack. And who won? I don't know. I haven't watched it. Is new Nick Fuentes actually gay, or does he act this way? He's probably gay. I would guess. The first of 3 categories does not apply to Nasrallah's case because combatancy is a concept limited to international armed conflict. However, for the sake of completeness, it is useful to note that the combatants include members of state armed forces, other than medical and religious personnel, members of military or volunteer corps that belong to a state, with certain individuals, and members of a levy en masse. Such individuals targetable around the clock is their status, so-called status-based targeting, regardless of the activity in which they engaged. Okay. Combatant status. Can you believe that the main Nazi guy was like the gayest person ever? Combatant status is reserved for international armed conflicts. So Nasrallah would likely not qualify. It's also debatable what type of conflict this is, but gotta start making shit up to feel good when you see Fuentes is making a lot of sense. I don't know. I don't know if he ever has made that much sense. When you will be a communist? Can you really not say communist? Is YouTube censor that? No shot YouTube censors that. There's no difference between Dems and Republicans, Tim, so abortion, foreign policy, social support must be must be nice to be so tapped. Are you replying to someone? Did their message not go through to something? Oh, yeah. But so true, Lemonhead. What's up?
I just wanted to say.
Yeah?
Did you look at the comprehensive unemployment index? Amazing. It's awesome. It's epic. It's like base. It's like totally awesome.
It's so dude, that was so unbelievably retarded, dude. I was immediately able to tell it was ChatGPT because, like, there's
Of course.
no way that this dude knew all these numbers by himself. And also, I look up like CUI, like maybe this is a thing, but it's not. It's not. It's just a like made up thing, and I was like,
No. Yeah. No, it's retarded.
And it's just Yeah, and like literally the first thing it does is add U3 and U6, so it just immediately
Yeah, it double
counts.
counts. Stupid. Stupid.
But it's also
Yeah.
it's just using like
And I
BLS
don't like
numbers.
if
It's
he's
like
using UI and U6. I'm sorry, U3 and U6. He should also look at the comprehensive unemployment metric. That's like the right. That's the right one.
is
Look
that a
it up.
real thing?
Yeah. Look it up. The abbreviation, but look up only the abbreviation.
Oh
It's
yeah.
awesome. It's like epic. Look it up. It's
Mm.
epic. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
based.
let me
It's
look up
based. Trust
Fred
me.
Cum real quick.
That's right.
That's gotta that might be an acronym for something.
They probably have like at least one like data series with like come somewhere in the in
I
the
don't think they
code, you
do,
know.
unfortunately. Damn.
I mean, what cumulative blah blah blah? Come on.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they gotta.
Fred Cum Index.
Let's
I
go.
don't think it exists.
Let's go.
That's unfortunate.
No, well, yeah. Well. That's. I just wanted to shit on the retard. That's it. It was funny. Yeah, I don't know. What's that? What's even the point? I mean, like, obviously, the economy. What they always say the data is fake, but they don't provide any data, right? They
Yeah, I
don't.
know, yeah. No,
Yeah.
but like I don't know. There's no number I could show this guy that would ever change his mind on like any of this.
Yeah, no, I mean, we knew this for like years now, right? Like, how many people of the like they all denied that the BLM riots were overwhelmingly peaceful, right? Like,
Yep.
although we have like three different numbers, you can measure them like many different ways. You can drop some things from the analysis, filter them in. It's pretty consistently above 93% of stuff was peaceful, and no, they don't buy
Yeah.
it.
Well, they
It's like
deny the crime numbers too.
I mean, they deny climate change, right? So I
Yeah.
don't know.
The crime
Yeah, well.
numbers thing is so I don't know if you have seen people denying like the crime, like the drop in violent crime. It's
I've seen
stupid
stuff,
for,
but it's like, why would the different reportings move in parallel? Why would it correspond to
Yeah.
like reporting from
Well, what's
police
really
websites? It
stupid is
doesn't
that
make
like
sense.
they have a somewhat correct point in that in 2021 the FBI like switched to a new data collection system, so a lot of like agencies did not report their crime statistics. Now, the FBI still estimates what the crimes for those cities that didn't report were. So like they still try to take their best guess. It's not like they just don't include them at all. But two, it only happened that year. Since 2022, like 94% of cities have reported their crime data to the FBI. And then also, yeah, you're right. Like we have other data sources as well. It's not like the FBI is the only
And they all move in
place
parallel.
tracking
Yeah,
these.
it's like
And they
stupid.
all
It's
they're all
stupid.
moving in the same direction, but people just
And I mean, I don't know. I hope they resoundingly get defeated. I mean, every model right now points to Kamala winning, but it's stressful. It's like never giving Trump. No, none of the models, except for the correct model, give Kamala give Trump below 40% of winning. The only correct model is the keys, baby. It's the keys.
Yeah.
It's the keys. They're totally awesome sauce, and they're based. And yeah, no. What's your opinion on the keys, dude?
I mean they're not perfect. I mean clearly they're going to be
They're trash.
somewhat accurate, but like
I mean,
I don't think they're
You'd expect some correlation, but
yeah.
they're not a good model for like. I don't know. I want a Lichtman Silver debate. Like, imagine a Lichtman Silver debate moderated by David Pacman. That's like, I'd pay money for that.
That'd be awesome.
Like, that's awesome. That's epic. Yeah, well, I don't know. Oh wait, you're watching the Dean Fuentes debate?
I will, yeah.
Oh yeah, I watched it live. It was funny. He got owned. Fuentes. Although Dean could have done better because he kind of was. I don't know. I mean, he doesn't know the depth of like Nick's what do you call it? Reactionarism, whatever.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, well, I don't know. That's about it. I don't know anything. Start to read the Pop Internationalism. It's based. It's epic. Then I'm gonna read Petting Prosperity. I'm doing my Krugman homework. I cannot claim to be #1 Krugman fan without like knowing the ins and outs of '90s Krugman.
Of course.
And,
yeah.
Yeah, that's epic. No, he's a really aggressive writer. He's like, Yeah, these people are illiterate. They're retarded. Like, yeah, yeah. It's like he calls them like what intellectual barbarians. It's like it's based. He's based.
Base,
He's not
base.
respectful.
Did
No,
you
he's based.
did you see like there was that tweet from like the House Republicans where they said like inflation is at 20% and unemployment remains high at
I had
4.1%.
4.1. Yes, yes.
There was like a meme that was
Epic.
like the U.S. if House Republicans considered 4.1% unemployment high in 2008.
Yeah, that's epic. Oh
It's
my
like
god.
it's
What was
so
the unemployment under Trump? What was it under Trump again?
it was under 3% for a little bit, but like yeah, we were still recovering from 2008. I don't know what the average
Yeah.
was, but like
No, I meant like after COVID, but yeah, I mean the thing
oh
is
well after
they
COVID,
say
yeah, it
every
was
time
like
you mention
15%.
2020 Trump, they're like, oh my god, COVID. But then the effects of COVID they will happily attribute to Biden.
Yep. Yeah, I know.
It's like yeah, the Biden inflation policies, but I don't understand why Democrats don't go with the talking point of like it's a global phenomenon, right?
I feel like I hear people say it a lot. Yeah, they say,
I've never
"Oh,
heard a politician say it. I mean,
oh, that's true." Yeah,
I guess it's because my only guess would be it's because they fear that like the rural voters are like such retards that they'll think it's like demeaning to say, oh, it's
yeah,
not
that's
because
what
of
I
us
guess is
or
that
something.
like they think like it'd just be like people feel like they're
Your
being like
struggles are
gaslit or
actually not
something.
that bad, something like
Yeah,
that, right? I'm afraid. Yeah, maybe, but like, fuck, are we just gonna let these people lie? What? No. Yeah, I don't know. It should be mandatory to know what a real wage is. It's just like I don't know how people can. I don't
yeah, I
know.
don't know. They teach you at least at like I'm pretty sure my school mandated that everyone take a personal finance class, and they do teach you the difference between nominal and real. I don't know
Okay.
how hard they
Not the people I talk to.
drill down on it though.
Yeah, I hope when I go to Florida next week that my family there is not the crazy Trumpers. They're not like, totally crazy.
I don't know. It's
But we'll
Florida.
see.
You might be.
See. Well, I mean, they're Miami Jews though. So,
Oh, okay. Yeah.
yeah, that's yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's crazy. Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't know. Sucks. What are you doing right
Yeah.
now? I just popped on Discord.
Um, just started reading a little bit more stuff about Nasrallah. The West Point did like an article on it about whether it was lawful or
Oh.
not. So I'm reading that. Then,
Did you have any further beeper material?
nope.
Nope. All sucks. Yeah.
I'm
well.
just I told you I'm reading that like textbook on IHL. So
I've been going over my like conversations since October 7th with like people in the United States, my friends that are like left wing. By the way, it's October 7th tomorrow. I'm like super ready for all the Nazi slop on the internet. I'm
oh
gonna
yeah,
have
it's gonna be
fun.
so
I'm
awesome.
gonna have fun. It's gonna be epic. But no, I've been going over my conversations like with friends in the United States about like after October 7th, and it's like I had a conversation in December with like some super smart like she's like super smart, but then she's like, yeah, it's totally ethnic cleansing, bro. It's like I don't. None of your predictions came true. Are you just gonna say it's ethnic cleansing because
Yeah, I
like what
know.
neighborhoods or like
Yeah, I
a war
remember
zone?
when
Like what?
when Omar when Omar and that
And
did
they were
like
all
the
spamming
breaking.
me with like, "Oh my God, look, Bibi is planning to deport them to Egypt because they had this one meeting where they said it's like this and that." It's like I'm like, no, they're probably talking about like refugees and like a minimal amount. It's like,
Yeah.
oh my God, you support ethnic cleansing, and then I'm like, okay, and then like a year later, it's like nothing happened. No one like no massive outflow. So like Syria, you can shut the fuck up. Like,
Yeah, and that in
my
that
God,
breaking points debate between the Omar and Destiny,
oh
Omar
God.
said that like, oh, they're moving them to Rafah, but they're just gonna kill everyone. And
That's
like
right,
everyone in
yeah. Oh my
Rafah
God. And then
is
they're gonna
like,
be like, oh, but they did kill some people. It's like,
yeah, I know, yeah. But
I
like the
didn't know
death
that.
count is
Oh.
only like slowed down, like it's only like leveled off. So
Oh, but that's because the pressure. Look, they are trying to do a genocide, but it's like a PR genocide. They're
yeah,
trying
it's
to keep
like
their
yeah,
PR high, but it's a genocide, bro. It's like that's retarded. Like it's so retarded. It's like I'm talking to these people, and I'm like, and then I listen to Mehdi Hassan. He's like, I don't make predictions. It's like, of course you don't make predictions, because if you did, everyone. Honestly, you can make predictions. It makes you sound authoritative, and no one gives a fuck. No one's gonna hold you accountable. You can
yeah.
make you can because Omar Bradar literally said that they're gonna just randomly kill. I remember that. I forgot that. He literally said that in the debate. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. These people, I don't know, man. I don't know. I do not possess justified true belief that is not a idiot kiss. It's just like that. Yeah. I don't know. Any philosophy debates? Because the last one was epic.
Probably not. I'm probably gonna do random. I might do some Israel debate stuff just because I'm continuing to read on it, and then I don't know. It's probably gonna be
Well,
mostly,
any
like,
debates about
Trump
meteorological
Kamala.
nihilism? Any debates about the hard problem of consciousness? Any debates about
No,
moral realism? Oh,
I understood the justified true belief and the what's it called, the fucking Getty
Gideon
case or
case?
whatever.
Gideon case. Yeah,
I
that's
understood that.
stupid.
The rest of the words you said
Yeah.
were nonsense, but
I hate philosophy nowadays. It sucks. It's cringe. It's gay. But
true.
yeah. Yeah. Especially like I don't know, especially with half of philosophy being like continental philosophy, and then they're like, it's just like, young lefties who are like, oh my god, the system, dude. Oh my god, I didn't consider that. The system, bro. The system. Oh.
My
Yeah,
favorite
yeah.
philosopher is Philosophy Tube, and I love when
That's
she
right. That's
quotes
right.
Judith Butler in
I'll,
Israel Palestine.
oh my god. Oh, don't get me started. Don't get me started. No, I mean, you know the video on the housing market, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a Kino video. It's epic. It's like totally based and factual. The problem is how is the market, bro.
Yeah, you
No, I
should
mean
just
I
be
don't know. It's just like
commodify
the laziest
housing. Yep.
critique. It's just like, oh, capitalism, bro. Capitalism.
Yeah, I know. I literally remember that when like she made her video on AI, and it's just like the conclusion is so obvious from the start. She's just gonna
Oh
say
god.
there's no ethical AI under capitalism.
Uh,
It's like, oh, okay, dude.
oh, soy. Oh, I think I came. Oh, that was awesome. It's retarded. It's retarded. Literally, it can be like COVID. I mean, we did have people say
Chat,
COVID
clip
was
that.
because of capitalism. I can't. I can't.
Oh
I
yeah,
can't.
yeah.
What do we do? I don't know. I don't know. But these people are fringe. Right now, we have like half the country being like fascist lunatics. I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah. Chat wants to know
I
your
don't know.
opinion on MMT.
MMT.
My MMTer in chat
The
wants to know.
normie take. The normie take. I mean, descriptively, it's interesting. Proscriptively, it's retarded. They don't have many mathematical models. It sucks. They should like make it more simple, bro, and more mathematical models and predictions. And yeah. I mean, that's my position on MMT. But I
Wow.
mean, yeah.
No.
Do you know the AOC story screenshot about Keynes? Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
Look up AOC Keynes Instagram. I want to see you read it and like cringe. Read it out loud.
Milton Keynes.
I know, bro. It's so over. It's so over, bro. I know. I know.
Oh no.
It's bad. It's bad. It's like if you only knew how bad things really are. Look at my politicians, dog. But yeah. Terrible. But yeah, I mean that's funny and all. But then we have like Republican Senate candidates like saying the bad guys won World War II. It's like okay.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Did you see the Royce White interview with David Pacman?
Nope.
That's a Kino interview. You have to watch it. That you have to. Wait, want to watch it together real quick?
What's his name? Royce.
Royce White. I have the link here if you want.
Today we welcome to the program
It's like super funny.
The MAGA candidate flips out at me. Oh yeah, Royce Wright, Republican
Yeah.
U.S. Senate candidate. Yeah, we
Want to
can
watch it real quick? It's like
Yeah,
what?
it's not that long. We can watch it.
Yeah, let's watch it. Give me a second. Copy link.
I already
Yeah.
have it.
Wait. Wait. Okay. That's fine. Yeah.
Oh,
Watch.
here. Wow.
Yeah, play it. Yeah, it's epic.
Yeah, I have YouTube Premium.
Play on like
Today we welcome to the
1.25
program.
or something.
Yeah, I had it at 1.5.
Royce
Okay,
White.
okay.
Royce
Yeah.
is a Republican running for the U.S. Senate seat
This is the guy who
Amy
said
Klobuchar,
the bad
interestingly
guys
enough.
won World
Royce
War
has been
II.
endorsed by Steve
Yeah, I
Bannon and
know.
Alex Jones in the Minnesota Republican Party.
He will never
Also
be Mark
hosts the
Robinson.
Please Call Me
Try as
Crazy
he might.
podcast available on YouTube. Royce,
Good
if I
try.
understand
Does he have
correctly, in
Trump
2020 you
endorsement?
rode in
I don't
Tulsi
know.
Gabbard, but you're
I
behind
don't
Trump
know.
currently. Is
It
that
wouldn't
right?
surprise me.
That is
but
correct.
So listen, you came to my attention in a clip I talked about the other day where you said one of the issues you find right now is that women have become, quote, too mouthy. Tell me about that. How did you come to believe that?
It
First
gets
of all, I was
better.
being humorous.
Oh, you were?
Yeah, no, I was being pretty humorous. I'm kind of a sick puppy. I got a sort of unique humor. But I will say
Yeah,
that
he's
it
cool.
is my opinion. But
Yeah.
I think even more so a fact that the left has weaponized identity politics in our current political culture, and that the identities of women, the LGBTQ, blacks, and Jews are all sort of used in a similar fashion to manufacture
yeah.
consent. That being an American citizen isn't so much that important anymore. And so
Give me an
what I
example
meant,
of that. Give me an example of that.
Well-
so let's just pick one of those, for example.
well, let's take all four because they're all four fruit from the same poisonous tree.
Well, but just so that it's clear to the audience, let's just pick one as an example to show kind of
Okay.
your line of reasoning. How has female identity been weaponized in order to show that being an American citizen isn't important?
Well, number one, the feminist movement and the women's rights movement have been clumped into a more global citizen-based ideology.
Oh my God.
That we are all
That's
one
right. No,
global
no, it gets
citizenship.
better.
And
You'll
the women's
know
rights
when
movement is
the-
at the
when
helm
it
of that,
peaks.
much by their
You'll
own
know.
powerful organization, grassroots, not only here in the country but all around the world.
If that were
And-
the case, though, Royce, and I'm just trying to understand this, I want this to be a conversation.
but wait a second. But what I'm saying is, and let me be even more
Talking
specific.
so base. God, I love him. I love him so
prevailing
much.
consensus around the women's rights movement and the feminist movement are ideas such as believe all women. That was popular with the Me Too movement, and then you have an even more pervasive idea.
Bro, when you
that
think
in
about it,
general-
believe all women,
and
that's
it's
like
said
against the
casually, but
presumption of
it's-
innocence, bro. That's like
I know,
There's
yeah,
a lot
yeah.
of
Can't
emphasis
believe
and
it.
potency,
The
let's say,
cancel
that
culture
men are
now.
not useful, and that women in their existence in this country politically right now today, but sort of all around the world, are nothing more than a byproduct of a tyrannical patriarchy. And by that definition, or by that thinking, that men are more so a hindrance on society and
who
useless.
says that?
And-
Who says men aren't useful?
Oh.
Give me a name.
Well, I mean, one is Anna Navarro, self-described Republican centrist Anna Navarro. Sat
Anna
right up there-
Navarro says that men aren't useful.
Anna Navarro sat right up there on The View with Joy Behar and Whoopi Goldberg and the rest of them, and she made a joke about men not being useful except for gay men because they're very good at gossip and accessorizing.
But
She said it right
we
there on
started
national
this
television.
interview.
Wow, good one, man.
Of you saying, oh, what-
thank God he brought it
Yeah,
up.
she
You
made her
literally-
joke. That's epic.
Yeah, like
No,
you
wait
made
for
like
this,
the
wait for
opposite
this.
of that joke. Like
You said about women being mouthy as a joke. You're conceding what Anna Navarro said is a joke, and so you're one example.
Well,
of
no, I
women-
don't
hold on
think it's a
second, Let me
joke.
get the question.
I don't
Hold
think
on
it's a
second,
joke.
Hold on. You
No,
just
wait a
said it.
second. Let's
You
be
just
clear.
said it.
No, I didn't. I said what I said was said in humor, but it had a lot of validity to it. I don't think what Anna Navarro said was a joke, even though it was said in a joke.
Said in humor, but
I
it wasn't
actually
a
think
joke,
wasn't a
bro.
No, I said I don't think it's a joke.
Okay.
Just like people would say they don't think what I said is a joke. I have the right to think that. My point is
Yeah,
that
he's
there is a
epic.
growing
Oh, wow,
ideology
good
that you
one,
can
dude.
see by
I have
looking
a
at
right
social
to
media,
think it.
which is
That's what people
temperature
got when
gauge
you said
of
it.
what
That's
people
what
think,
they.
obviously,
That's
because
what
you're
they
bringing up something I
understood when you
said that was
said it.
posted on social media.
Well, I don't want to get bogged down in this necessarily, but it sounds, Royce,
No,
like
it's not-
you're
no,
one
it's not bogged
example.
down. It's
It sounds
important
like
detail.
it sounds like your one detail of the prevailing view of the feminist movement being men aren't useful is something Anna Navarro said jokingly. Is that
No,
right?
no. Nana Navarro, just like you're trying to represent my views, or let's not say you. Let's say the mainstream media has tried to represent my view about women in general based on
True.
one soundbite from one podcast as a general sort of
Yeah, but
picture
forget
of-
about that, Royce.
of-
I'm
no,
just
no, let's
asking
not
you,
forget
what are
about
your
it. No,
examples?
let's not forget about it. If you're going to keep interrupting me, then I'm going to keep interrupting you.
Hands
I'm
down, the
saying
best
no,
Pac-Man
mainstream
interview.
media. No, you're
of
saying
the
it's not
last
going
3
anywhere. I'm
years.
explaining it perfectly fine. The mainstream media is trying
But
to
wait for
depict or paint a picture of a rising, let's say, misogynist America First movement based on my one soundbite. But then you turn around and say, well, you can't talk about all feminist ideology based on Anna Navarro. What are we talking about? I'm not.
No,
First of
so
all, I'm
let's
not
see if
doing
we
that.
can reframe. No, let's see if we can
Okay.
reframe, Royce, and then we'll
Okay.
move on.
Okay.
You've sort of been leading this, okay? You identified a number of groups. Hold on a second. Hold on. Let me just get the question out. And then if you disagree with the question, then the audience can judge for themselves.
Okay.
You indicated a number of groups. You named women, and
Yes.
you named Jews, and you named others that
Blacks
are
and the
making it so that
LGBTQ.
being an American citizen is no longer super important. We focused in.
Blacks,
Hold on a
blacks,
second, Royce. I gotta
women,
be
the
able to get the question out if
LGBTQ,
we can.
and Jews. I want to be clear.
Hold on a sec. You
Don't say
named
and
a
other
number of
groups. Don't say and other groups. The 4 groups were blacks, the LGBTQ, women, and Jews.
Yes, we focused in on women.
Yes.
And I asked you for examples. And the
Yes.
one example that you have provided to justify the claim you made is something Anna Navarro said on The View.
No, just an example.
Well, give me another example. Who are the people saying that men are not useful?
Oh, well, they're not. Well, that just happened to be what Anna Navarro said specifically.
But you said that
the
that's a
ideology.
narrative. Who says
the ideology is that men represent the remnant of a tyrannical patriarchy, and by default, the usefulness of men is in question at a societal-wide basis.
Intellectual titan.
I don't want to use all our time on this, but it sounds like we're not going to get any more examples, and the audience can kind of judge that for themselves.
Hey, you can pick anybody you want. The whole Me Too movement was based on the claim that we should believe all women. Do you think we should
No,
believe
this is
all
the
women?
best part.
Well, that we've already
is
talked
the
about.
best
It's a
part.
completely
Wait,
different
oh, no,
question. It has to do
after
with
this.
the
No, no,
responsibility
it's-
of
no, no,
police
wait a
investigation,
second, wait a second,
probable
wait a
cause, and
second.
It has nothing whatever.
Wait a second.
whatever
It's
to
not
do
a
with the
different question.
usefulness of being
It's
an
not a
American
different
citizen.
question at all. It certainly does because there are fundamental rights of being an American citizen. One of which has always been the presumption of innocence.
Oh,
Number
boy.
one. So there is complete merit to bring it into question when we talk about American citizenship.
Royce,
But,
you
again,
understand that when police
again.
investigate crimes, They investigate crimes, but that doesn't take away the presumption of innocence in a court of law. Like, this is basic legal stuff, Royce.
No. It takes away the presumption of innocence in the court of public opinion.
But this is crazy.
It takes away the presumption of innocence in the court of public opinion, which now in today's world can be just as dangerous as the opinion in the court of law. And even for
false
again,
claims are 0.02% of all
according to
sexual
you,
assault claims.
according to you,
According to crime reporting from police departments all over the country.
according to you,
To
and
the police
according
departments.
To the
according to you,
Democrat
then why don't they bring more
FBI.
claims?
Who?
Why don't more make it to the courtroom?
What claims?
Because they lack evidence. The reason why police departments say, first of all, again, you're trying to sidetrack me and you keep interrupting me. You brought me on your show.
Created the sidetrack.
You brought me on your
created the
show.
sidetrack.
You brought me on your show.
And we're
you
not
asked me
talking
about a question
what I
about
wanna
women.
talk about.
I'm answering a question
Royce,
about feminists in the
Royce,
feminist
hold on,
movement.
Royce. You
The point is when you assume that all women are telling the truth or that we should believe all women on face value, by default,
I don't know anyone who has said that.
the whole movement of the whole Me Too movement was based on this idea that believe all women.
That's your assertion. I don't believe that to be true.
Oh, okay. Well, you let your viewers decide then. Let's go to the next question.
Trust but verify is the view that I've always had.
Believe
Police
all
have a
women was
duty-
the believe all women was the
have a duty to
commercial,
investigate.
widespread commercial. Believe all women was the widespread commercial and cultural sentiment from the Me Too movement, 150,000%.
You know, Royce, you sidetracked us on Believe All Women, right? You brought it up out of nowhere.
The believe all women idea is a part of the claim that women have become mouthy.
Okay. Let me ask you about a couple of
And
other
I will
things
say,
related to your
in
campaign.
I will say,
Yeah.
in that vein,
Yeah.
when women are allowed to say things about men with no boundaries or no constraints whatsoever, and it's culturally accepted across American culture and across political culture, that is.
Wait, can you play
in my opinion, more
this
than,
from here on? Can you play it in one speed, like not 1.5?
Sure.
Because I want to enjoy every moment. I want to savor
But
it.
this guy, what's he saying now? This is clearly against American citizenship. This is clearly against the First Amendment. What the hell?
a valid
He's-
reason.
No,
he's
wait
telling-
for it. He's
That
going to be
is,
totally based.
in my opinion,
In the
more
next, like,
than,
5
a
minutes.
valid reason to be able to say, hey, women are getting out of control. And I do think radical feminists are getting out of control. I should have been more specific, but
I get the
thought I was
point
being
that
humorous.
you think women are out of control. I got it.
No,
Let me ask
no.
about
I
a
said
couple
radical
things.
feminists are out of control. Be
Whoa,
clear. And they
David
are.
being
That's why they're
bad
bringing their
faith.
children to
Can't
drag
believe
stripper
it.
shows.
Let me ask about a couple
Do
of
you
things.
think that's okay? Do you think it's okay to sexualize children at drag stripper shows?
I don't think the children are being sexualized if they go to a drag show. No, I just don't think that that's the sexualization.
You don't
of
think
children.
that you don't think children are being? Would it be okay for me as a grown adult male to take underage kids to a regular strip club?
I don't think they're allowed. No.
So why are they allowed to do it in?
Royce,
But why aren't
hold on
they
a second,
allowed?
Royce.
Why aren't they allowed? Is it because of the alcohol or because of the sexualization?
I don't know the
Now,
laws
keep in
around strip
mind,
clubs.
he
I
said
couldn't
strip
tell you,
club.
but
Oh,
Royce,
okay.
if
Oh,
I
wait,
can
You
wait,
should
get a
learn them though,
question-
because you're
Yeah.
talking about drag shows. You have an opinion about the drag shows, and you,
You
say
brought
that's
them up.
completely fine.
Royce, you brought
Right, but
them
you
up.
have an opinion about.
I'm gonna
that.
have to mute you, Royce. I'm gonna have to
Oh,
mute you.
okay.
You're bringing up topics and then telling me I brought them up. This isn't
No,
a
I
way to
didn't.
be interviewed as a serious.
I didn't say that. I didn't say you brought it up. I said you had an
You
opinion
told me
about
I
it.
brought up Believe All Women and that I brought up drag shows.
No, I
you
didn't.
brought those issues
No,
up.
I
You
did not
just
say
said
that.
it.
They'll be able to watch it back and see
They
for
will.
themselves how
They
it
will.
went.
Let's
I
leave
didn't
it for
bring. I
people
didn't
to
say you
watch
brought
back.
it up. I
Royce.
brought it up. I'm going to bring up every topic I want to bring up.
Oh, so
you
you
white
are
liberals are
brought
not
it
going to
up.
tell you. Yeah, I brought up
He's
the
totally
feminist
based.
movement, and I brought up the drag stripper shows as an
Can
example.
we continue the interview?
Oh, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
You brought up strip clubs. It was
Right.
recently revealed you spent campaign donations at a strip club. Is that true?
That's not true.
Okay. It's been sourced very well by the Daily Beast. Where'd they
It's
get
not
this
the
information?
Daily Beast. First of all, the Daily Beast is not a good source. That's number one. But number two, it wasn't well sourced even in that article at all. It was a reference to a campaign filing
Yes.
with the FEC that was not done properly.
Who didn't do the filing properly?
Whoever was in charge of the filing.
And who was that?
Oh,
Well, there were a number of people I would assume who were in charge of getting that accounting done, but it wasn't.
You don't
filed
know
properly.
who the people are doing your accounting?
Oh yeah, I know exactly. Yeah, I know who they are. Do you want me to list the entire
Yeah.
list of people who worked on it?
Yeah.
So you have time for me to go through a list of people who worked on the filing, but you don't have time to talk about the details of the political issues you want to
Well,
discuss?
how many people is it?
Give me a break. Who do you people think you're fooling?
I don't think we're fooling
Who
anybody.
do you people think you're fooling?
So the people who
I
prepared
answered your
the
question.
reports.
I answered the question.
I'm
The
trying to
question is no.
understand it, Royce. The
The
people who
question is no.
prepared the
The
reports.
answer is no.
The people
The answer
who
to your
pre-
question is no.
I haven't even asked the question yet.
You did. You asked, did I spend campaign finance money on strippers? The
And
answer
you
is no.
responded, and now I want to ask a follow-up.
Okay.
Your claim is there were filings which said you spent campaign funds at a strip club, but they were
No,
incorrect filings.
no, they didn't say that I spent the funds at a strip club. Or no, let's say they didn't say that I spent the funds on strippers.
But it was spent at a strip club.
Well,
Well, strip club they sell food at the strip club, don't
So
they?
you've spent the money on food at a strip club. Is that more accurate?
You seem to be very unfamiliar with strippers and strip clubs and drag strip shows, so I'll inform
Here,
you,
this is
maybe
the
you
best
aren't
moment.
informed, that they do
Are you
have
kidding
food
me?
at strip clubs.
So what you're saying is the money was
No, wait,
spent
did
at
you
a
know
strip
that though?
club.
Did you know that?
I know strip clubs have restaurants.
Have you ever been to a strip club?
One time.
Did you like the food?
No.
You got to go to better strip clubs then.
Okay. But so what
Oh
you're
my
saying
God,
is you
bro.
did spend the money at
Yeah,
strip
this was
clubs on
going.
food, is
This
that
was the
right?
best
I'm not saying
moment,
that I
bro.
spent the
The
money.
way
I'm
Talkman
saying
like
that there was a
answers
five.
directly without hesitation. It's so fucking funny. I can't. I'm dying.
Filing on my FEC report that shouldn't have been there and potentially should have been reimbursed by somebody who may have been at the strip club, but that there is food at the strip club. So to say it was spent on strippers is not based on factual evidence.
I didn't say that.
especially not from the Daily. You did.
I said strip club, not strippers.
No, well, okay. Well,
Which is
that's
the
what's
same thing you're
implied
saying,
by
right?
the Daily Beast.
It's the same thing you're saying, right? So we
But
agree.
that's what's been implied by the Daily
Money
Beast
was
and
spent
other people
at
as well.
a strip club by someone else in your campaign on
That's
food.
that's what's been implied by the Daily Beast and other mainstream media outlets as well.
And what's the truth?
I just told you.
Someone else bought food at a strip club with campaign funds.
No. I told you about the FEC filing. You seem to have a lot of time for this one.
Well, it's because you're so obviously lying.
Oh, okay. I'm so obviously lying.
Yeah, just tell me the truth. So, did a staffer spend money on food at a strip club?
You white liberals have a lot of nerve.
Oh my God.
That's identity politics.
You white
So,
liberals,
Royce, hold
you
on a
white
second.
liberals,
Hold on
you
a
white
second,
liberals
Royce.
hate when black men vote Republican. You hate when black men say that they like being American citizens. You hate when black men say that we want to have a border. You hate when black men say stop sending our money to the Ukraine. And you go to the WWE politics
Ukraine.
and
Hold on a
try and
second,
defend your
Royce.
latent racism. That's
Hold
what
on
it
a
is.
second, Royce. Hold on a second, Royce. Aren't you against identity politics?
Absolutely.
So what are you talking about white liberals for, especially when
Wait, what do you
I'm
mean?
a Hispanic
Wait.
Jewish immigrant from Argentina?
Yeah, right, but you have a white liberal ideology. That's what's going on.
Oh, okay.
All right, Royce, listen, when you start hurling
No, you
stuff
do.
around like that,
You do.
we do have to end the interview.
You have a
all right?
post-World War II democratic liberal order, white liberal ideology.
Post World War
Amazing.
II democratic liberal order white liberal ideology.
World War II order. You see, I was like, he just slips that in. What the fuck?
All right. The man who denounces identity politics is playing identity politics.
I'm not.
Royce, I really appreciate you being
No, I'm
on
not.
today.
Your
all
latent
right?
racism is obvious. Make sure you post the interview. Don't be a coward. And
I can
feel free to
assure
have
you, Royce.
Why wouldn't he
feel
post
free to
this?
have me back on anytime so we can talk in
Yeah,
detail
I
where you don't cut
promise
me
you I'm
off.
gonna
I like
post
this
it.
kind
I
of stuff. You
promise.
people
I
don't.
can assure you.
You
I
people,
love it.
you people hope that every black Republican or black American
I
person that
can't.
shows up
You people.
is going to kowtow and sort of curl up and run into the corner when you cut people off.
Okay.
That don't bother me.
Royce, I can assure you, we will
Women
be
have
posting
gotten
the-
women have
Royce, you're on a new
women,
topic now. I
Feminists,
can assure you, we will
radical
post the
feminists
interview.
in this
okay?
country have certainly gotten way
Got it.
beyond the pale in terms of their ideology.
Royce,
100,000%.
You have my
You
word.
think
we
it's
will
okay to
post
take
the
little kids to drag
interview.
stripper shows, but you don't think it's okay for grown men to get the chicken wings from strip clubs?
Royce,
you don't
you're-
think that that's weird?
It sounds like a campaign finance violation. It's not my opinion, but Royce, we got to end the
Oh,
interview.
you can get
okay?
food for donors. You can get food for donors from anywhere in the country you want.
We got to
I
end
could
the
cater.
interview.
I
all
could
right,
cater
Royce?
from Mr. Chow's, or I could get chicken wings from a strip club. That doesn't matter. But
All right.
you want to take little kids to strip clubs, drag strip clubs,
All
and
right,
you think
Royce.
that's okay?
Best of luck with the campaign. Okay.
Godspeed to you.
All right,
Don't be a
thanks.
coward.
Damn, he should get Mark
This is
Robinson on.
based. This is so bad. This is such a good interview. This is like the best interview for the last 3 years. It's Kino. It's like I don't know. Yes, I don't know. This is like if you're in the Republican Party, this guy's in your party. He's not excised. He's like
Yeah.
completely, yeah. Like
Dude, it
by
doesn't
being
even-
Republican, you
This
actually
is
hope
like
this guy wins.
literally the meme again of like the Republican Republican safe district versus the Republican competitive
Yeah.
district.
Well, I mean, yeah, this is like it's not a competitive district. This is like against Klobuchar. He's gonna get obliterated.
Isn't it? Oh, Minnesota, I guess. Okay, no, never mind.
Yeah. So no, he's gonna get obliterated. He's like 10 behind in the polls, and I cannot imagine it's going better. I'm just saying this is like this is such a good interview. My God, I think they even
Welcome,
played it on
Soggy
like the
Bagels. Is it a new
not the
account for
Daily
you? I
Show,
feel like
another
someone with the name
late
Soggy
night
Day
show.
was coming here
Where
before.
the part where it's like, have you ever been to a strip club? One time. Did you enjoy the food? No.
No.
Well, you gotta go to better strip clubs. Okay. Such a rapid fire, like awesome. I don't know. Yeah, I just had to share that. It's like got it. I
Well,
quote
welcome
this
to the
interview
stream.
daily. Okay. But yeah. Well,
Oh my god.
yeah. Wait, if you're reading about the Israel stuff, um, there is now a replacement to Nasrallah, right?
There was a presumed one who then 4 days later got assassinated. I don't know if there is
But
a
wasn't
new
there like
one.
the guy that looks like him? Wasn't he sworn in or something? I think I saw it.
I don't know if anyone was ever officially sworn in.
Oh. I think
I
I saw a
remember there
video.
was a presumptive new leader, Hassim Sadafine or something.
No, so
I
there was
pronounced
the
it.
other guy that was, I think, his cousin or something, Nasrallah's cousin or some shit. I don't know. Let's look up. Hezbollah swears in new leader. Let me look it up. Hezbollah
Yeah,
swears.
the cousin. I don't think he was sworn
in.
in, but
I think I saw a video. Swear on Nasrallah. Hezbollah leader Kisin announces. Hezbollah has reportedly announced Hashem Saf blah 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 as its new leader. Hezbollah deputy leader. No, that's not the. That's not this. Saw a video. I don't know. I don't care. He's gonna get killed.
yeah, I don't know if they confirmed his death. I don't think he's dead. But they did do a strike targeting him, but it might not have worked. He might not be dead
Okay.
because I can't see anything
Interesting.
confirming it.
Yeah, well,
Hezbollah-
reportedly,
Hezbollah
IDF now
hits
is
out a
like-
report that it says it lost contact with him. So
yeah,
who knows? Maybe
he's not responding. He's leaving us
it's
on
just-
red.
Yeah, his pager, blew up. The carrier pigeons.
No, he's just leaving them on
Don't
red,
worry.
and they don't understand what's going on. Yeah. No, but yeah, and reportedly the IDF has been starting a new operation in northern Gaza. I assume it's because Hamas is trying to cook something on the 1 year anniversary.
Yeah,
But yeah, I don't know.
did you
yeah.
read? I didn't read much about it. Did you read the report that was like Lebanon or not Lebanon? Hezbollah was like planning an October 7th style attack in the northern Galilee.
No, but that's epic.
Yeah, they were like planning to kidnap people from northern Galilee, apparently.
Awesome. Hezbollah leaders killed in Friday strike. No, that's not it.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, it's all the new stuff.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past them. Did you see? You referenced it before, but Butler saying it, they're like left wing. Yeah, bro. Hamas, known left wing movement.
Yeah, they're a liberation struggle. Yeah, here it is. Your president said it. I think he was quoting the military intelligence.
Whoa,
Though, so
40 viewers on Twitter? Epic?
well, it's not 40 views. It's 40 impressions.
Oh, let me add one.
Yeah.
So whenever someone joins and leaves, that's like an impression, but it counts?
I don't know if it exactly counts people like repeat impressions, but like yeah, if people scroll past it on their timeline and they just like look at it for a second, it counts as a view. Like it's 41 views, not
When
41.
Trump says like we had thousands of people, it's like, or blah, blah, in the Musk interview.
Oh,
That's
the
just like
Twitter
the-
statistics are they're so fucked.
Garbo?
Yeah.
Oh. Damn.
Yeah, it's
Or did you
yeah.
see Elon Musk in the new Trump rally?
Also, I might have told you about this. I'll talk about that in a second. But dude, I got like half banned on Twitter for 3 days because I saw a video of someone just like spam liking their post, and it added likes to it, and I was like, no shot, this actually works. So I just tested it with my auto clicker just because I wanted to see if it actually worked. And like, sure enough, I was able to give myself just 70 likes by just liking and unliking really quickly. And then I got a notification.
No shot. No shot.
I got a notification that was like, you have been suspended for 3 days based on suspected bot behavior or something.
Oh. I have a friend. I don't think I can say the account. I don't know if they want me to say, but I have a friend. I had a friend with like thousands of followers, and they got banned like a few days ago for like saying, for being mad at conservatives. Let's just say that. Being nice to conservatives. Being very nice and cordial with conservatives on Twitter.
Yeah.
But yeah, could never be me though. But yeah. But yeah. Well, I don't know. Did we do anything in Iran yet? I stopped following it. I don't care anymore.
There's been debate over whether to target nuclear facilities, but
yeah, I saw all the Benny Morris stocks like drop drastically, and I was like, "Whoa! Did something ever happen?" Like, whoa.
I don't know if I'm pretty sure Biden said he doesn't want you guys to do it, but
you know how frustrating it is. Like I went to Rosh Hashanah dinner, and it's like Jewish New Year's, whatever. And it's and I have to talk to my family from my dad's side, who's not even like American. They don't have an American citizenship, but they're like they care about the election. They're like, oh my God, Kamala's gonna destroy Israel. Because they're retards who get all their info from Facebook.
Israel will be gone in 2 years. Didn't you hear?
And then they say that, and they're like, hey, Sample, you have like an American citizenship, right? Who are you? Like, are you voting yet? And I was like, I need to register. I don't know where, but either way, you're not gonna like it because I'm voting Kamala. They're like. And then they started this. And then we fight for like an hour. And my uncle, he knows like all the conspiracies. I told him like Mark Robinson literally called himself a black Nazi, and he's lying to my face. He says like, "Oh no, Trump called on him to resign," and it's like, no, the fuck he did not. No, the fuck he did not. And then I'm like, "Do you want to fucking Google this? Because you're just lying now." And then he's like, no, it's a holiday. You cannot use the phone next to me because I'm religious. And I'm like, okay, sure, but like you're lying. You're like totally lying. You're like a total liar. Like if you're religious, don't lie, right? It's like, but I am not that audacious. I didn't say that. But no, I mean it's just like gross. And then it's like it's like so obviously, what do you call it? Like the Sartre quote about the anti-Semite.
I don't think so. No.
Yeah, look it up. Look up Sartre anti-Semite quote. This is like perfect description of like the MAGA movement right now.
How do I spell it?
Sartre, I think Sartre. Sartre. The Jean-Paul Sartre, whatever his name is. Yeah, this quote.
Never believe anti-Semites are completely unaware of the absurdity of their replies. They know that their remarks are frivolous, open to challenge, but they are amusing themselves, for it is their adversary who is obliged to use words responsibly, since he believes in words. The anti-Semites have the right to play. They even like to play with discourse by giving ridiculous reasons. They discredit the seriousness of their interlocutors. They delight in acting in bad faith, since they seek not to persuade by sound argument, but to intimidate and disconcert. If you press them too closely, they will abruptly fall silent, lawfully indicating by some phrase that the time for argument has passed. True.
No, I mean, yeah, no, that's exactly that. Because like when you talk to Republicans about like they're not eating Haitians, they're like, yeah, they are, and it's like all illegal, and it's the phone app that, although the phone app was created under Trump, but who cares? It's like it's all bad faith. And then I talked to my uncle, and I'm like, he thinks like he says the Haitians were there illegally, they were not. He says they were eating cats and dogs, they were not. He says like I was telling him like, oh, you like the shooters were Republican, and he's like, oh, it's still bad because of Democrat rhetoric, and I'm like, oh, give me one Republican who condemned like Paul Pelosi assassination attempt, or like beating him with hammers almost to death. And he's defending it. He was like, okay, well, I mean, maybe he should have. It's like you're retarded. You're lying. You're evil. You're a religious guy. How can you say this shit? It's like gross. And then it's like also blatant contradictions. He tells me something like, what the fuck was it? He tells me something like, oh, all the top pollsters are predicting Trump. No, they're not. And I'm like, oh, well, who do you think the top pollsters are? And he's like, he named I don't remember the top two because the the top three one was insane. Can you guess who we thought was the top three pollster? Like the number three ranked pollster?
Number 3, it's gonna be, dude. I don't know. I don't know any.
Rasmussen, the goated.
Oh, of
Rasmussen,
course,
the
yeah,
best pollster, most stable, not schizophrenic, not biased pollster ever. And he's like, so what he tells me is like all these pollsters, they predicted correctly. They predicted Trump in 2016. They predicted Biden in 2020. They predicted the Democrats getting retaining control in like 2022. And it's like, oh, and they're now predicting Trump, and they're not, by the way. But then I'm like, but then 5 minutes later, he denies that Biden won the election. So I'm like, wait, you said these pollsters were good because they predicted Biden in 2020. But then you're saying Biden didn't win 2020. Fucking retard. And he's like, he doesn't even, I cannot talk to Republicans. This is why I'm scared. Like my trip to, Florida is going to be just like this. I'm going to enjoy it, but it's going to be very depressing very quickly.
Did you see that clip of JD Vance, by the way, after the debate? Like somebody asked him, like it was like in an airport or something, like, hey, do you think that Trump won the election? Can you clarify? And he was just like, yeah, Trump won.
Oh,
It's like you can't even own that on the debate stage, really? Like,
he got the marching orders.
yeah,
because he cannot. I mean, if he says that out loud, he loses voters probably in the middle. Whoever is left in the fucking middle, I don't know. They're also insane. But yeah, if he says no, then he's like automatically like dropped out by Trump. No, I don't know. It's so gross. You know what? At least I get to still be mentally stable because Piers Morgan did not do an episode on the VP debate.
yeah.
At least, I would have killed myself if immediately after the debate I see Piers Morgan saying, and Waltz, he was a chameleon, he couldn't answer, and he mumbled, and JD Vance was competent, he answered. I would kill myself. I would kill myself listening to this apology. It's like, but yeah.
Yeah, that's why, dude. JD Vance, like, he scares me because clearly he has no principles. Like, clearly, like he like is literally just a dude that like takes these marching orders and is able to like execute them effectively. Like, he's horrible. He scares me. He terrifies me.
Totally.
Because there's no shot that someone of sane mind like JD Vance presumably is actually believes the election was stolen against Trump. Like,
Of course not.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm trying to tell like people, and you know what's the annoying part is that we not implicitly said that. Of course, we don't believe it, but in rhetoric wise, we only like give Republicans strength. And I'll explain about what I mean. It's like when we talk to like Republicans and we say Trump lost all the election cases, right? We also have to like specify also to Trump appointed judges. As if, like, obviously you're going to dismiss anything that comes ever from a Democrat. Of course, right? You're going to dismiss automatically anything that a blue guy says. But even your guy said it. It's like, okay, yeah, but these judges are also equally valid. But we have to, like, not put an emphasis on them. It's only on the whatever, or like 40 Trump cabinet members, say he's retarded. It's like, yeah, that's true, and it's a good point. But it's like also, like also Democrats. Like, I don't know. It's like, it's annoying. But yeah. No, on Vance, I mean, I don't know, evil, gross and evil, and gay. But yeah. Did you watch the Piers Morgan, Omar Badar, and the what's his name, son of Hamas guy?
I think so. I watched a lot of Piers Morgan thing a few days ago, so I probably did, yeah. For the sweet YouTube reaction views.
Oh yeah, you did watch it. Bro, the Iranian professor. Oh my god, yo, that's actually evil. He's like actually evil. Right? I'm not crazy.
Was he the like the super like pro-Israel guy?
No, the guy with the black hair, he's like super pro-Israel.
The fact that
retardedly so. I like hate him.
Right now. They slaughtered 4,000.
I'm trying to remember. I watched multiple things. I remember
this guy's evil. The guy on the right is evil.
Yeah, I remember this guy.
Harvey Weinstein.
No, I was thinking there was like one like super like pro-Israel girl in one of them, and had like all like the Zionist talking points down, like all the human shields, all of the.
Oh wait, like, the one who was like leading
she talked. It was the one, who like had organizations tied to like the settlements or whatever, and Loki got really mad.
Oh, okay, yeah,
like,
that old lady. Yeah, who was she debating? Not Omar Badar.
It was Loki. It was a fucking rapper. Like,
Oh right, Loki. Yeah, that gross idiot. Yeah,
yeah.
gross,
Because
gross.
Oh no, I'm pretty sure I
But
remember
yeah,
this
no, I
guy.
mean the Mosub guy is also insane and evil.
a
But I mean Badar is also
major
all of them are insane and evil, especially Piers. I hate Piers the most out of all. Piers the most out of all four. God, I hate this old fuck.
I love Piers Morgan. I love him
No,
so much.
no, I
I
don't.
love
No,
the
I don't.
reaction content that he gives me.
I love the content. I love the
I
content. I just
upload-
think he is a gross person. I think he's like evil.
I put a few Piers Morgan reactions, and I get 2,000 views and like 50 subscribers.
Oh my god. Oh
Hell
my
yeah.
god. Good for you. Epic.
I'm
That's
almost monetized. I'm like half monetized. I'm almost at the higher tier monetization. Almost.
Whoa.
Eventually, one day.
Based. Based. That's nice. Good for you.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, well. What are your thoughts on MMT?
I don't know. I haven't done a ton of reading into it. Have you done any reading on the credit creation theory stuff?
No.
I'm probably going to do reading on that at some point. I don't know. I don't have a super strong opinion on it. A lot of it is probably more or less like prescriptively accurate. It's like, well, technically, yeah, government's
Yeah.
inflation is probably the real borrowing constraint there. But
Yeah.
I'm never
Yeah,
going to trust, I'm never going to trust politicians to print money.
True. 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 God, I love Powell. Men of the year. Men of the year. Greatest. My goat.
Yeah, he should be. He's not gonna get, dude. He was like nominated last year. He got like 1%.
Also have like farmers on it.
If you what? Sorry.
I think the Fed should also represent the common man.
Oh
so
yeah,
I
the
think it should
common
also
and have farmers on it.
like,
Yep.
Yeah, and like yeah, everyone, but not Wall Street because they work for Wall Street. You know that?
They do. Yep. All the money, all the quantitative easing just goes to Wall Street. Nothing for the,
That's right.
for the people.
That's right. That's right. Whoa. How does the Fed influence unemployment? Through the Phillips curve or through money creation?
I mean, it's gonna. I'm pretty sure. I would say primarily it's through money creation, but I don't like it.
Exclusively because the Phillips curve is like fake and gay and non-existent. Like actually,
I forgot
It's like
you.
a myth?
Yeah.
yeah. It's like actually, yeah, you got it right. Yeah, but damn. How's North Carolina? No floods anymore? Everyone saved?
I mean, nowhere near like me was hit or anything, but like, I mean, all the roads were still fucked. But I'm pretty sure most of the people have been
I've
saved
been,
or whatever.
I mean, I don't know. If I was, I don't know. I bet like if I was talking to Ukrainians and Israelis, they're gonna be like, "Why do we have to fight all these wars while North Carolina gets a bajillion gorillion money from the federal government?"
I bet.
Yeah. I imagine it's the same in North Carolina. They're like, "Yeah, we don't need the money. Give it to Ukraine." I assume that's what they're saying.
Yeah, that's what all the people. You know how people like spray paint on the roofs. Instead of like help us, it's like it all says help. It still says bring them home.
Help Ukraine, help Israel, please, Star of David. Yo, that's like awesome. I wish that was the case. That's like based in epic, I think. But yeah, no, the Dean Fuentes debate is like kind of boring, because Dean is like super debate bro, but like good for him, I like it. And Fuentes is like evil liar, he knows he's evil, so it's like very stressful, I'd imagine. But like he does hit him with the like, wait, is God omnipotent? And Fuentes is like, yeah, of course. It's like,
Yeah, I
wait,
saw
does
does God know what it
Yeah.
feels like to get fucked? Yeah.
yeah, epic. The Eno destiny move. Yeah. Oh yeah, I don't know. They also debated if Cars a good movie somewhere. They did.
Oh, did they?
They did. Dean was like, I'm taking a Marxist perspective. And Fuente was like, no, I'm taking a fascist perspective. It's like totally epic. So obviously, yeah. Yeah. Which, like, the entire thing was a contradiction because, like, Marxism is fascism, so they shouldn't have, like, different perspective. Like,
Yeah.
So I don't know. Yeah. Well, that's about it for now. I'm gonna go fuck off, do some homework because I have to submit
Wow.
it until today. I have to write like 1 page or something. I'm just really lazy. But yeah.
Relatable.
Oh. Tell me if you see anything crazy on October 7th, okay?
I will. I'm sure there'll be some great
It's
stuff.
gonna be based. It's gonna be epic. Well, talk to you. Or more like talk to a yeah. Yeah, that was funny. I never made that joke before.
I haven't
I never
watched
make
the
that.
4th episode yet. I need to
Whoa.
do it.
Yeah, I need to watch all the episodes again. Yeah, well, bye bye. Have fun.
Yep, you too. Wild. Hell yeah, you know what? I probably got an extra video out of that. Maybe 2. Probably only 1. Okay, targetable based on their status, and then members of organized armed groups. The second categories are lawfully targetable at any time, subject to LOIC's other targeting rules, including during a non-international armed conflict, like between Israel and Hezbollah. Hezbollah is a mixed group in the sense that it performs both civilian and military functions. As I explained in our earlier articles of war posts, if a group has distinct subdivisions that engage in purely civilian functions, the entire group cannot qualify as OAG. The fact that Hezbollah has dedicated political and social matters, therefore, precludes characterizing its entirety as a OAG. Instead, only its military wing compromises OAG, and accordingly, only the wing's members are targetable based on their status. Are also lawfully targeted at any time. However, groups like Hezbollah with distinct political and military wings, and military divisions, cannot be classified as an organized armed group in its entirety. Instead, only its military wing compromises OAG. This raises a question of whether Nasrallah was a member of OAG. In this regard, there is no requirement for formal membership in the group. Such a requirement would be counterfactual, for many OAGs lack formal membership structure mirroring that of a conventional armed force. Rather, it is the key is functional membership, which may be indicated by formal membership, but not need be. As the U.S. Department Law of War Manual explains, an individual who is integrated into the group, such that the group's hostile intent may be imputed to him, or he may be deemed to be functionally, i.e. constructively, part of the group, even if not formally functioning as a member of the group. Senior leaders from non-state group of military wing do not necessarily qualify as OAG members based on their position. This is because even if they engage in decision-making at a strategic level of war, as in deciding whether and when to initiate hostilities, as I observed before, surely all national leaders who occupy a position at the top of the military chain of command, whether legislative, constitutional, or de facto, are not targetable as members of armed forces. If this were the case, compliance with the core democratic principles, civilian control of the military, would render most national leaders subject to attack. The D&D Law of War Manual is in accord. Leaders who are not members of an armed group or armed force, including heads of state, civilian officers, and political leaders, may be made object of attack if the responsibilities include the operational command or control of armed forces. Thus, a leader who enjoys authority to control military actions at the operational and tactical level of war exercises authority on a recurring basis and fairly characterizing members of the OAG in question. Okay, so Raise a question. What is known by Nasrallah is a member of that OAG. There's no requirement for formal membership. And one can be and senior leaders of a non-state group with military wing do not necessarily qualify as OAG members based on their position. Even if they engage in decision making at the strategic level of war, as in deciding whether and when to initiate hostilities. Leaders who are not members of an armed force or armed group, including heads of state, civilian officers, and political leaders, may be made object of attack if responsibilities include operational command or control of the armed forces. Let's replace any country or any head of government / state in a country with civilian control of the military. That's targetable. A leader who enjoys the authority to control military actions at the operational and tactical level, exercise that authority on a current basis, is fairly characterized as OAG in question. Nasrallah would qualify on the basis, for example, as explained above, if he regularly approved or disapproved of Islamic resistance or conventional operation active terrorism. As an aside, I presume the advocates of the International Committee of the Red Cross continuous combat function approach to OAG membership, which the United States rejects, correctly in my opinion, would presumably come to the same conclusion on that basis of approval as a combat function. Really? I didn't know that. I thought this was a pretty... the continuous combat function was a pretty recognized thing, but... Okay, Nasrallah would qualify as basis, as he has regularly approved or disapproved of Islamic resistance, conventional operations, and active terrorism. Nasrallah would also likely have a continuous combat function, or I guess reach the continuous combat function test used by the ICRC and some states. to determine OAG membership. I would add, I find irregularities of a leader's involvement in the military operationally legally significant. In the military operations legally significant. One who is not a formal member of an OAG conducting hostilities, but who wields authority, de jure or de facto, to control military operations doesn't qualify as a targetable member. If exercising that authority only infrequently, that leader is not integrated into the operation or tactical war levels of war operations. Jesus. This leads us to the third basis of targetability: direct participation in hostilities. Direct participants in hostilities. Are also liable for targeting for such time they participate in hostilities It is well accepted as a matter, treaty, and customary LOIC in both international and non-international armed conflict that individuals who directly participate in hostilities lose to protection from attack for such time as they participate. That's what I wrote. That's crazy. Almost like I read this before. Well, not the exact article, but obviously, other international laws. ICRC, customary IHL, study rule number 6. Okay, yeah, that's the citation. Oops. What's up, Bob Marley? Welcome back. This begs the question of whether Nasrallah would have been targetable as their direct participant, even if he was not a functional member of Hezbollah's military wing. There's no question that approving attacks qualifies as direct participation in hostilities. Okay, wild. Best viewers. I gotta get these best viewers. Hell yeah, dude. Even if Nasrallah was not classified as a function member of Hezbollah's fighting wing, there is no question that approving attacks qualifies as direct participation in hostilities. For example, the UK Manual of the Law of Armed Conflict observes, quote, those who plan or decide upon attacks are the planners and commanders, and they have a duty to verify targets, take precautions to reduce incidental damage, and refrain from attacks that offend the proportionality principle. The U.S. DoD Law of War Manual is even more to the point. Among examples of the direct participation are, quote, planning, authorizing, or implementing a combat operation against the opposing party, even if that person does not personally use weapons or otherwise employ destructive force in connection to the operation. So whether Nasrallah often approved operations and did so only a periodic basis, he participated in hostilities against Israel at some point. But if so, did the strike occur while he was participating in that it was in compliance with the for such time limitation? This temporal requirement has long been a source of disagreement with the United States, correctly, in my view, taking a position that repeated instances of direct participation amount to ongoing participation until the individual definitively desists. There's contention over the for such time temporal limitation. The United States, in my correctly in my view, taking a position. Okay. IRC takes a more restrictive view, according to which each instance must be evaluated individually, just advocating so-called revolving door targetability. Some like the U.S. taking the position at repeated instances amount to ongoing participation until the definitively desist. IRC takes a more restrictive view. The revolving door. Okay. But here the attack occurred while Nasrallah was in command and control and bunker meeting with other high-ranking Hezbollah members who had gathered to discuss operations against Israel, which would have to approve. Thus, it would seem clear by their approach Nasrallah was directly participating in hostilities at the time of the strike. Strike that killed Nasrallah occurred during a command and control bunker meeting with other high-ranking Hezbollah militants who had gathered to discuss operations against Israel. By either standard, Nasrallah was directly participating in hostilities at the time of the strike. Precautions in attack and proportionality. Is that still in the thing? I think it is. It is. The attack that killed Nasrallah was massive. It reportedly used multiple 2,000-pound bombs to generate a series of time-chained explosions to penetrate the subterranean bunker on weaponeering in an urban environment. See here. As a result, at least 4 buildings collapsed, according to Lebanon's health ministry. Not less than 11 people died, and 108 were wounded. These numbers may rise. I'm pretty sure the total number who died was 33, but 20 of those were militants, so... The attack that killed Nasrallah. Okay, I read that. A lot of unconscious precautions. Attack obliges attack requires an attacker to provide warning when the attack may affect civilian population. Other circumstances not to permit. Warning is not practicable when targeting individuals as they would flee when learning in a warning. In such cases, and to the extent they are feasible, general warnings to leave affected areas like those issued by the IDF suffice. Given the intensity of the attack in a residential area, the central precaution and attack is whether the IDF complied with the requirement to consider alternative targets, weapons, and tactics to minimize civilian harm. Okay, so we'll add strike that killed Nasrallah utilized all 2,000-pound bombs to create a series. Oh my god, I hate Notion so much. I wish I could get rid of this stupid bar here, but I don't know if I can. As a result, 4 buildings collapsed. IHL requires attackers to warn of attacks that may affect the civilian population. Unless circumstances do not permit. Did you hear that they planted the walkie-talkies on 9-year-olds and used them to spy? No. The walkie-talkies that they made it explode, or what? Is it? I haven't heard of it. If you can link something on it. Unless circumstances do not permit. Fuentes is cool, but he's a Fed. True. He's definitely a Fed, and he's definitely cool. What is happening? What is happening to people, man? Assad's Patriot operation inside Israel penetration of Hezbollah. 9-year. For 9 years, Israel contented themselves with eavesdropping on Hezbollah. I mean, it doesn't surprise me. The fucking I didn't read the article yet, but the Financial Times did an article on this as well. Israel's intelligence in Hezbollah is wild. I don't know why they don't fuck. I don't know why they don't hand over Gaza to the Mossad, right? Because isn't it Shin Bet or whatever I think it's Shin Bet, right? That handles Gaza, and I'm pretty sure it's the Mossad that handles like Hezbollah and other like international stuff. Why don't they just give it to the Mossad? They're clearly better. Although Gaza is probably more complicated than Hezbollah stuff. And the Mossad does help with Gaza stuff as well. I just don't think they're the primary organization. My understanding, at least. I don't know. Part of playing booby trap walkie-talkies began its in Lebanon nearly a decade ago in 2015. Whoa, no shot. Oh my god. Okay, wild. That's crazy if true. Well, I mean, like it's the Mossad. It's the Mossad. You know, like Israel has had to deal with all this shit since its inception. You know, there's a reason. It's a bunch of conspiracy theories that Jews control the world. Okay. You know, because they do stuff like this. Just blame the Jews for the anti-Semitism. I'm sure that Twitch is okay with that, right? Are you Jewish? No. In cases of targeting individuals, warnings are not feasible. Do you understand why people are anti-Jewish? What do you mean, do I... do I understand why people are anti-Semitic? I'm not particularly. What do you mean by anti... Do I understand why people are... I can sort of understand why people don't like Israel. Don't do it to our allies. Well, the Israel spies on us like a lot. Which, I mean, like, kind of makes sense. We are obviously important for Israel's security. But like I'm pretty sure like over half the spies that we found in like the past 50 years in the US have been Israeli spies. You should fact check that one. I can in a second. Half of spies in US are from Israel. Israeli spies in the US. No, I don't really. Okay. Remarkable FBI agents arrested as civilian terrorism, working in the U.S. Navy, blah, 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 blah. Okay. I don't know. Damn, I'm being bad filled right now. Oh, damn. Well, I'm pretty sure I heard that from a convoy. Can't believe a convoy would lie to me like that. I don't know, but the idea, or not the IDF, just Israel in general is spies on us. I bought this expensive mic. It's not the mic stand that's the issue. It's mine. It's what I have it attached to. I'm sure that's so true. Okay, anyway. Instead, general warnings to leave the affected areas like those issued by the IDF device. I have 12-inch mega penis base. Welcome to the stream, Saint Painted Taint. Nice one. Given the intensity of the attack on the residential area, the central precautions in attack. It's whether the IDF complied with the requirement to consider alternative. Okay, so. Also requires attackers to consider. There's a big part of proportionality, the feasibility of their attacks, and the weaponeering. They're required to consider alternative targets, weapons, and objectives to minimize civilian harm. I found it talented to think of alternative and tactics to the weapons the IDF used, given the physical target was under a hardened bunker, 60 feet underground. Moreover, the individuals who IDF targeting were going to great lengths to keep from being located. Thus, the presence represented a key, representing a fleeting opportunity to conduct an attack that would just both destroy the bunker and kill seniors below leaders, including Nasrallah. Indeed, the method of attack in which each blast paved the way for the next one was surgically crafted for that specific target. The physical target was hardened. It was a hardened bunker 60 feet underground. And so, required the use of the 2,000-pound bunker busting bombs. The individuals who knew the IDF targeting were going to great lengths to keep them being located. Thus, the present representing a fleeting opportunity to conduct an attack to both destroy the bunker and kill the seniors below militants, including Nasrallah. This leaves a question of compliance with the rule of proportionality, prohibits conducting of attacks that are expected to cause incidental loss of civilian life, injury civilians, and damage civilian objects. That is excess retaliation to the concrete indirect military advantage. The attacker anticipates gaining. Proportionality is often a fraught issue when assessing individual strikes. In this case, collateral damage was extensive because of the weapons used and the target's location or residential area. Still, this factor does not render it as the strike disproportionate. The anticipated military advantage must also be considered. Okay, IHL requires attackers to comply with the principle of proportionality. And then that's just the definition of proportionality. Thanks for the sub, Zaka. I appreciate it very much. Thank you. Welcome. What do I think? Dude, I don't even know if I can answer I don't even know like any of these questions. The great replacement is obviously fucking stupid. But Mr. Sir, thanks for the sub as well. It might be running through a bunch of old ones. Who knows how many these people actually hear. Antonio, thanks for the sub. Yeah, I don't think most of the people are here. I think it's just running through old ones. That I didn't do. Thanks for the sub. Kashifman? Kashifman? Something like that. With respect to military advantage, the effects, the tank's effects are what matter. In this regard, the regional minds differ over whether decapitation strikes are operationally strategically sensible. Those who minimize their value typically note that over time, leaders have been killed will be replaced sometimes by someone more competent. But even if that is true, the short-term benefits of success of decapitation strikes are almost always contextually high because of their immediate disruption of command and control. Sometimes due to this operation's reality, the IDF was reasonable in concluding that taking out senior leaders like Nasrallah and Karaki would immediately create chaos within Hezbollah's military operation. Synergetically enhancing this anticipated effect was the fact that a pager and radio, handheld radio attacks, and the recent targeting of the senior Hezbollah commanders had already disrupted command and control. Disrupting command and control as the IDF ramped up its campaign against Hezbollah was especially valuable. The net result was that IDF was able to operate well within Hezbollah's OOAD loop, affording it exceptional asymmetrical advantage over its enemy. What is this? Observe, orient, decide, act. For an exceptional asymmetric advantage over the enemy. So whatever may one believe about the strategic sensibility of killing Nasrallah, general effectiveness of decapitation strikes over time, the military advantage anticipated for the IDF anticipated gaining from the attack was extremely high and accurately so. But was the anticipated military advantage high enough to keep the expected collateral damage from reaching the excessive potentials? As I observed before, LOAC rules of proportionality meant to balance military and humanitarian considerations. Of course, perspective inevitability causes the observer to lean in one direction or the other. I'm not immune to this tendency, but considering the significant immediate effect of the availability of Hezbollah's military wing to mount effectively command and control attacks against Israeli military and civilian targets, I believe that it's reasonable to conclude that for rule proportionality did not prohibit the attack. What's up, localist? I don't even know. Nasrallah strike. Civilians. How many civilians died? Killed as many 300. There's no way it killed 300 civilians. I don't believe this at all. That's not the numbers I heard when it was first done, at least. This says dozens of people. Oh, this is the pager attack, though. This 300 number sounds like the number for the entire day. 6 people were killed and 91 wounded. Yeah, it says 700 people leading up to the... For like all the bombings. Israel keeps winning though? True. I don't know. Also, welcome to the stream. KSLV TV. Oops. It says at least 6 people. The number I heard was... I'm pretty sure the number I saw was 33. 20 of which were militants. So I mean 13 civilians. What do you think about Nazis making Jewish soap? What the fuck? Dude, I have no clue what you're talking about. $33 dead. Strike. Nasrallah. Killing at least 33. At least 33 killed 190 by strike Saturday. This is the entire day Saturday. Okay. So... at least 6. It seems like they pulled this 300 number out of their ass. What is the conversation? Why are they talking about political This wasn't a political assassination. Much like it wasn't by the US either. Believe in the roller coaster of death? I don't. You're on some fucking insane galaxy gas brain shit right now, bro. I don't know what you're talking about. I think they just made this 300 number up. Okay. Plague auto example was the extensive recorded weapons used in target's location or outside the area. However, the anticipated military advantage was also very high. Adivers reasonable concluding that taking out senior would immediately create conflict within his Billow's military operations. According to Israel, the Lebanese forces use water facilities as military points. Not sure about that. I don't know. I haven't heard of them using water facilities. I saw they released that one video of the rocket being stored within the house. Da, 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 da. Soda. Considering the high military advantage,
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. You know?
what can be?
Can be unburdened by what has been. What can be
My God.
unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been.
The fact I can only find. Are you for Israel? Relatively, yeah. I can only find that 6 people. God, this fucking fly. Wait, this doesn't even have the number. I never thought I'm in a West Philly would be striking a day. Where did this AI? Wait, first of all, even if both of those things were 100% true, I mean they did attack the USS Liberty, but even if they intentionally attacked it, believing it, knowing it was a U.S. ship, not an Egyptian ship, I wouldn't base my support for Israel now based on what they did in 1960. They did 9/11 too. Oh, yep, true. Did Walter JD Vance win? I mean, I don't know. I'd probably say JD Vance probably did a better job making his case to most people, at least. If you know a little bit about economics, he probably sounded super retarded, but people don't. This fucking fly, dude. Oh my god. Okay. Well, you don't even give me like an estimate. 33 fatalities and 195 injuries, including civilians. Apparently, we've read that one before. Israeli officials estimate 403 forbidden. Okay, well, thanks. It says at least 30 people have been killed, 195 injured by Israeli strikes in Lebanon on Saturday. But this is total. This is every strike, not just. At most 33 people. Did not violate principle of proportionality. What it says are bullet targets in the capital of Beirut and elsewhere in the country. Yes, this is elsewhere in the country as well, so clearly. Do you smoke? Nope. Impact. Considered civilian apartments built over a subterranean facility. Blah blah blah. Initial estimates from the Israeli defense that said 300 people were killed, including potentially Nasrallah's daughter. This is. Some 300 people were killed in the strike. According to estimates by the Israeli Defense Force officials, about 300 people were killed in the Air Force strike. Then why did the Lebanese Health Ministry say so few people dead? The most of the roll has not been searched yet, and the number is almost certain to rise as dozens are missing. Okay. So there's one unlisted Haaretz article that says 300. Okay. Concluding thoughts. I don't know if we'll take notes on concluding thoughts. All sides have violated a lot of armed conflict. At some point in Israel's conflict with Hamas and Hezbollah. Indeed, this is the case for most conflicts, but the IDF's attacks on Assad and Nasrallah do not appear to have done so. Nasrallah was targetable because he qualified as a member of the organized armed group based on his role in approving Hezbollah attacks against Israeli military and civilian targets, even as they were not the case he was directly participating in hostilities at the time of strike and therefore were subject to attack. As to how the operation was conducted, I have difficulty imagining alternative weapons or tactics for striking a bunker, which is itself is a military objective in which Nasrallah was located. And although proportionality assessments are notoriously difficult given the inherent ambiguity of the role, the immediate military advantage that the IDF would gain through the destruction of the bunker and the death of Nasrallah and other Hezbollah military wing leaders renders the IDF conclusion that collateral damage to be expected would not be excessive retaliation to the military, and would not be excessive relative to that advantage reasonable. Has the Lebanon Health Ministry put out any new data, or do they? I don't know if they would specify. I don't know if they would specify people killed in a strike versus just people that they found dead on that day. So I don't. They might not. I don't know if they do that. Lebanon Health Ministry data. Death toll data. Where can I find data from the Lebanese Health Ministry on the number of people killed each day? This just goes to the homepage. Does not help me. Qatar News Agency. Okay, well, I don't know. I guess they don't, oh, why didn't someone link me this earlier? Memeology 101. I saw a teleprompter malfunction. I didn't have audio on for the clip, but I saw it on Twitter. I just scrolled past it.
And did you all see Magic Johnson? Remember his number, 32. Today we got 32 days until the election. So 32 days. 32 days. Okay, we got some business to do. All right, 32 days. And we know we will do it. And this is going to be a very tight race until the very end. We are the underdog, and we know we have some hard work ahead. But here's the thing about us. We like hard work. Hard work is good work. Hard work is good work.
I think she's losing. I don't know. I'm pretty sure most models have her winning by a little bit. It's pretty close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Vice President, members of Congress, my fellow Americans. I'd like to begin today.
I mean, like, her teleprompter broke, so she stalled for time. Okay? Versus how Trump answers questions. What actions will we take to ensure that our jobs stay in Michigan so we can continue to build best cars in the world here in Michigan? So pretty much, as we've been saying, and what I want to do is this. I want to be able to look your business years ago, this area, I was honored as the man of the year, maybe 20 years ago. Oh, and the fake news heard about it, and they said it never happened, and I didn't know who it was. It was a group that honored me as man of the year. The fakers back there see the fake news, but they say, oh, and they looked, and they said it never happened, but I swear it happened. I swear to you it happened, and it did happen, and I was man of the year. And I came and I made a speech and said, why do you allow them to take your car business away? Why do you allow it to happen when they're taking your business away? And I didn't know too much about it. All I know is that they were taking your car industry away from you. They said it never happened, and lo and behold, somebody said, "I remember the event," and then we found out. We had everything. We got the awards. We had pretty much everything. It did happen, but I gave a speech at the time, which is pretty controversial. Like, this is how Trump answers questions, dude. Like, it's a literal, not only is it like a word salad, it's literally him praising himself. Like, he gets asked a policy question, and he's just like, I was given man of the year. I was given man of the year in this town because he didn't even mention his tariffs, okay? Like, like the one thing he wants to do, tariffs. He doesn't even mention it. He didn't even mention it. So, that's how Trump answers the question. Alright, we'll probably read this one more thing, and then react to some shit. How long is the Nick Fuentes Dean thing? I don't want to... It's not that interesting to me. Like, it's just... Is it like an hour?
Was in Iraq.
God, I hate Rumble.
Resigned from the Trump military. It's not going to happen. And there are these... But they like... And ultimately to... When they...
Oh my god, Rumble's ass! Ah!
See.
I'm surprised you're not better LBS.
Hang on.
I'm kidding.
Let me see. Yeah, no, I used to be.
Okay,
I don't
basically...
know, I got a producer, and now I'm,
Like 220 to... Oh, it's like 2 hours. $220 to $429. 39 about. God damn. Aiden's got a real nice server. Okay. I'll probably include this in here. I don't really know where else to put it. Let's pause to appreciate the remarkable U.S. economy. Last July, I wrote a post called "If This Is a Bad Economy, Please Tell Me What a Good Economy Looks Like." At the time, there was still quite a lot of debate about whether the U.S. economy is doing well. As of October 24, the economy is good, is much less of a bold thesis. Even Fox News, which is generally loath to say anything good about the economy just before an election when a Democrat is within the White House, is being forced to admit things are going well. Essentially, there are 4 things you want from a macroeconomy. You want high employment rates, so that means everyone who wants a job has a job. You want low and stable inflation rates, so people know how much a dollar will be worth a month from now. You want fast wage growth, so that regular people are taking home their share of economic growth. And you want fast productivity growth, because that's ultimately what creates durable gains in living standards. Okay, I think I saw this clip. I did, yeah.
Guess what? David Barton is with us this morning. Great to have you here, David. All right, strong jobs report. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Warren. It's really hard to put a negative spin on this. It was a good job.
Even Fox News. Being forced to admit. To see prime age and native employment is higher than it ever was under Trump and at the highest since data collection. I don't believe that's true. Prime age native employment. I think if you graphs, I like. Obviously, prime age employment and the prime age population employment is higher, way higher. It's not like way higher, but higher in Biden than it was under Trump. But employment to population, well, if you don't want to do, I mean, you said prime age first. The reason employment to population is lower now is because a lot of boomers retired. If you demographically adjusted labor force participation rate, we're higher than we are. We're higher than we were Great Recession, which economists didn't think would happen. Prime age employment to population. This is what, look, this is, no, wait, this is just employment. No, this has to be prime age because it's 80.9. Yeah, this is prime age. Look, prime age employment to population ratio. Crazy, super high right now. 80.9 versus 80.5. 80.6 in January. And then obviously fell a lot. Oops, zoomed in way too far. Yeah, but that's not native. Yeah, we can go through the native thing. I think I don't have the chart saved here, really. It's also highest for native born as well. I have it bookmarked. Native born. First of all, the U.S. native born population is shrinking. But look, the prime age, working age, native born population is not growing. This is primarily due to birth rates. And also just because a lot of millions of boomers retired during COVID. The working age foreign population is growing. If we're looking at employment rates for working age people in the U.S., natives do better, and both are at record levels. Like, but like, what's the, even if, you know, native born, whatever the fuck employment is, I don't even know what your claim is. Native employment is higher under, I don't think, well, that's just not true. Unless you count the millions of boomers who retired. But it's not necessarily a bad thing that they retired. But like, who, does it even, why does it matter if they're native or not? What's not true about it? I just showed you like multiple graphs to show you it's not true at all. What do you mean? Like, everything's not true about it. There are 4 things you... It is, maybe you misread what I said. What is your claim? Repeat your claim. And again, unless I'm misunderstanding your claim, I don't even see why it's a big deal. Right now, the U.S. is giving us all of those things. Prime age, okay, native employment is higher than it ever has been under Trump, and at the highest point since, okay, one, I don't know why we care about native, but I just showed you. Prime age, native born. Prime age to population employment ratio. Native born. This is because this is not prime age. Where's prime age? Do they not have a series? I don't know if they have a series of Prime Age. We care about native because JD Vance claims that it's just immigrants who want to make their job numbers look good. It's just not true, though. I just showed you the graphs that show it's not true. But also, like if a lot of boomers retired and then immigrants want to take those jobs, or I mean, realistically, they're not taking the jobs that boomers retired from. But like if immigrants want to work, is there an issue with that? Doesn't that benefits American people too? Yeah, I know what you're fucking linking. I just showed you multiple graphs of why it's retarded. Oh no, look. Center, I don't want to get over the fact, but to share American-born folks into primates working the year, I should have this like bookmark. Higher than any point of the Trump administration. Indeed, it's the highest ever since the BLS. Yeah, what? What the fuck? Who's winning right now? It's hard to say. I think most models give Kamala a very slight edge, but Trump tends to outperform his polling. So, you know, he tends to outperform the models as well. So adjusting for that is really, really hard to say. What is your claim, Bob Marley? Prime age native employment is higher than ever. No, that part is true. Did you misphrase it when you first said it? Only 1 month exciting? It's worrying. It is higher than it ever was under Trump. Correct. I thought you said it. I thought you said the other way around. It was higher under Trump. You might have said that the first time. Or maybe I misread it. I don't know. I like to look at employment rates for people. Let's look at a labor market. I like to look at employment rates for people 25 to 54. Since most of these people are unlikely to still be in college or to take early retirement, the rate is holding at 80.9%, which is higher than the pandemic. And in fact, it's the second highest ever rate in U.S. history, the highest being 81.9% in 2009. Or 2000. I don't know why I added 9. I said the same thing the first time, then I misread it. Oops. Oopsie. Whoopsie. Okay. 24 to 54. Employment rate for those 24 to 54. It's holding at 18.9%, which is higher than it was before the pandemic. In fact, second highest rate in U.S. history. The prime age rate is important. Because these people are unlikely to still be in college. Or have taken early retirement during COVID. Like millions of boomers did. The unemployment rate isn't quite as a reliable statistics as it depends on those who are say they're currently looking for a job. But for what it's worth, it's very low at 4.1%, a little higher than 2023, but low in a historical sense. Unemployment rate, it's also pretty low at 4.1%. Oh, I didn't even include the fucking image. Although it only counts people who are actively looking for a job. The last month of job growth was particularly strong, sending the unemployment rate slightly lower. When the economy is near full employment, it gets a lot harder to keep adding jobs in a steady clip, and yet somehow the American economy keeps doing it. In fact, it gets even better. Last month of job growth was particularly strong and beat expectations. Could even better. This month saw upward revisions for job growth in July and August, 2 months that had looked a little bit more tepid. In fact, the U.S. added more jobs in those months than we initially thought. The new jobs number, or the new payroll numbers. Also, revised July and August. July and August payrolls upwards. Two months that looked a little bit more tepid. It would be so funny if the next Fed meeting we get a rate hike. So the labor market looks incredibly strong right now. Of course. Of course, it being election year, a few people claim the data is unreliable, or there are reasons why the labor market aren't as good as they seem. So let's answer a few of these questions. Won't these job numbers just get revised down? Well, we don't know if September jobs numbers will get revised downward. Final data comes in, but we do know July and August numbers got revised upwards. So there's a chance that September numbers will get revised up as well. We don't know for sure. The revisions have been looking so good. GDP 2. Yeah, I know. That's so funny to me. Yep, the recession, because we revised GDP growth upward. So the recession in 2022 disappeared. It's hella based. That's what's so fun. Like, I've said this before, but like, it's just so like it reveals like the totally different like framework me and other people have for like evaluating the world. When people complain about like job numbers being revised up or down, or GDP being revised up or down, really they don't complain about GDP being revised. They care about the jobs numbers being revised down because they think that somehow proves like the BLS is manipulating the data. Like, it just shows. Because like in my world, I wake up, you know, in like the first week of every month, whenever they release the data for the month, and I see it it's all over my Twitter feed, the jobs numbers, the new inflation report, and they like all include like this number was revised up, this number was revised down. This is like to me like a perfectly normal, like every day, well, not every day, but like monthly, weekly, because there's new numbers come out at different times sometimes, like thing for me. Like it's just like a totally normal thing. Like, I understand why it happens. I understand how it happens. I understand it's probably a good thing that it happens because they're more accurate now. But then other people see that and totally flip out. I don't know for sure. But the July and August number get revised upwards. So there's a chance that the numbers will get revised upward as well. Margot Ruby did false claims that 16 of the last 17 monthly jobs were revised downward. There's a string of mostly negative revisions from 2023 and early 2024. Though, as you can see in the chart above, which includes those revisions, the final numbers were still really good. But the string has ended lately. July and August got revised upward, as is March 2024. There's also upward revisions in July. July 2022, July 2023, and December 2023, which just make Rubio's factoid even more wrong. There was a string. Period of downward revisions. In 2023 or 2024. though. Even the revised numbers were still strong. But estering has ended lately. July and August got upward as of March 2024. Also, number of upward revisions July 2020. 2023 December 2023. Isn't it just foreigners getting these jobs, not native born Americans? Nope, the baby boomers are retiring, so the total number of native-born workers is going down. Baby boomers are retiring, and birth rates have slowed, I'll add. Total number of native-born Americans working is going down, but the employment rate of native-born workers is especially high right now, higher than in 2019. In fact, the gap between native-born and foreign-born workers has widened a little bit. The gap between the native-born and foreign-born was even widened a little bit. Aren't these just government jobs? Nope, government jobs have a smaller percentage of overall U.S. employment than they were in 2019, contributing to a decades-long downward trend. So yes, the job market is very good. If anything, it's a little improved from last month. Inflation is back to normal. I mean, we did just get rate cuts, which obviously lag, but the expectations vary, you know. Gotta always consider the expectations vary. Inflation is back to normal now. So look at prices. Remember, there are two price indices we usually look at: PCE, which counts healthcare more, and the CPI, which counts rent more. Boo, 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 boo. Use harmonize. I love harmonize because it agrees with my ideology. By the way, I made this design for an Epic shirt. I'm gonna put this on a shirt. Look, isn't it awesome? It's pretty cool. Inflation, you know, there's a shirt with this like image of Jerome Powell, and it says inflation is transitory. And I added the graphs behind it, and I crossed out is and I wrote was. This is a fire design for a shirt. Absolutely fire. If I do say so myself. I'm not seeing any opinions on it in chat, which means it's fire. Very epic. Inflation is transitory. Christmas sweater based. But yeah, I want to get this at some point. We can look at a headline inflation, or we can look at core inflation, which doesn't include food and energy. And there are two basic time periods in which to measure inflation: the annualized month-to-month change in prices, or the 1 year change in prices. But no matter how you look at it, the story's the same. Inflation is back to target range. For example, here's core PC inflation and headline CPI inflation, both measured to monthly and yearly. Okay. there are a few different ways to measure inflation. You can use PCE, which counts healthcare more, CPIs count rent more. Also, headline and core inflation. Core inflation excludes volatile food and energy prices. And there are two basic time periods in which you look at inflation: the annualized month-to-month changes, or year-over-year, or the one-year change in prices. No matter how you look at it, inflation is back to target range. You'll notice the month-to-month numbers are lower than the yearly numbers, meaning that inflation is still decelerating. In fact, there are a bunch of inflation measures, and they all say the exact same thing. PCE base and underlying inflation measure is out, and it's 2.2, exactly the same as the CPI-based measure, and the lowest in the inflationary period. It's the median of 24 measures, 8 bases times 3 time periods. Core X housing. Core X housing and used cars. Core services X housing. What does market core mean? Median trim mean. Post-pandemic inflation has been conquered. Inflation could come back, of course, and we have to be vigilant, but for now the problem is gone. Meanwhile, most of the household necessities that had gotten more expensive during the post-pandemic inflation are no longer getting more expensive. Gasoline prices are down to below what they were a decade ago, and grocery prices stopped rising almost 2 years ago. Household necessities. They got more expensive during the post-pandemic and no longer getting more expensive. Gasoline prices are down. It's just the Fred chart, yeah. I'm pretty sure the time price of gasoline is about the same as it was in 2019 by now. You can just check. Edit graph. Dollar per gallon. That's fine. What's it? Average hourly earnings of non-average. That's weekly. Average hourly earnings of average hourly earnings, non-production and supervisory employees. Formula A for B. Apply. B has not been added. Oh, add. A over B. Okay, why is it not? Hello? Oh, wait, did I do it? I did do it. So in 2019, We're here. We'll start at like end of Trump's term, January 2020. Or before the COVID. That's not quite end of Trump's term. Or here. Well, even if we go to the end of Trump's term, where's January 2021? 290. Okay. 2.379. 3 point. Okay, so it's a little bit higher. It's about the same as it was in. Okay, you have to go a while back. It's not that high though. Grocery prices have also stopped rising. The time price of groceries has actually gone down a little bit. Why wouldn't it let me put it? In fact, grocery prices are expected to fall over the next 2 years. Wages and productivity are both up. Labor productivity growth is solid and has returned to historically average level and is actually higher than it was throughout the 2010s. Labor productivity has returned. Their productivity growth has returned to a historically average level and it's actually higher than it was throughout the 2010s. This isn't yet the roaring 20s we've been hoping for, but it's looking pretty darn good. Excluding recessions, which causes productivity to jump because lower earning workers get laid off. It's the best we've had since the best we've done since the early 2000s. Wages are growing fast too. Average earnings per production of non-supervised supervisory workers, a good proxy for the median of workers' wages, are back on pre-pandemic growth trend. God, I don't want to just be copying and pasting, but also, one, I already know most of this, and B, there's not too much of a need to paraphrase when it's literally just spitting out straight facts. They're really just straight stats. Here's data from the Atlantic Wage Tracker tries to hold the composition of workers constant. Tries to hold. Composition of workers. Constant and finds similar gains. These are nominal wages, so we have to subtract inflation and get real wage growth. Inflation is currently about 2% compared to about 5% wage growth, so real wages are rising. I'll just add that. Keep doing that. No. In fact, workers at about the bottom, which is reason case of an even larger. Wage inequality is falling even as wages rise. Yeah, unexpected compression. Growth has been fastest at the bottom. For bottom. Bottom. Meaning we've seen wage compression. How about wealth? Notice I didn't include wealth on my list of things that we want from macroeconomy because actually some people disagree upon. When wealth for the rich increases, some progressives complain. And since middle-class wealth is mostly in owner-occupied housing, when middle-class wealth increases, it makes houses less affordable for people who don't own them yet. So not everyone agrees that more wealth is good, either for the rich and the middle class. People disagree about if increases in wealth are necessarily good. Total wealth, I'd say, is necessarily good. For example, rich people's increasing wealth fuels inequality. And middle class wealth is mostly owner-occupied housing. When middle class wealth increases, it makes homes less affordable. People don't own them yet. Data we send to U.S. economy is generating a lot of wealth. Household net worth adjusted for inflation is at or above pre-pandemic growth trends. Regardless, the U.S. economy is producing a lot of wealth. Stock market is doing remarkably well, despite some apocalyptic predictions from certain quarters. Stock market is also performing well. Numbers and inflation adjusted returns are still large and inflation doesn't change much. House prices, which are a good proxy for middle class wealth, are also up. Home prices. Which are a proxy for middle class wealth, are also up. But yeah, obviously it doesn't benefit everyone, so people would get upset. Like I said, not everyone's happy when stock and housing prices go up, but wealth is being created at a rapid pace. America is beating the world. Harmonized index. I love the harmonized index. Also remarkable how much better the U.S. economy is doing rather than other advanced countries. I didn't list GDP growth as one of the things we want from macroeconomy, but it's easy metric to compare across countries. Into here, the U.S. is pulling away from pack. U.S. real GDP growth is just fucking fly, dude. It's the highest out of the G7. In fact, though good data on Chinese growth is hard to get, independent estimates suggest that China growth is now a bit lower than America's as well, at least until they recover from the real estate bust. COVID has startled the economy, but expectations were high for boom after lockdowns. Beijing targeted around 5% GDP growth for the year. Forecast broadly endorses that expectation. Well acknowledged and rose to profit. The IMF estimated 5.2% Chinese growth for the year. In stark contrast, our December 22 forecast was dark. We argued actual growth likely remains stuck below 3%, while official reports would claim it was higher. Meanwhile, U.S. inflation was a little higher than other rich countries back in 2021, probably because they spent a lot more money in pandemic relief, but now it's lower than almost anyone else. U.S. inflation has also fallen. Faster than most other countries. Of course, it doesn't give me any pleasure to see America's allies struggling and suffering from inflation, but it's remarkable how the U.S. is managing to have both faster growth and low inflation in a country at the same time. To sum up, America's economic performance is amazing. Who are you? I don't know, man. It's doing better than any rich country could expect to be doing. So, what's the catch? Why is my Wi-Fi? Is my Wi-Fi acting up again? Whatever. A lot of people are wondering, how much credit should we give Biden for the stellar economy? I usually try to avoid this question. The fact is, presidents inevitably does get a lot of credit or blame for the economic situations, even when he doesn't deserve it. And nothing I can say will change that. That having been said, I think Biden gets some of the credit here. He reappointed Powell to the Fed. Powell's interest rate hikes helped cool inflation without increasing unemployment by much. Thank you. Have a fantastic night. Thanks for stopping by, buddy. We still don't know how that happened, and it represents historical luck, but Biden's reappointment of Powell does seem to have been a very solid move, at least with the benefit of hindsight. Biden also allowed a ton of oil drilling, making the U.S. an energy superpower, which I'm sure helped. And Biden's industrial policies helped spur private companies to build a ton of factories, which also provided a modest boost in national growth. These are all things that have been long-term benefits as well as short-term ones, and I'm happy with all of them. But there's one more thing Biden's done to boost the economy, and this one worries me. Even after the pandemic relief funding, the U.S. government has been running huge deficits, unprecedented outside war, or severe recession. I mean, it was a potential severe recession, I guess. In 2024, the deficit is projected to be $1.9 trillion, which in a $29 trillion economy is about 6.5% of GDP, even bigger than in 2023. Deficits do probably boost growth, but you're not supposed to do this in good economic times. You're supposed to do austerity in a boom and fiscal stimulus in a bust. If you keep running emergency level deficits every boom, it's unsustainable, and eventually there will be reckoning. I'm not sure how much the U.S. economy's amazing outperformance is due to outstanding deficits. Most of the extra cost in 2023 has been the higher interest rates, which the Fed raised in order to combat inflation. That tends to reduce the affected deficits in GDP, but it's just paying bondholders back instead of stimulating the economy. There's way too much economic research for Twitch politics. You're supposed to say capitalism bad, socialism good. This isn't even you. This is a no opinion blog post, buddy. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? We can't expect Twitchers to read no opinions blog. This is almost every time no opinion makes a blog post, I read it thing. This is a very simple thing that I already know most of the stuff in here. You think this is too much, dude? I've read so much more. So, we've read entire academic studies on economics, bro. Crafts I like. These are all economics. I like it. I don't know. We've read this whole. Oops. Yeah, it's all way over average. This is a whole ass academic study here just on the business cycle that we read. This is pretty short. These are just. I'm not a especially smart person. Okay. Has your degree started yet? Well, no. I'm not gonna start it. I'm not gonna start an actual economics degree until 2 years from now, whatever. I just do associates of science first. Look at all the reading. U.S. is running record deficits. Mark Zandy is base. His reports are always pro-stimulus. True. I thought you said bias, but you said base. Which makes sense. True. Why did you time me out an hour ago? You know why. If you don't know why, then you deserve to be banned. We've been through this so many times. Deficits probably boost growth. But you're not supposed. MMT or get offended right now. Get offended. 2 run. Deficits. And they boom. Turned 17 7 weeks ago. It's not commendable. No, I'm just gonna ban you again. It's unsure how much to do with economy's amazing performances due to outside deficits. But it would have been fiscally prudent to cut other spending and raise taxes in responsibility to those increased interest costs. That austerity would have slowed the economy a bit. Therefore, the fact that we chose not to do austerity in 2022 to 2024 is responsible for somewhat a modest percentage of the U.S.'s hot labor market in the world beating GDP growth. Counter-cyclical fiscal policy, true, based. It's probably too much to ask any president to do austerity in an election year, and of course, Trump will raise deficits by much more if he gets elected. Remember that he also increased deficits in an economic boom in his first term. This time he has less to lose. But I think today, reckoning for the federal debt is fast approaching. The window where big deficits can be used to supercharge the economy is about to close. But that is necessarily something we'll have to worry about later. For now, let's just take a moment to appreciate how amazing the U.S. economy is doing in all fronts. Times is good, don't come about very often. Update, I'm very far from the only person saying this. Mark Zander, the chief economist from Moody's Analysis. Oh, no way. Jobs report in September. Cements my view that the economy is about as good as it gets. The economy is creating jobs across many industries, consistent with robust labor force, and thus allows stable unemployment. The economy is at full employment with no more, no less. Wage growth is strong, and given big productivity gains, it's consistent with low and stable inflation. One, we couldn't paint a pretty picture of the job market and the broader economy. Wild. I don't get as deficits boom. Concern is like ROG inflation. Inflation and growth will just get we'll just get debt to GDP down anyway. It's like how that's assuming we grow, and that's assuming that we can grow faster than inflation, which if we're spending a ton of money in deficits, right, the concern would be inflation would be super high, and that's gonna the Fed's probably gonna raise rates, and it's gonna be harder to pay off that debt. And also people are gonna be arguably less willing to obviously the Federal Reserve can always act as a lender of last resort, but presumably if we run deficits for long enough that are high enough for long enough, people are going to be less willing to service our debt. What the fuck, dude? He's so goofy. Why? Why did he do this?
car company in generations, and his rocket company is the only reason we can now send American astronauts into space. Come here. Take over, Elon. Yes, take over.
Hi, everyone. As you can see, I'm not just MAGA, I'm dark MAGA. Well, first of all, I want to say what an honor it is to be here. And, you know, the true test of someone's character is how they behave under fire. And we had one president who couldn't climb a flight of stairs, and another who was fist pumping after getting shot. Fight, fight, fight. Blood coming down the face. Now, America is the home of the brave.
How did I mute myself? Okay, I don't know how I did that. Whatever. Thanks for telling me though. Jesus. Elon Musk tweets about fucking deficit spending causing inflation all the time. You would think that he wouldn't support Trump, who increased deficits a lot during his first term, even before COVID, and also plans to increase them by even more than Kamala Harris does in his second term. And also, like, yeah, a president who got shot, and one president who can't even climb a flight of stairs. Buddy, Joe Biden's not running anymore. Joe Biden's gone. They killed him. They took him out. They took him behind the shed, and they shot him. He's gone. You gotta go over him, bro. He's not coming back.
Of our lifetime. This is no ordinary election. The other side wants to take away your freedom of speech. They want to take away your right to bear arms. They want to.
What do you think of Elon and Trump in general? I don't like. Trump is an insane narcissist, fucking retard. I don't know. And Elon Musk is a narcissist retard. Yeah.
They want to take away your right to vote, effectively. You got 14 states now that
how? Oh, he's gonna say illegal immigrants.
Require voter ID. California, where I used to live, is just passed a law banning voter ID for voting.
Bro.
I still can't believe that's real. So how are you supposed to have a good, proper election if there's no ID? It's just meaningless. And free speech. Free speech is the bedrock of democracy. And
it's just why you cannot say cisgender on my platform.
Don't know what's going on. If they don't know the truth, how can you make an informed vote? You must have free speech in order to have democracy. That's why it's the First Amendment. And the second Amendment
intelligent commentary.
To ensure that we have the First Amendment.
Here's Elon Musk and Asperger's next. That's pretty. Didn't he literally just follow that Nazi
President
account
Trump
on Twitter?
Must win to preserve the Constitution. He must win to preserve democracy in America.
I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't know if Elon Musk himself has done it, but people literally say people saying this about Trump is the reason Trump got shot, and now he's literally in the place where Trump got shot, saying the exact same thing that he claims is responsible for what got Trump shot, just against the other side. And it's way worse because everything MAGA says is just a lie. They all lie. They all lie all the time. Everything, all of it's a lie. Like all of the election fraud stuff is a lie. It's all just lies.
Yes. This is a must-win situation. Must win. So I have one ask for everyone in the audience, everyone who watches this video, everyone in the live stream. There's one request. It's very important. Register to vote. Okay. And get everyone you know and everyone you don't know, drag them to register to vote. There's only 2 days.
I've been doing that. I've DM'd like all of my friends and like even old friends who I haven't talked to in 2 years to get them to register to vote.
Left to register to vote in Georgia and Arizona. 48 hours. Like, text people now. Now. And then make sure they actually do vote.
Texting people.
If they don't, this will be the last election. That's my prediction. Nothing's more important. Nothing's more important. So get everyone you know. Everyone. So
Are you fucking kidding me? How are you this insane?
speaking to people out there, everyone in the crowd I think is already convinced. But for people out there that are watching the video, watching the live stream, you need to get everyone you know at work. Your
Wait,
friends.
what was Trump's reaction to that?
Get everyone you know. Everyone. So speaking to people out there, everyone, you need to get everyone you know at work, your friends, family, text groups, your social media, everything. Get them to register to vote right now. Only 2 days left for Georgia and Arizona. Only a couple weeks left in it. Okay? So, not vote doesn't matter at that point. Register to vote. I'm being repetitive for a reason. Okay? So,
wait, where was
nothing
it?
is more important.
What?
And a lot of people think maybe their vote doesn't count. Well, it does. Only 2 days left for your friends, family, tech. Watching the video, watching the live stream, you need to get everyone you know at work, your friends, family, text groups, your social media, everything. Get them to register to vote right now. Only 2 days left for Georgia
Trump
and
does
Arizona.
vote low
Only
voters
a couple
cannot
weeks
favor
left in-
Republicans low. I didn't read the post, but I don't know entirely if that's true anymore. Don't rock the vote. There's like some polls that show like the least engaged people favor Trump more than the more engaged people.
This will be the last election. That's my prediction. Nothing's more important. Nothing's more important.
He's just standing still.
So, get everyone you know. Everyone. So speaking to people out there, everyone in the crowd.
Are you kidding? How can you be like, oh, all this rhetoric is what got Trump shot, and then literally go to the place where Trump got shot and then say something, and then say, if we don't elect Trump, if we don't elect Trump, it's gonna be the last election. Okay. Response House Republicans made a big PR push around election reform bill called the American Confident Elections. The key messaging point was prohibiting non-citizens from voting in U.S. elections, already illegal, but also included a grab bag of measures to make Democratic activists denounce as voter suppression. Elon sent out many tweets championing this bill and accused anyone who opposed it of treason. So Orwellian to tell them literally opposite of truth. I know, it's so why. I don't get it. I don't. Do you think does Elon Musk believe in voter fraud? All the 2020 conspiracies? Do you think he actually believes in them, or do you think what does he want? I don't know what he wants. I don't know if he actually believes in them, or if he just absolutely. Yeah, I don't know if he could just be that dumb. But also maybe he just wants favors from Trump or something. I don't know exactly. But I don't know I don't know if those would even look like. Another thing, there's no way you can be dumb enough to believe that shit he's saying. I don't like. Okay, if we're being charitable, what he means when he says the last election is probably the last free and fair election, because he believes that there's going to be so many illegal immigrants in the next election that are voting that it's not the Democrats, it's going to become a one-party Democrat state, as he likes to tweet out constantly. That if you're just a little, if you're just dumb, you can believe that. but I don't know. He can't be that stupid. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it. He is. He could be. I think I'm gonna make a debate strategy page at one point as well. This is what I wanna. I kind of have this for inflation. I have a few questions. I came up with this is my three-pronged attack, okay? Three-pronged attack. Right here. Okay, this is not. Are you / are most people better than they were 4 years ago? Okay, this is my three-pronged attack. Okay. Prong 1. 4 years ago was COVID. There was a lockdown. A recession. Unemployment was at like 15%. And there's probably other metrics we can mention. We are obviously better now. Okay. So that's prong 1, okay? Now, the expected response to this is, well, you can't blame Trump for COVID. Obviously, that would mess shit up. And then the second prong, okay, prong 2 is, well, if we're treating COVID, or well, if can't blame presidents for COVID, why blame them for the long-term effects, or longer-term effects? And then we'll do like the every developed economy experience inflation. However, the U.S. beat it faster than anyone else. It did it faster than anyone else. Maintained higher GDP growth, higher consumer spending, etc. Okay, and then I don't know what they'll say to that. This is prong 3, okay? My third prong. By some qualitative versus quantitative is I think quantitative is what I'm looking for. Quantitative data is numbers based, countable and measurable. Qualitative data is interpretation based. Okay, so quantitative. Do you like to write down this stuff for knowledge or to debate people? I mean, it's mostly for knowledge. It obviously helps me debate people or whatever. But like, I don't know. Like, I read shit that's not ever gonna help me in the debate. Like, by some quantitative metrics. Yes. Prime age employment. It's like, I don't know. I think household debt has fallen. Or household debt as a percentage of GDP. Real GDP in general. real GDP per capita is obviously higher. Have we got the Blanchard-Bernanke paper on the causes of inflation? You know, it wouldn't surprise me if I have it linked somewhere. Bernanke paper causes. Oh yeah, I have this cited somewhere. I haven't read it, but I definitely have it cited somewhere. Because, I mean, this is like the paper. Like, I shouldn't say cited. I have it linked somewhere. I'm not going to, like, cite it if I haven't read it, but. Am I not spelling this correctly, or is it? Reverse Reddit moderator for Seek? Who, me? True. I don't, what else is better? Excess savings increase a lot. Excess savings, my understanding, are basically back down to where they were. Which one is excess savings? Net worth, personal consumption. I'm not, okay, this is just savings. How do I view excess savings? Is there a technical term for excess savings? I don't know. I'll write maybe excess savings and I'll look into it. Maybe excess savings is deposits. Unemployment's a little higher. How should I say Ellis had wage inequality has decreased. I probably want to mention like, I don't want to say like house prices have increased, which increases middle class wealth. And then, I mean, obviously, that has negative effects on people who want to buy a home, but and then we'll add time price for many things are down. I mean, technically a higher interest rate benefits savers. That's probably not worth the trade-off to most people for like the added credit. I know credit card debt's really high right now. That's the reason why credit card debt's really high. So it's probably not worth the added credit card debt for most people. Most people would probably rather have less credit card debt than a higher interest rate in their savings account. But is the home pricing a good thing to bring in? I feel like they're just going to harp on it the entire time because it's more debatable to them. I don't know. Like, yeah, if I'm doing it, I don't know. This is like I'm more writing this down so I remember to do it more later. Like if I'm prepared, like if I actually know like I'm preparing for a debate, I'll hone these out more later. I don't know. This was just my like, I think I was like literally on a walk, and this is my 3-pronged attack that I envisioned. Okay. Yeah, the issue is like, yeah, people are dumb. So like, I'll be like, oh, house prices have increased, and they'll be like, what about people who want to buy a house? What about people who want to buy a house? But I guarantee you, in the alternate reality, if house prices have decreased, they would have been screaming, what about people who own a home? What about people who own a home? Like, okay. But it's my three-pronged attack. God, this fucking fly, dude. I hit it, but like it's on the, windscreen of a microphone, so so it doesn't actually kill a fly. 2008 should have been their dream then. Yeah, true. I was gonna do one more thing. I forget. Why do I forget? Oh no. What is this? I don't have like time to read all this stuff. I don't know. A part of the issue is too, like, I don't know if Localist is still here. Like the argument I was having with him like yesterday, where he was just like so repeatedly. I hate how like he'll go. He's not the only one who does this, but like they'll be like fighting on labor market numbers, and he's like, unemployment doesn't include discouraged workers. Okay, let's look at U4 unemployment, which does include discouraged workers, and guess what? U4 unemployment is still at like 4.4%. Okay, that's still pretty good. But then he'll just like move the goalpost to like, well, I don't think any number for the labor market matters because it doesn't reflect the local labor market, which is more important, and this data can't really be used to prove whether the labor market is good or bad. It's just so dumb. Like, at like the point like I was trying to get to him. There's maybe a better way to do this. I was like, do you think like the statement like the labor market right now is better than it was in 1930? Do you think that has any truth value? Because my line of argument is going to be, if you think that argument has truth value, if you think or that statement has truth value, then clearly in principle you agree that the labor market, when observed at a national level, can be better or worse. And clearly there are quantitative metrics that we can look at and probably use to associate or probably use to estimate whether like it's better or worse. Because clearly in principle you agree that it can be better or worse. Like, so what do we? Yeah, I don't know. But thanks for choosing that one. If I can. This ain't right. Okay, it fucked up because oh no, now I gotta realign it. Oh. Okay, if I remember correctly, it was 12:38. What's up, Apple Eyes? Big adventures, ton of fun. Beautiful, heart, faithful, strong, sharing kindness. What the hell? Okay. Okay, 12:38. I believe, yeah, 12:38. Okay, so that's good. It just has to be. Oh, now it's 12:50. That ain't right. Is it aligned? It's not aligned. Fuck. Why isn't it? Hello, OBS. 12:38. 12:30. Okay, we're good. Who's ready to play Dress to Impress? Okay. Pisco did a analysis of full unsealed new unsealed Jack Smith indictment on Trump. After the Supreme Court granted Trump criminal immunity, he had to, go through and recategorize or, determine what actions had immunity. I think they did drop, dude. They dropped fucking Jeffrey Clark as a co-defendant. That's insane to me. That's insane. I understand why they had to, obviously. But the fact that Jeffrey Clark can't be criminally prosecuted for what he did is wild to me. That's wild to me. That's insane. That's insane. If he didn't engage in criminal conspiracy to defraud the United States, I don't know. I don't know who did. Okay, but he did a reading of it, an analysis of it. I figured it'd be fun to watch, and it's probably he knows all the legal stuff that I don't know, so it's probably gonna help me understand.
One second. Fact, we're a little bit of, which I'm not going to give again.
In fact, real house prices have been historically pretty stable, and since the late 90s, been shooting up is a bit worrying. Yeah, it's we need to do shit to bring housing prices. Or if not bring housing prices down, bring the rate at which they're growing down, I would say. I mean, I'm EMB, obviously.
The procedural liberty wants the judge to accept. These findings of fact were required by the Supreme Court's decision, which gives me an opportunity to address the nonsense by the Rob Noor corner of the universe, having seen my
Oh no, Rob Noor.
October surprise, which I would consider this to be an October surprise given the nature of the allegations. Some new facts, yes, some bombshells. Doesn't really change the underlying nature of what we knew.
Oh no way, AZ vocal locals there.
Fact, I mean, we knew
Mutual non-Von Pisco viewer, which I mean makes sense,
just
but
way more evidence of the conclusions.
okay, how do I be a daredevil?
So I
I
consider
don't.
that to be an October surprise, in the sense of facts which could materially affect people's perceptions of the relative equities of who to vote for, the relative advantages, disadvantages, baggage of the candidates. Rob Noor stupidly, idiotically, took from that an intentionality I was ascribing to Jack Smith to deliberately release this filing for the purpose of scuttling.
I don't know why he's so quiet.
At winning the election. Suffice to say that I'm not so sure that this 165
Rob Noor, the debate coach.
page manifesto.
Guys, I don't know how to play Dress to Impress. How do I? Is this my skin?
It's a little bit tongue-in-cheek to say October surprise. And in reality, it is not at all a surprise. It's not a surprise because the Department of Justice...
This is exactly what the Supreme Court told him to do.
Recall, it was the Supreme Court that wanted fact-finding well in advance of trial to establish the merits of the immunity claims. The argument being, you would obviate, you would render unnecessary the immunity doctrine if you had to try the case to try the case. We want the findings of fact pertinent to the immunity claim to be litigated well in advance of trial. That is ultimately why this is happening, because the Supreme Court required it, fact-finding. So the Supreme Court says, hey, we're inclined to give Trump this unprecedented level of immunity, criminal immunity.
I don't know how to...
And in order to get around that, you have to make some specific findings of fact. Jack Smith says, okay, fine, we'll do that. And Rob Noor cries corruption. Because of course he does. That's his underlying assumption to everything. It's not a conclusion that he comes to because of where the facts lead. It is a conclusion that he warps facts to accommodate. It is an assumption of what's happening.
Are you playing this game unironically? I'm playing this game because I have ADHD and I need to do something while I listen to this.
The Supreme Court, kind of by the nature of the proceedings, pushed the trial past the election, but did not grant him immunity in the ways that he's got now. He'd be crying foul as well.
I don't wear like
So you're damned if
boots.
you do,
Ooh.
damned if you don't. So back to the filing, which is the purpose of this stream. It lays out clearly, slight review of last hour stream, that there was a plan well in advance of the election to declare victory, regardless of the outcome. That is, even if he didn't win, it was Trump's ambition to declare victory, his goal. This is attested to not just by the Steve Bannon comment, but by at least 3 individuals, thanks to follow, who attest to that assertion having been made. And then we charted that.
I should probably load up
in
the
his
notes
conduct,
too.
examined his decision to declare victory on the day of the election, the night of the election, which was absolutely deplorable, demonic decision.
True. Unironically, though.
Corrupt decision. Disqualifying decision. And then the kind of immediate steps taken afterward. One advantage that I have in this discussion, which I didn't have before.
Okay, hold on. Let's copy this, and then I guess we'll just do... We'll make a page. Mark Robinson notes, of course, of course. I had to go through do you know how many insane things that man has done? I'm an NC too. Yeah, you know how many insane things. I love him. He's hilarious. He is. Yeah, he's There's this I was considering making a website before I found out it basically already existed what I want to do. Realrotten.com. It has like the AI parody ad, and it has it has like links to all the horrible things he said. However, I don't think it has some of the links to... Yeah, like it doesn't it has the links to a lot of like weird shit he's done, like the I'm a black Nazi shit. It doesn't have some of the things like the fact that he's under investigation for $500,000 in campaign finance violations, or the fact that he can't pay his fucking taxes, or the fact that his wife has to pay the government back money that she fucking I don't want to say stole. Took from her organization, her charity organization, basically received money from the government, and the government then found that her charity organization was fucking dog shit, and therefore she was ordered to pay some of the money that she had received back, $132,000. Mark Robinson had worked there. Mark Robinson actually worked there illegally because you're required to tell the Department of Health when you hire, or maybe it was someone, you're required to tell the government. DHS rules. You have to obtain permission to hire your family members. His wife did not do that. She hired multiple family members without telling them. Yeah. Oh, the fact that he got sued by the Girl Scouts and then didn't show up to court. He's been bankrupt like 4 times. He got sued by the Girl Scouts because he couldn't afford to pay them, and he didn't even show up to court. He lost meaning he was ordered to pay $3,000 because he did not show up to court. He did not even show up. His daycare, which had multiple violations, like the uncovered outlets and shit. Oh, the fact that Ashley Madison account, probably links to that one, but yeah.
Is someone has provided
the
me
Girl Scouts. It's so funny, dude. It's so, just the fact, like, it's not like that big of a deal. Some stuff I haven't heard it. Yeah. It's not like that big of a deal. But just the fact that, like, he didn't show up to court, it's just funny. Here's the Mark Robinson notes pages, public. I have everything listed there.
On Twitter, shout out Thank You Musk, a cheat sheet of the individuals.
Here, I don't know if I put it in my notes in Discord. Let me add it there too.
And this will make our lives a little bit easier. And I will be replacing their names for purposes of our analysis. Any questions?
Okay, I'm just gonna write bullet points down to look more into later. 3 people at least 3 people say Trump had a plan to declare victory and overturn the election before it even happened.
Just before we get started.
Oh, what place did I get?
Sheet. Yeah.
I got 5th.
Cool.
Sweet 16.
So P9 is this individual who joins the
Basically
campaign.
looks
This
like
is
a 16-year-old.
Greg Jacob.
Right?
Greg Jacob, a lawyer. He's telling the defendant that the campaign was looking into his fraud claims. They hired experts. But the experts that he hired, that is to say, the individuals that Trump selected to find out if there was election fraud. Yeah, put that in your mind for a second, right? Suppose that you are a person who is interested in coming to the truth of a particular matter. And the individuals you entrust to come to that decision in the first place, private people that you hire, who have every incentive. Right? These are experts that you're paying. These are lawyers that you're hiring out of your own pocket to make your claim, are telling you that it's false and untrue.
Oh wait, those are my nails.
If you were willing to hire them for the purpose of discovering the truth and getting evidence, and they come to a conclusion the opposite of what you wanted, why shouldn't we defer to those findings if your very own people are coming to certain conclusions? And why should we not read into the fact that since you were relying on these individuals to come to gather the evidence, right? Because you're not going to gather the evidence yourself. You're getting someone else to gather the evidence. You are delegating the fact-finding enterprise.
Is this good?
To particular sets of people, presumably who you trust, right? You wouldn't.
Why
you
do
wouldn't
people
hire
like
people
fancy-
You don't trust. Things to follow. What should it tell us about our state of mind regarding Trump's knowledge of whether the claims of election fraud were true or not, and the obvious conclusion that any reasonable person would draw that given his statements, corroborated statements, that he didn't care whether he won or lost, he was going to declare victory no matter what. Given the fact that he declared fraud that same night, given the fact that his people that he hired and specifically was relying on to come to those factual determinations determined a certain set of circumstances, that there was no fraud, namely, and that the claims were bullshit, that he knew, in fact, they were bullshit. Only a mentally deranged person, only a person completely divorced from reality, would come to the conclusion that, hey, there actually was election fraud, given the evidence. Only a person that is detached from the facts as such. So let us continue. We were talking about Pence. Remember the Pence communications, and I think this is going to be a category in and of itself, separate from the communications related to the electoral count certification procedure, right? So that is a category of official action that the Supreme Court has identified. The communications to Pence regarding the electoral certification. Separate that in your mind from other communications to Pence, right? The theory of the government is going to be, I assume, and I expect, that the communications to Pence regarding the certification, okay, that's official because that's what the Supreme Court said. But the communications to Pence about winning the election, that's as office seeker, not official. I think that's going to be the
certification are official acts.
Theory of the government, by the way. But the communications to Pence about winning the election, that's as office seeker, not official. I think that's going to be the theory of the government. By the way, I totally agree with that theory. Again, even buying into, assuming the structure of the immunity doctrine as the Supreme Court has laid out, which of course I don't in real terms, but I have to in terms of the law. Devil's advocate said he had first-hand reports. Wouldn't it be like not believing several doctors you had tell you you are fine but you need to seek help for the problem? Yes, you could be a person with disorder, or you could have a problem that the other doctors overlooked. It is possible that you could seek second opinions. That is fine, but the key is, what do those other opinions say? What is the substance of them? What should we read into the fact that you are initially trusting people to come to conclusions and then discounting their conclusions? What should we say about the other sources of private investigations that have incentives to confirm things for you? And then on the underlying theories of fraud,
He's talking slow.
How do we read into the notion, proven notion, that the debunks were presented to Trump in real time and he had no counter to them? So unless you're willing to say, well, it's possible that he still held this belief, of course it's still possible. Anything is possible. It's possible he's an alien. The question is do you have any reasonable doubt, right, given all this evidence, and we've only touched the surface of it, do you have a reasonable doubt that he actually thought that there was election fraud, given everything that we've seen? Or was he indifferent? Or was he knowing of the fact that the evidence that he wanted, that he was seeking, wasn't available? As a reasonable person, gun to your head, what is your conclusion? So let's continue. In the post-election time period, Pence, the defendant's own running mate, who he had directed, right? He directs Pence to assess voter fraud, told Trump that he had seen no evidence of outcome-determinant voter fraud in the election. This was in one of the many conversations the defendant and Pence had as running mates, in which they discussed their shared electoral interests, right? Pence, every outcome-determinant voter fraud in the election.
Okay, Pence told Trump there's no no evidence of outcome determinative fraud. Determinative. After the election. Despite having a shared electoral interest.
Election. This was in one of the many conversations the defendant and Pence had as running mates, in which they discussed their shared electoral interests, right? Pence has every incentive to uncover voter fraud. Pence is on the ballot. How are you going to claim that Pence is part of the deep state? Why would Pence be trying to lose? Pence has lost his political career because of his loss and because of his failure to sign on to Trump's unconstitutional request. And again, for those of you like, you can't prove intent because he could have still thought whatever, you would never accept this in any other context. I'm driving a car, drunk, and I stick an assault weapon out the window, drunk, aim it at a party full of children and say, da, 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 and then fire my gun spray into the crowd. Come up to the stand, say, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I didn't know.
You can't know what's in his head.
Guns hurt people. It wasn't my intention to kill all those kids. I thought that, well, number one, I thought all the bullets were non-lethal. And I was certain that the bullets were going to hit random spots on the ground and be totally harmless. Would you ever be like, well, I guess I can't prove it. He genuinely thought that when he sprayed that assault rifle, that the bullets were going to be, they weren't going to hit those kids. He genuinely thought that. Would any of you accept that? No, we use circumstantial evidence as reasonable people to devise an intent that is obvious given conduct.
Nice
so,
one,
yeah, really don't. You would never apply this kind of framework to anyone else. And now even imagine it for some of these conspiracies regarding the CIA and the deep state.
Oh my God.
Imagine that what was said was something approaching, well, can you prove Hillary Clinton wanted to delete those emails? Yeah, the actual honest answer is no, you can't. Not at all. You can't.
Well, that's why she wasn't.
Like,
that's part of the reason why she wasn't charged. Is to willful retention of classified documents was the issue. Fuck.
Remember when they say this is the people who say
Malfoy wasn't that
the
good.
intent of the
Makes
Russian
sense,
investigation was to mess with Trump politically, because there's a person caught on record that is Peter Strzok in a text message to Lisa Page, another FBI DOJ person, says we'll have an insurance policy. Have you ever once heard a MAGA person say, well, let's be fair here. We can't know their intent was political. They could have just been referencing anything else. Again, I'm not alleging that Peter Strzok or Lisa Page had an intent to politically mess with Trump.
Didn't fit the theme at all. What do you mean? This looks like a fucking.
But I'm just occupying the same kind
16-year-old
ultimately skeptic view
shopping
on the kinds of evidence that we see in their BS conspiracy narrative.
Economics works so well with ADHD, apparently.
Where no thinking sane person would ever think that they would apply that standard of ultimate skepticism of intent always.
Defense is trying to prove. Or not the defense, the prosecution. Trying to prove. DM me if you want to get other people to play. I want to finish Brokeback Mountain. Well, I mean, you can join my game if you want. I'm not going to join VC or anything because I'm watching this as well. Trying to prove any reasonable person would have known there was no widespread fraud. Any reasonable person in Trump's position.
Are actually running the show. Cool. These conversations with Pence include a conversation on November 4th in which the defendant asked Pence
Day in
to study up
Paris.
claims of voter fraud in states that he had won in 2016 to determine whether they could bring legal challenges as candidates in the states. Even that, right? He's admitting on November 4th that he does not have currently the evidence of voter fraud. Why would you need to study up? He's admitting on November.
Hold on, sorry, what did he say?
Study up. These conversations with Pence include a conversation on November 4th in which the defendant asked Pence to study up claims of voter fraud.
Okay. I guess I'll just do I'm assuming he's going to mention them. Conversations with Pence. November 4th. Trump asked Pence to study up on claims of voter fraud.
Fraud in states that he had won in 2016 to determine whether they could bring legal challenges as candidates in the states. Even that, right? He's admitting on November 4th that he does not have currently the evidence of voter fraud. Why would you need to study up on even the basic contours of the allegations if you knew it and had a basis to claim fraud on the night of the election when you did and you declared victory? Complete
I
garbage.
have no clue how to
Pence described
dress
conversation as
for
follows.
the fucking
Well, I think it was
day in
broadly,
Paris,
it was
dude.
just look at all of it. Let me know what you think. But he told me that the campaign was going to fight, was going to court and make challenges. And then he just said, we're going to fight this and take a look at it. Let me know what you think. A call between the defendant and Pence on November 7th, the day that media organizations began to project Biden as the winner of the election. Pence tried to encourage the defendant as a friend, reminding him, quote, "You took a dying political party and gave it a new lease on life." A November 11th meeting among the defendant, Pence campaign staff, and some White House staff, during which Pence asked when most of the lawsuits would be resolved. Quote, "When does this come to a head?" And the campaign staff responded the week after Thanksgiving. A November 12th meeting, a November 11th meeting among, quote, "You took a dying political party and gave it a new lease on life." The day that media organizations began to project Biden as the
Call between the defendant and Pence. On a day to media organization began to project Biden as the winner. Pence tried to encourage the defendant as a friend to remind him, "You took a dying political party and gave it a new lease on life." Or sorry, November 7th. November 11th. On November 7th. After media organizations began to call the election for Biden. Pence tried to quote, tried to encourage Trump as a friend that he had took a dying political party as if Trump gives a shit about the party. Yeah, I know. Political party. Gave it a new lease on life. That's not even like, that's one way to put it. New lease on life. I mean, doesn't have to be a long lease. I guess I don't know. I guess we'll see this November. November 11th meeting with defendant Pence, campaign staff, and some White House staff asked during which Pence had asked when both lawsuits would be resolved, and the campaign staff the week after Thanksgiving. November 12th. November 11th meeting between Trump, Pence, and campaign staff. During which Pence asked most of the lawsuits have been resolved. When the election lawsuits be resolved, and was told that a week after Thanksgiving. I don't know if I care about all of the. Hold on here. You know what we'll do? We can just have the link to the thing as well.
The winner of the election, Pence tried to encourage the defendant as a friend, reminding him, quote, "You took a dying political party and gave it a new lease on life." A November 11th meeting among the defendant, Pence campaign staff, and some White House staff, during which Pence asked when most of the lawsuits would be resolved. Quote, "When does this come to a head?" And the campaign staff responded the week after Thanksgiving. A November 12th meeting among the defendant, Pence campaign staff, and some White House staff, during which Pence recalled the campaign lawyers gave a sober and somewhat pessimistic report on the state of the election challenges. So he's being told, at this point, we're not succeeding in court.
Hey. Oh, is it just? It's probably not loaded in yet, huh? He's probably in a later page. Are you kidding me? Is this not the right? Is this not the right fucking thing? This has to be the right thing, right?
Or we're not going to succeed in court. A private lunch on November 12th in which Pence reiterated a face-saving option for the defendant. Don't concede or recognize the process is over, right? Pence is telling him it's over. A private lunch on November 16th in which Pence tried to encourage the defendant to accept the results and run it again in 2024. To which the defendant responded, "I don't know, 2024 is so far off. Doesn't seem so far off now." A November 23rd phone call in which the defendant told Pence the defendant's private attorney, P76, this is Sidney Powell. P76 is Sidney Powell. Are we sure?
God, why does it link to the article, not just... Come on. This is the same thing. What the fuck is he reading? Oh, what, is it fucking case sensitive now? Wait, this isn't the same. Okay, wait, what? This is 165 pages. This is 165 pages. What page is this on? This is on page 13. Okay, so this one is just fucked. Okay. Okay, so only some of the... Okay, well, whatever. We'll just use this.
Okay. I don't know if that's true. I guess. Was not optimistic about the election challenges. A December 21st private lunch in which Pence encouraged the defendant not to look at the election as a loss, just as an intermission.
Okay. Don't care about this one. Do care about this one. And of course, it's gonna be fucking gay like that. Facing the option defendant, don't concede but recognize the process is over. Private lunch on November 16th, in which Pence tried to encourage the defendant to accept the results of the election and run again in 2024, which the defendant responded, "I don't know, 2024 is so far off." A November 23rd phone call in which the defendant told Pence that the defendant's private attorney, P76, was not optimistic about the election challenges. Said Eastman or Giuliani, P76. Sidney Powell. How is P75 unknown? Oh, it's probably just unknown to us. A December 21st private lunch in which Pence encouraged the defendant to not look at the election as a launch as an intermission. This was followed later in the day by a private discussion in the Oval Office in which the defendant asked Pence, "What do you think we should do?" Pence asked. "After we have exhausted every legal process in the court and Congress, if we still can't have short, the defendant should take a bow." Discussions in which Pence appraised the defendant of conversations which he had to governors in California and Georgia in the context of election challenges, in which Pence had to call the governors simply to gather information and share with the president, and in which the governors did not report evidence of fraud in their states and explain that they could not take actions to convene their state legislators. Okay, wait, hold on. I'm thinking we're probably going to read this whole thing at some point, so I actually don't know. I actually don't know how much of this I want to write down.
This was followed later in the day by a private discussion in the Oval Office in which the defendant asked Pence, quote, "What do you think we should do?" Pence said, "After we have exhausted every legal process in courts and Congress, if we still can't have short, Trump should take a bow." Discussions in which Pence apprised the defendant of conversations he had had with governors in Arizona and Georgia in the context of election challenges in which Pence had called the governor simply to gather information and share it with the president, and in which the governments did not report evidence of fraud in the elections in their states and explained that they could not take actions to convene the state's legislatures. So Pence is, again, think about the theory from the prosecution's perspective. Pence is both softly, but actually letting Trump know, hey, we're not winning. Hey, this thing's going to be, have a shelf life of sometime in November. Hey, the governors are not reporting fraud. A lot of these governors, again, Kemp in Georgia. I believe Arizona at the time had, what's his name? The governor, what's his name? Arizona governor. Before Katie Hobbs. Doug Ducey, Republican governor of Arizona. I'm thinking of other states in which the contested states. Yeah, but at least in those two states. Someone help me out if there was another Republican governor. And certainly the Republican legislatures in even the Democratically run states, Michigan, those places, where in some places they had actual majorities in those state legislatures, did not report fraud. But the defendant disregarded P9, which is Greg Jacob, and Pence in the same way that he disregarded dozens of court decisions that unanimously rejected his and his allies' legal claims, and that he disregarded officials in the targeted states, including those in his own party, who stated publicly that he had lost and that specific fraud allegations were false.
Greg Jacobs seems like I hope they get Greg Jacobs to testify. I'm assuming he will be. Greg Jacobs this entire time attorney. It seems like he was I don't want to call him like base because he's definitely like a conservative dude, but he seems like he was the person like most against this. Like he wrote that memo to Pence that was like, "Hey Pence, you can't fucking do this," even though Pence was against it anyway. But he like lays out exactly why Pence can't do this. I think he wrote that. I don't know if he testified. He wrote that op-ed that literally said, Eastman literally admitted that he would lose 9-0 in the Supreme Court. That says it here. I don't know if he testified. I think he also did. Also, Eastman acknowledged no vice president ever sought to overturn the election. Jacob also testified. Yeah, so he testified.
Election officials, for instance, issued press releases and other public statements to combat the disinformation the defendant and his allies were spreading. Right, so you have real-time debunking of his claims, one by one. At one point, long after the defendant had begun spreading false fraud claims, P15, that is Nicholas F. Luna, assistant to the president and director of Oval Office operations, a White House staffer traveling with the defendant, overheard him tell family members, quote, "It doesn't matter if you won or lost the election. You still have to fight like hell." This is prime evidence of intent. No.
I'll write that down. P15. I forget who he said that was. He literally just said who it was. We'll do this. It's easier. Nicholas F. Luna. Okay. It doesn't really matter. Let's say P15. P15 testifies he heard. He, she, I think it was he. Nicholas, right? So he. He heard Trump say, doesn't matter if you won or lost the election. You still have to fight like hell.
Point. It doesn't matter if you won or lost. You still have to fight like hell. Shows he doesn't care. Shows he does not care. The defendant and his co-conspirators also demonstrated their deliberate disregard for the truth and thus their knowledge of falsity when they repeatedly changed the numbers in their baseless fraud allegations from day to day, right? Like, if you're not concerned with the details in all these fraud claims, it is evidence of your intent that they're false, your knowledge that they're false. If you don't care to present accurate claims of these false claims of consistent claims of these false claims of election fraud, why wouldn't that lead a reasonable person to conclude, hey, maybe these people don't give a shit about the truth at all? And wouldn't we read more into their conduct given the fact that they're inconsistent within their own internal structures? And the answer to that is, of course, yes, any reasonable person would. At trial, the government will introduce several instances of this pattern, this kind of inconsistency, in which the defendant and conspirators' lies were proved by the fact that they made up figures from whole cloth. The conspirators started with the allegations that 36,000 non-citizens voted in Arizona. 5 days later, it was beyond credulity that a few 100,000 didn't vote. 3 weeks later, the bare minimum was 40 or 50,000. The reality is about 250,000. Days after that, the assertion was 32,000. And ultimately, the conspirators landed back where they started at 36,000, a false figure that was never verified or corroborated. You're just making things up, right? You're just making things up. You know what people who make things up are called? Who just make things up? Liars. They can't keep their story straight. They're making it out of whole cloth. That's what liars do. That's what, if you're lying. What's the basis for this? Where's the basis that a reasonable person can conclude, oh, yeah, you actually thought this. It's consistent, right? Like, think about this. If you had, like, again, this is not going to prove, by the way, if you were consistent, it wouldn't prove that he wasn't lying.
Okay, wait, hold on.
There's so much evidence that he's lying. This is sprinkle. There's so many sprinkles, right? But imagine that you had a person who was, like, consistent. No, there is 50,000. You could, if there was a consistent story, maybe that lends more credibility that you actually believe it, if you care about it. But you don't, because you don't. Ultimately, the defendant's steady stream of disinformation in the post-election period culminated in this.
Of course, it's Roblox Golden Snakey. Welcome back. Yeah, we're watching Pisco read this right now, and I have ADHD, so we need that. We need stimulation in other places.
Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, that had been publicly or directly debunked. The defendant used these lies to inflame and motivate the large and angry crowd of supporters and march the Capitol and the certification proceeding. Right. So, the evidence of his intent is so fucking obvious to everybody. The setup initially, his statements that I don't care if I lost or won. His contradictory statements, the fact that the people that he himself is installing to check on these claims are telling him they're all wrong. The people he's trusting to make factual determinations, right? He's selecting them.
Was he reading the new Jack Smith indictment thing?
And we're meant to believe that, yeah, he just disregarded all of that and continue to believe that these claims were all true. No reasonable person could come to that conclusion. That Trump's actual state of mind was one of genuine belief that the election was stolen. C, the defendant aimed to seat at the targeted states to alter their ascertainment and appointment of electors. This is with respect to the kind of
How many pages is it? It's like 100-something pages. I think he did read all of it, but I don't think he's reading all of it for the first time here.
College meet activity of the states. Shortly after Election Day, the defendant began to target the electoral process at the state level by attempting to deceive state officials and to prevent or overturn the legitimate ascertainment and appointment of Biden's electors. As president, the defendant had no official responsibilities related to the state's administration of the election or their appointment of the electors. He contacted state officials in his capacity as a candidate. Right? You do not have.
Yeah, it's after because the Supreme Court gave him criminal immunity. Jack Smith had to go back and parse out which actions he was being indicted for, were official or unofficial. 100 pages of law terminology. It's not that law. It's not like It's not like that law E, because I think I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure the jury still has to read this. I think. Or at least some of it. New evidence in federal election case against Trump. Made public portions filing by prosecutors setting up the argument. It's a filing by prosecutor. I don't know if this isn't. Is this considered an indictment? Because he already had the indictment. But then the Supreme Court gave him criminal immunity. And Jack Smith had to. The defendant says it's immune. Not so. I think this is a. I don't think this is the indictment. I think that. So he already had the indictment. and then Donald Trump claimed immunity, and then this is a motion that he sent to the court explaining why he doesn't think he has immunity for at least these actions. But it includes other allegations as well, I think. But it's not like that legal speak. Like, it's mostly written in plain English. Because, I'm pretty sure the jury has to read at least some of this.
Any official duties relevant to the ascertainment of who the electors are. Because the state shall have the power to assign their electors as provided for by their own state law. In what way is Donald Trump trying to coerce them into submitting, either actually changing their laws and canceling out who are the electors? In what way is that an official action? He has no control over those state officials. They don't relate to any area of his federal duties. It would be like saying that a private person doing the same exact conduct to the states, and this is where you're going to get at least 4 votes, because Amy Coney Barrett believes the same thing and has said so in the concurrence. It would be like imagine a private party, right, doing the same thing. They could 100% do that. So how can it be official, right? If private parties could do the same exact thing, how would it be official to the president?
Ooh, damn.
Tellingly, the defendant contacted only state officials who were in his political party and who were his political supporters, and only in states he had lost, right? He's not doing this in a good faith manner in furtherance of his duties as the head executive. He's doing so for explicitly political motives. Here's the issue, okay? How do you get out of the motive analysis that the Supreme Court seemed to have poo-pooed? Well, you could say something like this.
Funny of Twitter, what type politically do you see the comment section lean? I mean, it depends on what, obviously. I would say, like, most shit I see, the comments lean, like, pretty heavily to the right. Like, whether, like, even, like, people I follow who are, like, left-leaning, like, dude, they'll just post the jobs numbers, like, the new jobs numbers. And like, all the replies are like, fake, government fake, Joe Biden inflation is really 3,000%, because of Joe Biden. I would definitely say it leans right. Like, on 9/11, you know how many insane, absolutely unhinged, insane things are posted on 9/11, dude?
We're not checking into Trump's actual subjective intent. We're just looking at his actions objectively. And objectively, reaching out to only people. The thing is, it's all kind of BS, right? Of course you have to run some kind of motive or purpose analysis. The Supreme Court has constructed a doctrine that is so silly. You can't look to the purpose of something. So a communication, and that's why it doesn't even make sense that the DOJ stuff.
Or two.
Right? In order to understand what the communication is about, you have to think about, like, context and intent. If I tell Jeffrey Clark to get me a soda, how do you know that that is an official action if you don't look at the intent, the motive behind it? Let's say when you say you've developed a secret doctrine or secret code with Jeffrey Clark, get me a soda means go attack Joe Biden. You can start to see this kind of quote-unquote objective analysis removed from the real world. I don't know where it ends.
That's a fair point, I think.
I'm not sure. The court doesn't give us a lot of great... Thanks for the sub. Doesn't give us a lot of great structure for how to conceive of official, non-official distinction vis-a-vis purpose analysis. In addition to the following evidence of the defendant's conduct during the charged conspiracy, the trial, the government will elicit testimony from election officials from the targeted states to establish the objective falsity and often impossibility of the defendant's fraud claim. This is something they're going to have to prove, as a matter of fact, by the way, that the election wasn't stolen. That's going to be part of their case that they make. Notably, although these election officials would have been the best sources of information to determine whether there was any merit to specific allegations of election fraud in their states, the defendant never contacted any of them to ask.
Awesome.
So why didn't the defendant contact?
So weird, man. Like YouTube, my news app, Facebook is all very worrisome. Yeah, I don't know. YouTube definitely also. My YouTube comment section leans pretty right wing, but at least like on my videos that I upload. But I'm guessing a lot of that is, negativity bias. People who like the video are probably just going to like watch some of it and move on, with people who don't like the video because they don't like my political views are probably more inclined to leave a negative comment than people who just mildly enjoy the video are inclined to leave a positive comment or like the video or anything. But yeah, I also think I'm pretty sure YouTube probably just promotes it to more right-wing people for whatever reason. This was not an ideal move. What's up?
This is Cope. Everyone just kind of hates you, I think. Right? Let's cope, right? Yeah.
I like. I mean, I
Yeah, I
get
don't know.
some positive comment. Listen, there were some videos, okay, where I get like 10 dislikes, but I get like 11 subscribers. So
No, I know, and also your position is unpopular. Like, I mean, the boomer video was great, but
oh yeah,
it's
people hate that
uncomfortable to
one.
hear it. It's like,
Yep.
oh, actually, you're not a total victim, and you're like kind of retarded. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
I'm gonna live a dislike because I don't like this.
By the way, I
It's
need
like,
to
yeah.
come up with a name. I think I want to make a different channel. Mostly to debunk that shit I see on Twitter. Like, remember that like is inflation data faked video?
Yeah, I have a great. I always wanted to make like econ stuff. So then you can steal the name. I don't give a fuck about that name. But like, do you know the book Freakonomics?
Yeah.
So I thought like if I'm gonna make a YouTube channel or like a blog about econ or anything, a Twitter account, whatever, just anything. The name Schizonomics is a banger. It's a banger, right?
I guess.
I think it's funny. I think it's based. I
Schizonomics.
think it's epic. I think it's goated. I think it's awesome. I think it's cool. I think it's
Yeah.
great. Yeah.
Have you
No,
read
but,
Freakonomics?
No, why would I?
Because it's so awesome.
Oh my
I haven't
god,
read
it's
it,
epic
but-
and based.
I know, yeah.
Yeah, I understand the stats there are like not awesome sauce. Kind of cringe. But wait. Can you help me with something?
Maybe.
Can you react to this video real quick?
Is it
I just
gonna
need your
be
opinion on it.
more like 8-hour
No,
AI
no, it's
content
an
file?
awesome sauce. It's awesome sauce. It's awesome sauce.
Jake
Check it
Botico
out.
what's this? Jake Botico, heart Dee Dee with a baby.
I've seen this before.
This is my third blanket with this babies. I'm gonna ask you one
Isn't it
last
awesome?
time.
It is awesome, yeah.
Yeah. I think it's based. I think it's epic. Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's about it. I'm gonna go. I'll see you later. Bye bye.
All right. See you later. Dude, I love that video so much. I don't want other people's babies on my blanket.
He contacts Raffensperger, but it's not to do a factual investigation. It's to, as an advocate, to push for a particular solution.
Okay, I forgot. In addition to the following evidence of the defendant's conduct during the charged conspiracy, at trial, the government will elicit testimony from elected officials, prominent targeted states, to establish the objectively falsity and often impossibility of the defendant's fraud claims. Notably, those election officials would have been the best sources to information to determine whether there was any merit to specific allocation of election fraud in their states. The defendant never contacted any of these.
If you cared about the truth or falsity of whether the election was stolen, why wouldn't you ask the election officials? Why would you just assume they're corrupt? If someone who had the actual motive, the actual intent to seek out what is true or false about fraud in the states, why wouldn't you ask the people who run the elections? He didn't ask because he didn't care. Because he didn't care if it was true or false, because he knew it was false. He didn't care what their answer would be. Arizona. The defendant was on notice that there was no evidence of widespread election fraud in Arizona within a week of the election. On November 9th, for instance, 2 days after News Network projected Biden won, the defendant called Arizona Governor, and this should say from our cheat sheet, Doug Ducey, to ask him what was happening at the state level with the presidential vote count in Arizona. At that point, though Fox News had projected Biden had won the state, several others had not yet made that projection. Ducey walked the defendant through the margins and the votes remaining to be counted, which were primarily from Pima County, which favored Biden, and Maricopa County, which was split. Ducey described the situation of the defendant as the ninth inning, 2 outs, and the defendant was several runs down. The defendant also raised claims of election fraud, and Ducey asked the defendant to send him supporting evidence. Although the defendant said he would, stating we're packaging it up, he never did, right? That's more evidence of his knowing lying intent. He said, we're packaging it up. We have the evidence. He didn't have it. He knows he's lying. Why would you tell Governor Ducey, hey, we're going to send you evidence. We have it. When you don't have it. Because you don't have it because you don't have it because you don't have it. You're not giving it because you don't have it. Because you don't have it because you know you don't have it. You're not packaging it up because you don't have it. Shortly thereafter.
Was it only one?
You're not packaging it up because you don't have it. Shortly thereafter, campaign manager, this is, I believe it's Bill Stepien, told the defendant directly that a false fraud claim that had been circulating About a substantial number of non-citizens that voted in Arizona this fall. So his own campaign manager. Why wouldn't
I mean,
you
this
believe
has
your
all
own
been
campaign
documented before. Like so much of it, the January 6th committee went over this. So much of his staff told him like very specific claims were false, and then literally the next day he would go on stage and repeat that exact claim.
manager? The person you hired to run and win your campaign, the person whose whole career is based on winning campaigns. We're meant to believe Trump is just discounting this guy, as well as everything else. Governor Ducey, who is a Trump supporter, the same day as noted previously, campaign attorneys conceded in court that the remaining election lawsuit in Arizona was moved. This is early November. This is November 13th. They've already given up their challenges in Arizona. The defendant in CC1, I believe this is a conspirator, right? Let's take a look. CC1 is Rudy. Rudy continued to try to influence Ducey. For example, Rudy tried to contact Ducey on November 22nd, the same day the defendant and Giuliani reached out to the Arizona Speaker of the House as described below. And on November 30th, the day Ducey signed the Arizona Certificate of Ascertainment, formally declaring Biden's electors as the legitimate electors, Ducey received a call from the defendant and Pence. Ducey advised him that Arizona had certified the election. When the defendant brought up fraud claims, Ducey, eager to see the evidence, again asked the defendant to prove it, but the defendant never did. Why is he not responding to the claims or the requests by his allies to show him the evidence? Because he knows he doesn't have it. Because he knows that he lost. Instead, later that evening and into the following morning, the defendant repeatedly publicly attacked Ducey, as well as Georgia Governor Kemp, on Twitter, retweeting posts by others, such as "Who needs Democrats when you have Republicans like Kemp and Ducey?" For no reason, right? They're asking you for the evidence. You're not providing it, and you're attacking them. He's retweeting these. Ducey, my state ran the most corrupt election, or this is, sorry, Kemp. My state ran the most corrupt election in American history. This is Ducey, hold my beer. And is Ducey still pretending he's a member of the Republican Party after just certified fraudulent election results in Arizona that disenfranchised millions of Republicans? He's retweeting all these when he's being asked to provide the evidence by these very people. Does that sound like someone that actually believes there was fraud? That actually cares about making his case? If you care about making your case, why aren't you making it? Why aren't you actually advocating your case to Ducey?
But what if Pisco? What if you haven't considered Trump is just so unbelievably retarded that he's incapable of doing all this? What's funny is that like people make that argument. People just like made the argument either like Trump is so retarded that he actually believed the election was stolen, or like he was so retarded that he like appointed people so poorly that they could not gather evidence that the election was stolen. It's like, if that is true, if either of those are true, then best case scenario, Trump is way more mentally unfit for office than Biden ever was. Are you kidding me? Like, really?
If you actually have knowledge and you actually believe the election was stolen, why aren't you explaining? The defendant and co-conspirators also attempted to use false fraud claims to convince political allies in the Arizona state legislature to ignore the popular vote, thanks to the follow, and appoint illegitimate electors. On November 22nd, the defendant and Giuliani called, I believe this is going to be Rusty Bowers. Let's check. Rusty Bowers, the Speaker of the Arizona House of Representatives. Giuliani did most of the talking. During the call, the defendant and Giuliani levied multiple false fraud claims, including of non-citizens, right, already debunked by Bill Stepien, right, non-resident and dead voters that affected the defendant's race, and asked, Rusty Bowers, to use them as a basis to call the state legislature into session and replace the legitimate electors with illegitimate ones for the defendant. So he is saying, hey, these are all things of fraud. Call the legislature and replace the legitimate electors with illegitimate ones. When Rusty Bowers voiced deep skepticism, Giuliani said, quote,
we've read about this before, yeah.
We're all kind of Republicans and we need to be working to keep back the state legislature into session and replace the legitimate electors with illegitimate ones for the defendant. So he is saying, hey, these are all the things of fraud. Call the legislature and replace the legitimate electors with illegitimate ones.
How do you spell Giuliani? I was gonna call him Rudy. We're on me and Rudy Giuliani kind of on a first name basis. Can we get religion? Can we get? Is my goal in life. Get at least one Jan 6 co-conspirator on stream. Rudy called Arizona Speaker of the House and repeated false claims of election fraud in an attempt to get her to use them based on call state legislator to replace Arizona's legitimate electors for illegitimate electors for the defendant, to get her to replace Arizona's legitimate electors with ones with Trump's fake electors.
When Rusty Bowers voiced deep skepticism, Giuliani said, quote, well, you know, we're all kind of Republicans and we need to be working together. Not here's the evidence. Bowers refused and asked evidence. And Giuliani never provided it because they didn't have it, and they knew they didn't have it. If you had it, why wouldn't you
I know it's
send
hard to
it
gauge what the actual
to
political
do so
environment looks like because of all these variables, but if we're solely going off social media, 45 supporters seem to be
Indeed, Giuliani
dominating.
met with Bowers in person approximately a week.
They're Russian bots. I'm not joking. 30% of the 30% of the traffic on Twitter is probably Russian bots, and some of them are probably Trump supporters. Some of them are probably left wing too. Like they're trying to sow division. They're probably like just anti-establishment. There are probably a lot of Russian bots that are like pro-Palestinian, like left wing supporters, like or pro-Palestinian tankies, pro-Russian tankies. They're like 30%, dude. 30% of the people you argue with are bots. Okay, 30% of my Twitch chat is Russian bots.
A week later and still had nothing to back up his claims. On November 30th, Giuliani, P12 is Jenna Ellis, traitor, and others arrived in Arizona for a hotel hearing, an unofficial meeting with Republican legislators during which they promoted false fraud allegations. In a meeting the day after the hearing, when state legislators praised Giuliani, can you imagine that? Disgusting. And Jenna Ellis for evidence to support their claim. Giuliani can see that even on the late date, we don't have evidence. We have a lot of theories. Okay. More evidence of Trump's guilty intent. Giuliani, his person who's leading the charge, admits they don't have evidence.
I don't know if they seem like actual people. You'd be surprised what ChatGPT can do these days. If you think ChatGPT is impressive, imagine what the Russian state-funded version of ChatGPT can do. Okay, they're bots. They're bots. Okay, and if they're not bots, their mind has been so infested by bots that they might as well be one.
This thing with Giuliani. And Giuliani
keep missing the rocket that just kills you. It literally just flies away and kills you.
Right? If you don't have the evidence of election fraud, how can you claim there was election fraud? What's your basis to believe?
Even the comment likes, absolutely.
How should we reasonably read that admission that Rudy Giuliani and Trump are crazy people?
Yeah, I'm not winning this one.
Believe things on no evidence all the time. Now that might be true separately, but in this specific case, when you have tons of inquiries, tons of motivation to get to the truth,
this is a strategy. Watch.
Why should we read that as anything other than admission that you in fact are lying? When the legislators were frustrated that Giuliani had no support for his claims, the Republican legislators, and asked him tough questions, Giuliani expressed surprise at the way he was being treated, stating, quote, man, I thought we were all Republicans. This is a little more hostile reception. I'm amazed at the reception I'm getting here. Garbage. Scarcely human. Rusty Bowers released a public statement in which he explained that he did not have the authority to use the legislatures to reverse the results of the election, and that doing so would constitute an attempt to nullify the people's vote based on unsupported theories.
People using both sides figure the same amount of engagement on both sides. Reason for they're trying to sow division. Yeah, I mean, yes, there are bots on like every side. I'm sure they're probably liberal bots, dude, because again, they're just trying to sow division. There are probably liberal bots like me, people my exact ideology, probably is bots fighting with people. Fighting with like tankies and Nazis on Twitter. Yeah.
Trump worked hard to reelect him, but would not violate current law to change the outcome of the election. On Twitter, Christina Bobb, a campaign staffer who worked with, Boris Epstein, attacked Rusty Bowers for his statement, writing that Rusty Bowers is intentionally misleading the people of Arizona to avoid the inevitable. The defendant retweeted this false post and praised it, even though they provided no evidence to Rusty Bowers. A month later, just 2 days before January 6th, John Eastman, another of the defendant's private attorneys and a co-conspirator, called Rusty Bowers and Rusty Bowers' counsel. This is...
Okay, is Rusty Bowers the Arizona person? Yeah. Oh wait, it's not a her, it's a him. Eastman. Also called him.
Is Corey Langford, and urged Rusty Bowers' defense private attorneys on January 6th. John Eastman, another of the defense private attorneys and a co-conspirator, called Rusty Bowers and Rusty Bowers' counsel. This is Corey Langford, and urged Rusty Bowers one last time to use the legislature to decertify Arizona.
Also, later called him 2 days before Jan 6 to
legitimate electors and overturn the ballot election results. And Bowers told Eastman that there was no evidence of substantial fraud in Arizona and that he could not
got
be
Rusty
recalled
Bowers.
session.
Best viewers.
Eastman was undeterred. He conceded that, quote, he didn't know enough about the facts on the ground regarding fraud in Arizona and that Bowers should nonetheless falsely claim that he had the authority to convene the legislature and let the court sort it out. I mean, could you get any more criminal than that? Could you get any more knowing than that? His agents, his attaches that he's sending admit they don't have evidence. They don't know what's going on. But to claim fraud anyway, that's a lie.
Eastman admitted he did not know enough about the facts on the ground. Or is that all a quote, or is that... Yeah, that's all a quote. Well, this is in brackets, I guess. Didn't know enough about the facts on the ground to prove fraud, but insisted he not certify, or he decertified a vote anyway.
Admit they don't have evidence.
Fuck.
They don't know what's going on. But to claim fraud anyway, that's a lie. In the post-election period, Bowers was harassed. On several occasions, individuals gathered outside Bowers' home with bullhorns and screamed and honked their vehicle horns to create noise. One individual in visible possession of a pistol wearing a t-shirt in support of a militia group came onto his property and screamed at him. At the time of these events, Bowers' daughter was at home and very ill. The noise caused her disruption and angst. Georgia. The defendant had early noticed that his claims of election fraud in Georgia were false. Around mid-November, campaign advisor, this is P4, Jason Miller, told the defendant that his claim that a large number of dead people had voted in Georgia was false. Jason Miller is a current Trump staffer. Jason Miller is currently a senior member of Trump's current bid for re-election.
Fire, let's go.
Why are you disputing Jason Miller? Jason Miller is such a sycophant, such a Trump crony. You don't believe Jason Miller when he tells you that, this is false. The defendant continued to press that claim anyway, right? Going to a press appearance on November 29th where he said large enough...
I gotta lock in.
In real time, we're having debunks by the most Trump loyalists. And he's continuing to claim it. That's called a lie, right? Think about the guy who changed the email for the FISA warrant application, Kevin Kleinsmith, in the Russia investigation case. And he said, I changed it from he was a government asset to he wasn't. Oh, I didn't know. Stupid. No one would ever apply this to any standard for proving mens rea. 4 days later, on December 3rd, Giuliani orchestrated...
What even happened?
Presentation to a judiciary subcommittee of the Georgia State Senate. In the morning, in advance of it, Giuliani had spoken to the defendant, that is Trump, on the phone for almost 20 minutes.
I've been told by... What was his name? Was it? It's not Mark Meadow. It was...
Again, Trump proving mens rea. Oh, stupid. No one would ever apply this to any email for the FISA warrant. Think about the guy who, right? And he's continuing to claim it. So, in real time, we're having debunks by the most Trump loyalists.
P4? Jason Miller.
And he's continuing to claim it. That's called a lie, right? Think about the guy who changed the email for the FISA warrant application, Kevin Kleinsmith, in the Russia investigation case. And he said, I changed it from he was a government asset to he wasn't. Oh, I didn't know. Stupid. No one would ever apply this to any standard for proving mens rea. 4 days later, on December 3rd, Giuliani orchestrated a presentation to a judiciary subcommittee of the Georgia State Senate. In the morning, in advance of it, Giuliani had spoken to the defendant, that is Trump, on the phone for almost 20 minutes. And at the hearing, Giuliani arranged for co-conspirators again to repeat the false dead voter claim. The claim was so patently false that everyone around the defendant knew it. During the hearing, Chief of Staff Mark Meadows and P9, this is Greg Jacob, again the lawyer, exchanged text messages on their personal phone confirming that a campaign attorney that is... no, this can't be right, guys. Brad Raffensperger. No, some of these are not true. So just we're taking this with a grain of salt. Some campaign attorney had verified that Giuliani's claim of 10,000 dead voters was false, and the actual number was around 12 and could not be outcome determinative. So internally, everyone's aware of that as well.
12, awesome.
Trump.
Why does he think these are wrong?
What other proof? What would it take
Carlson
to show that Trump knows he's lying? What would it take? A literal written affidavit of him saying, I know I am lying. That's the only thing that these people would accept. And even then, they would say it's coerced. During the subcommittee hearing, the conspirators also set in motion a sensational and dangerous lie about election workers at State Farm Arena that would result in defendant supporters harassing and threatening those workers. First, P23. This apparently is Cleta Mitchell, a lawyer. One of the defendant's private attorneys claimed that more than 10,000 dead people had voted in Georgia. Next, 24. Jackie Pick? Oh, I remember this. Played misleading excerpts of a closed-circuit camera footage from State Farm Arena and insinuated that it showed election workers committing misconduct, counting suitcases of illegal ballots. Lastly, based on these false fraud allegations, CC2, who I believe to be John Eastman, who had already been engaged as a private lawyer for the defendant but did not disclose that at the hearing, encouraged the Georgia legislators to decertify the state's legitimate electors on the basis of that. While the hearing was ongoing, the defendant simultaneously amplified the misinformation, falsely tweeting, wow, blockbuster testimony taking place right now in Georgia. Ballot stuffing by Dems when Republicans were forced to leave a large counting room. Plenty more coming, but did not disclose that at illegal ballots. Lastly, based on these false fraud allegations, CC2, who I believe to
CC2
John Eastman, who had already been engaged as a private lawyer for the defendant but did not disclose that at the hearing, encouraged the Georgia legislators to decertify the state's legitimate electors on the basis of that. While the hearing was ongoing, the defendant simultaneously amplified the misinformation, falsely tweeting, wow, blockbuster testimony taking place right now in Georgia. Ballot stuffing by Dems when Republicans were forced to leave a large county room. Plenty more coming, but this alone leads to an easy win of the state. What a piece of shit. He did this just after retweeting 2 of his campaign account tweets that promoted the false claim about election workers at State Farm Arena. Over the next week, the claim of misconduct at State Farm Arena was disproven publicly as well as directly to the defendant. The day after the hearing, P25, this is Gabrielle Sterling, the chief operating officer of the Georgia Secretary of State's office, posted a tweet explaining that Secretary of State officers had watched the video in its entirety and confirmed that it showed normal ballot processing. Gabrielle Sterling again forcefully debunked the conspirators' claims about the State Farm video in a press conference on December 7th, explaining at length the election workers' innocent conduct.
Bro, what are you doing?
And what's really frustrating is the president's attorney has the same videotape. They saw the exact same things the rest of us could see, and they chose to mislead state senators and the public about what was on that video, right? Think about also the
Bro, didn't Giuliani admit in court that he knew that video was a lie?
Sides, right? Everyone says that's a lie. Very fine people. Everyone on MAGA says that's a lie because they're omitting that other part and they know about it. Well, can you prove? Can you prove they know about it? That standard would never be applied to any Democrat.
True.
That. I'm quite sure that they will not characterize the video if they try to enter into evidence because that's the kind of thing that will lead to sanctions. It's obviously untrue. They knew it was untrue and they can do things like that. Of course they did. We're not idiots. On December 8th, the defendant called the Georgia Attorney General, Chris Carr. Chris Carr had advance notice. The topic of the call was this doomed case, Texas versus Pennsylvania, an election lawsuit in which Texas was suing other states, including Georgia, to attempt to prevent the certification of the election. U.S. Senator David Perdue told the Chris Carr, that the defendant had heard that Chris Carr was whipping or lobbying other state attorney generals against filing amicus briefs in support of Texas. He was not lobbying against the suit and told Perdue this. So Perdue asked Carr to speak with the defendant about it, and Chris Carr agreed. Again, interfacing with state prosecutors. State prosecutors have every incentive to uncover if there was election fraud. Imagine the rewards you would get if you were the guy with the smoking gun. Shortly thereafter, the defendant called Chris Carr and immediately raised Texas versus Pennsylvania. Excuse me. I hope you're not talking to your AGs and encouraging them not to get on the lawsuit. Chris Carr told the defendant that he was not affirmatively calling other state attorneys general, but that if they called him, he was telling them what he was seeing in his state, which was something the defendant probably did not want to hear. He was not seeing evidence of fraud in Georgia. The defendant nonetheless so this guy's lying, right? He must be lying. The defendant nonetheless raised various fraud claims. Carr told him the state authorities had investigated the State Farm Arena allegations and found no wrongdoing, and that he thought another claim the defendant raised about Coffee County, Georgia had been similarly resolved, but he would check. The defendant asked Chris Carr to look at them again because we're running out of time. Carr tried to steer the call to an end by thanking the defendant, telling him he had voted for him twice and appreciated Trump, to which Trump responded, yeah, I did a hell of a job, didn't I? At one point, the defendant raised with Chris Carr the impending runoff election for Georgia's U.S. Senate seat and how important it was to re-elect Perdue and Loeffler. The day after the call, the defendant, in his private capacity as candidate for president, intervened in support of Texas versus Pennsylvania. His attorney for that matter was John Eastman. On the same day as the defendant's call with Chris Carr, the defendant's campaign staff acknowledged that the State Farm Arena claim was unsupported, emailing.
Let me throw these away. I'll be back. I'm pulling his on.
Campaign advertisements promoting it. In frustration regarding the claim and others like it, P4, this is Jason Miller, who spoke with the defendant on a daily basis and had informed him on multiple occasions that various fraud claims were false, wrote, quote, when our research and campaign legal team can't back up any of the claims made by our elite strike force legal team, you can see why we're 0 and 32 on our cases. I'll obviously hustle to help on all fronts, but it's tough to own any of this when it's all just conspiracy shit beamed down from the mothership. I mean, what is it? They all knew it. How are you a Trump guy seeing this quote from Jason Miller? I mean, how do you live with yourself supporting this parade of clowns? On December 10th, however, Giuliani further perpetuated.
What's up, guys? What's up, guys? Isn't Pisco awesome? Isn't he like totally awesome, guys?
talking about earphones.
Alfon's away, but I'm here to tell you guys, Pisco,
During it, he displayed
he's
receipts of
awesome,
the
guys.
third hearing that had been debunked in the
He's like
internet.
totally
Like,
based,
Georgia Constitutional
guys.
claim that it showed voter fraud right in front of people's eyes.
That's all I wanted
Right?
to
It's been
say.
debunked. It's been investigated. They know about it. They've talked to the highest official in Georgia about it, the Attorney General of Georgia, in terms of law enforcement. He then named 2 election workers. This is, I believe, Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss, and basically accused them of quite obviously surreptitiously passing around USB ports as if they are vials of heroin or cocaine. Nice little racist dog whistle. And suggested that they were criminals whose places of work, their homes, should have been searched for evidence of ballots, for evidence of USB ports, for evidence of voter fraud. I mean, these are all. This is so shocking. Not shocking. Outrageous. Outrageous. Giuliani should be in jail. Trump should be in jail. As these false claims about P30 and P29, this is Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss, the women were barraged by racist death threats. In the years since, they have spoken about the effect of the defendant and co-conspirators' lies about them. This is as Shay Moss explained in an interview with congressional investigators. When someone as powerful as the President of the United States eggs on a mob, that mob will come. They came for us with their cruelty, their threats, their racism, and their hats. They haven't stopped even today, of course. Indeed, to this day, the defendant has never stopped falsely attacking them, right? After all this, these guys are innocent. These women are innocent.
Wow, thanks, Sample
Completely
Text, for
completely cleared.
entertaining the stream while I was gone.
Although none of the false claims against them were ever corroborated, the defendant has continued to levy them on social media, including when the defendant
I'm sure he is
attacked Shay Moss in
LMAO.
January 2023.
Do you not know who Pisco is? Ricky, you'd like Pisco. Pisco's a based liberal expert master debater. I'm sure, I don't know, I'm sure there's something that I disagree with him on, but I don't know, everything I've seen, everything I've watched him, usually I go to him like when I don't understand legal shit, and I feel like he does a decent job arguing the legal shit that I don't understand. So that's what I use him for. I'm sure there's some bad takes he has in economics or something, but
just after her testimony to congressional investigators was made public. Throughout the post-election period, the defendant used Twitter to publicly attack Georgia Governor Kemp with particular aggression. In the 35 days between November 30th and January 3rd, the defendant tweeted critically about Kemp by name or title more than 40 times. These tweets include the ones also attacking, this is Ducey, described above, as well as others particular to Kemp, like why won't Governor Kemp, the hapless governor of Georgia, use his emergency powers, which can be easily done, to overrule his obstinate Secretary of State and do a match of signatures on envelopes. It will be a gold mine of fraud, and we will easily win the state. So this is an acknowledgement that they don't yet have evidence, right? Why would you need to investigate and do a signature match if you can't prove fraud related to the signatures? It means you don't have the evidence yet. It will be a gold mine of fraud. Not that it is. I will easily and quickly win if the Secretaries of State and the respective governors permit a simple signature verification, has not been done, and will show large-scale discrepancies. Will show, hasn't shown. Why are these two, quote, Republicans saying no? If we win Georgia, everything else falls in place. Lie. The Republican governor of Georgia refuses to do signature verification, which would give us an easy win. What's wrong with the guy? What is he hiding? And how does Governor Kemp allow certification of votes without verifying signatures, and despite the recently released tape of ballots being stuffed? This is, again...
Does he have a YouTube channel? No! He's fucking... Dude, okay. This is unacceptable. This is unacceptable practice engaged in by smart people, okay? If you're an intelligent person, a reasonably intelligent person, like Pisco is, or like Avi Bitterman is, or like, there was someone else, make a fucking YouTube channel or make a fucking Substack, okay? So you can actually, if you're intelligent, you have a how I'm in the fucking safe thing, how am I dying? You have a responsibility, okay? You have to respond to your ability to educate people, okay? I was looking for debates that Pisco had on the presidential immunity thing. There are a few I could find when he came onto other channels, but he doesn't store his own. He doesn't have a YouTube channel for his VODs, okay? And he doesn't. I don't think, at least I haven't checked. I'm pretty sure he doesn't have a Substack, okay? Avi Bitterman also doesn't have a Substack. He has random like essays on Twitter, and his essays on Twitter are in between 10 shit posts, okay? If you're a reasonably intelligent person, make a fucking Substack or make a fucking YouTube channel. Write that shit down, or you know, or at least save your VODs. Okay, Pisco doesn't. The easiest place to find Pisco's VODs is on Twitter. I'm watching this on Twitter right now. Twitter fucking sucks. What's the Substack? The Substack is just a website where you can host blog posts, basically. And two. Twitter sucks, and two, his Twitter streams are in between 50 fucking shit posts, okay? You wanna know how easy it is to find any of my VODs? Okay. Look. Go to YouTube. Go to YouTube, okay. Go to live. They're all here. They're all right here, okay? Go to Twitch. Twitch doesn't save them forever, but they are at least almost all there. But they're automatically published. You see, they expire. But I like Pisco. I don't even think saves all of his VODs. They're all on Twitter. They're all on Facebook. They're all on Rumble. Literally go to any of my socials and they're all there.
His poll numbers have dropped like a rock. He is finished as governor. No, he won an election. In the post-election period, the defendant also made false claims and about fraud in Georgia unsuccessfully. For example, in Trump versus Camp Federal lawsuit in which the defendant sued Georgia's governor and secretary of state, the defendant signed a
Shameless
verification
flex.
that he and his attorney
It's not a flex. It's not a. I just literally, just do it. It's not that hard. It's not that hard to just make YouTube shit. Dude, Twitch does it automatic. I'm pretty sure Twitch does an automatic feature to automatically upload your VODs. Also, Pisco streams to fucking Twitter. If you're streaming to Twitter, is there really an excuse not to stream to YouTube as well when YouTube automatically stores all your VODs for you? Like, really?
Mrs. Eastman knew was inaccurate.
They're all on Twitch. They're on Kick too, I
verified.
believe. But I think they expire. I don't really know. I think they expire. I don't really know.
Is Pisco like a partner on Twitter or something? I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't really know why he does it.
I think they say Twitter. I mean Twitch. Like that because if Twitch, like, you know, I think they have some like rules for if you're like partnered or something, you cannot dual stream on like another.
Oh, that might be true. Yeah.
But then why does he stream on Twitter? So never mind. I don't know if this. Yeah, I don't know. They should 100% save their VODs and write a Substack. I don't know why Avi doesn't write a Substack. I don't know why Pisco. I don't know if does Pisco have a Substack. Wait, I think he might. Give me a second.
If he doesn't, I haven't seen it before. Thanks for the resub, Bertstein. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you.
No, that's not it. Yeah.
Wait, I'm watching.
Okay. Well, let me look up the word Substack in his Discord server.
An anarcho-Bidenist. But yeah, he should like just have like a Substack that like on like, you know, I think you were probably listening.
Yeah.
Like on the presidential immunity thing, there should just be like a document that like goes over.
No, he doesn't. Yeah. Which is super dumb. Yeah, I mean, if your your job is not just to debate Trumpists, it's to also inform your viewers, right? So.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Well. Yeah. That's it. That's all I
Doesn't
guess they 100% should. I mean, Lonerbox has his VODs, Destiny has his VODs, basically every competent streamer saves his VODs. But even that's not enough. I mean, sometimes VODs don't have transcripts, which is like we're talking.
Oh yeah.
But even then you have to remember like which VOD, right? Like I don't know. I actually one time I remembered Econoboy popped on Destiny's stream to talk about social wealth funds, okay? I forgot what VOD it was, but I remembered like a week that it was in it, right? So what I did was, I think what did I do? Oh, I didn't have it was like a year ago or something. So I don't want to scroll like through the entire fucking playlist of the VODs to find the specific thing. So I just wrote like a quick YouTube searcher with Python to find given a playlist, it like links all the videos within a certain date range.
Sure.
And then I just like use the transcript to find like so even that's like too much effort. Just fucking I don't know. Kind of like I mean he did talk to what's his name? Matt Brunig, but yeah, I don't know. These people should have a Substack. They should or like I don't know. They should also make like some, concentrated videos. Like I mean Destiny makes one now about like January 6th, but like they should also make like, here's all the relevant information for debates about January 6th. Here's all the relevant information for debates about blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
But also, I mean, it's good to have a trump card, right? Like, you don't want, like, the people you're debating to know what you're going to say. So, I don't know.
That's true, I guess. But, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. If Avi has no excuse. Avi is, like, not doing, like, many debates live. And when he does, he, like, also does a lot of write-ups on Twitter. So
I know, yeah. Literally just fucking paste them to Substack, dude. Like,
yeah, then he wastes a lot of time like fighting with Discord autists, where it's like, oh, actually, hypothetically, this is possibly the case with this metric, and it's like, okay.
And he won't even come on my stream. He won't even do it. He won't even fight with me, or it wouldn't really be fight. He won't educate me. I'm offering him an opportunity to educate, and he won't do it.
That's right.
Or
it's
he just
about
didn't
education.
See it. But
yeah. It's about facilitating a genocide. It's not about education, not fun. You should know this.
I'm trying to help him facilitate that genocide. Okay.
Let's
I'm trying to
go.
get
Let's go.
his ultimate Hasbro. Like.
True. Epic. That's based. That's epic, I think. Well, yeah, I don't know. They should make a Substack. They should make a blog or something. I don't know. It sucks. It's retarded.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't know, 10 times better quality than like the average fucking thing you see on Twitter. Like, Pisco is like awesome. I said it before. I'll say it again. He's like epic. He's awesome.
Yeah, but and Twitter's also done. Pisco also has done like write-ups on Twitter. Like I had that like thing linked of like the Hillary Clinton versus the Trump's document thing. Like he did that like full like Twitter thread. It's like just paste it in the Substack.
Are you talking about the insurrection files?
No, that was about like the BLM stuff. I think he has like a
people
he has
call
like
it
a
the
Twitter
BLM
thread.
insurrections.
Yeah, he has like a Twitter thread of the full like every legal difference between like why Hillary Clinton wasn't charged for her document stuff, like her private email stuff, versus why Trump was charged for his his lawful retention of documents. I have it somewhere.
Can you send it to me?
If I can find it.
I assume it's in your Notion.
Somewhere. Oh yeah, here it is.
Yeah.
A Libshell's Guide to Distinguishing Trump's stock case from Hillary email investigation.
Oh, maybe I sent it to you. I think
You probably did send it to me at some point.
Maybe. Yeah. Either way. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I did. I remember the emoji. Yeah, he's based. So that's why. But he should also do that in like a Substack. That'd be epic. Like the piss stock
not a
or
huge
something like that.
deal.
Call it that. Whatever. And then
I
like
know,
you open
yeah.
it because it's Discord. You know what his Discord is called?
Pisscord. Yeah.
Yeah, the Pisscord.
Yeah,
It's
that
epic. Yeah, but no, I mean
might
I don't know.
be-
I don't know. He should.
Oh, I'm not banned from it. Good.
Yeah, you could also wait. I thought you were.
I'm banned from his Twitch chat. Sometimes streamers have it
If
like
you rated it with, like,
automatically.
one view.
Listen. Twitch told me the raid failed. Okay. So I hit raid again. It didn't tell me that when it says raid failed, it still apparently shows up on his end. So
Sure, just like how you tried to like a tweet multiple times. Yeah, sure, buddy.
On his end, it's understandable why he thought I was just like spam raiding him to annoy him. But I was just trying to raid a good streamer. Okay.
Fair.
And Twitch said raid
Fair.
failed.
Yeah. No.
Your Wi-Fi seems to be. I think Ron got him. I think Ron hit his. Ron finally got him. Damn.
Should be better now.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. I just saw the Wi-Fi immediately, get, I don't know, knock bud. Get, completely fucking Serbanitskad. Get, completely nuked. Yeah, I don't know what's up in there. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't get why he has, a Snoopy profile picture. That's silly.
Snoopy's awesome.
Oh, never mind. I changed my mind.
Yeah, good fucking out.
Yeah, that's a good argument. I changed my mind. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna change my profile picture to Cars because that's totally awesome.
Yeah, that'd be based. That'd be awesome, dude.
Yeah. Who do you think's gonna win now? Any still predicting Kamala?
I mean, it's basically 50-50, but I mean, I would say probably 55% Kamala.
I mean, most
45%
models predict Kamala with 55, 60%.
Yeah, Trump, I mean, he's outperformed us polling in the past, so.
Okay.
I think so did, I think Biden did too, but.
He never outperformed the keys, though.
Oh, this is true.
Yeah.
The keys.
I don't get how the keys are a popular thing. They're they're kind of good, but also they're very arbitrary. I think.
I mean, it's just. I mean, you can just say, "Oh, they predicted every election except."
No, but then when you say
one.
predicting, are you giving? When you say a predictive model, is he giving it 100% certainty? Because if not, how does he know what margin or credence to give the prediction?
Well,
Oh, is this all? Is this the list of all the P1, P3? Wait, is Sidney
Yeah.
Powell not a co-conspirator?
She might. I don't know.
Well, she might be in the future, but I know co-conspirators are labeled like C1, C2, C3.
Yeah. The issue is like
Oh,
some of the
C1,
like,
yeah.
or Jeffrey Clark is still listed as CC4, but like I don't. I'm pretty sure Jeffrey Clark can't be charged anymore because he can't, because the presidential immunity ruling means that like any conversations that he had with Donald Trump are just like absolutely criminally immune, absolutely unreviewable. They can't like look
Well,
at them.
well, the problem is if they can say no, I don't think so because in a co-conspiracy, there's co-conspirator liability, right? So if they make the claim that he's part of a co-conspiracy or a conspiracy, and he's part of it, there's the co-conspirator liability, which is if one of them found guilty, they're all found guilty. The evidence for one is admissible for the others, right? So I think they could still find him guilty, even though he has like
Okay.
his conversations with Trump are like not probable.
I thought
Makes
it was no
sense. That would
longer-
be my guess. I'm not a lawyer, of course. I have no special knowledge.
I thought this is a Jeffrey Clark cites removal from Trump indictment and bid to keep law license. Jeffrey Clark is pointing to his removal from the former Trump's latest indictment in a federal Jan 6 case to keep his law license. A superseding indictment filed by Jack Smith, special counsel Jack Smith on Monday, stripped references to Clark. Clark is no longer among the unindicted co-conspirators in a case. Something his attorneys.
Wait, what is this from?
This is just an article from The Hill. Although
No,
this
when?
says he was, August 29th. It's 2024
Okay,
this
but
year.
it's an unsealed court filing, right?
Yeah, but this is now this is
When was
unsealed.
it from? When was it filed?
What, the one that just came out? The one
Yeah.
that
Well,
this came out like 2 days ago. So this is after.
Well, no, it was unsealed 2 days ago. Was it like is that the day it came out?
Oh, I don't know.
Because to my knowledge, unsealing is not the same as like submitting.
Yeah,
It's just like it can
filed
be submitted and then the
10
judge.
10/2/24, but that's October 2nd.
Oh.
So I don't know.
Interesting.
I don't know. It's the date filed, just the unsealed date, though.
Well, but even if his conversations with Trump are like not probable. I mean, Trump himself, his conversations are not his conversations with anyone are not probable because of the Supreme Court immunity decision. But he still can be like held liable as a co-conspirator. And if they can make the case that he was acting as private, candidate Trump, not as President Trump,
office
then,
seeker,
yeah. Then I don't know. I would. That's my guess. I have no knowledge of U.S. law beyond what I.
Well,
what
I
surface
think.
level know.
Well, I think that the thing with Jeffrey Clark was that in the Supreme Court ruling itself, they literally said this is like within the president's policing power, so it's conclusive and preclusive constitutional authority. Therefore, it's absolutely criminally immune. You can't prove that he was like office seeker or whatever. But I actually I don't know.
We'll see. I have faith in Jack Smith. I have faith in him. Also, I mean, imagine this? What if the Supreme Court, I'm sorry, what if we amend the Constitution, and pass the no one is above the law amendment, whatever. Let's say Kamala wins, we fix this incredibly horrible decision by the Supreme Court. Can we now sue Trump again? Because it's not like he did the actions when. Oh, I guess not. I mean, you could make the case that when he did it, there was the immunity because the Supreme Court interpreted it and it goes back, but the amendment is only after. It's post.
Well, I think it'd be double jeopardy probably. We have an amendment against double jeopardy. It can't be tried by the same crime by the same government twice. So.
Yeah, I guess. Well,
but he could it's the same crime by the same government. So in theory. Arizona could indict him for trying to overturn the election there.
Yeah. We'll see. I trust Jack Smith. Jack Smith is totally awesome. He's he's really good special counsel, right? He's thorough, very thorough. Do you know who Adam 22 is?
Yeah, I know him.
Do you know who? Yeah, does Jack Smith not look like Adam 22? A little bit.
I feel like I haven't seen a picture of Jack
Do a
Smith.
do a side by side comparison. Do it. Do it.
Oh, he kind of does.
I know, right? Wait, open a picture of Adam 22. Yeah.
Yeah.
With the beard. Yeah, with the beard, bro. Come on. Wait, compare side by side. Wait a second. This is like crazy. This is like, yeah. I mean, I don't. This is like not. This is epic. Yeah, Destiny could never spot something like this.
True.
Yeah. Well. Yeah, I don't know. I like Jack Smith. We'll see what we can do. I mean, I hope Kamala wins, and then we throw the orange guy in jail. But no, only if he did crimes and if he's found guilty.
Jeffrey Clark was indicted. 18 people indicted. Oh, well, he was indicted in Georgia.
Yeah, he's indicted. Yeah. In the RICO case, no?
Yeah.
Or maybe not. Maybe I'm confusing stuff. I could be losing track. Look, I care less about Clark. Trump's the big guy. Trump's the guy who like orchestrated all of it, tried to coup the government for his benefit, called Georgia for the RICO thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Giuliani and Eastman also called. Well, they didn't call Georgia. They called Arizona. I think I don't know if Eastman's indicted in Arizona. I know Giuliani is. He should go to jail for that.
That's like Powell too. I don't know why is Powell. Wait, is Powell indicted in Georgia?
I think Powell's indicted in Arizona and Georgia. Sidney Powell.
Good.
Arizona. Indictment. Giuliani Meadows indicted. Okay, I don't know. Powell. Sidney Powell, one of Trump's co-defendants in Georgia. Yeah, she is in Georgia, I know.
Okay.
She pleaded guilty already.
Yeah. Okay. That's cool. Wait, I thought of an awesome joke.
Yeah.
Due to inflation, 420 has gone up by 69.
Wow. Yeah, nice one, dude. I bet no one's come up with that one before.
This is epic.
Oh, by the way, do you have a you might have like seen, like the arguments with the localist guy. Whenever I get into the Jan 6 stuff, he always says this retarded thing in chat. I might have told it to you before. I feel like I might have. Where he's like, the results of the election aren't official until January 6th. No, Trump didn't try to overturn the election. Oh, he's gone. Iran got him again. Hezbollah got him. Goddamn. Hello? Did Nasrallah get, or not Nasrallah? Who's alive? I don't know anyone alive in Hezbollah anymore. They got him. Khamenei got him. Khomeini? Which one is it?
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, my internet died.
Well, fell for it.
Yeah, the localist did what?
Oh, every time I went to Jan 6 stuff, he's like, the results of the election aren't official until January 6th. He didn't try to overturn the election. There was no election result to overturn. All he tried to do was, he likes the word obstruct. The word obstruct is stupid because obstruct just means like stop. He didn't try to just stop the certification.
Make him buy into, if they say what Trump did was totally fine, then they have to believe that if Kamala were to do it, it'd be totally epic.
Oh, yeah. But it's just a dumb. It's
and he probably denied the election too, right?
I mean, I don't know if I've ever gotten into it with him, but yeah, he absolutely would. Like,
almost certainly. I mean, look. I mean, what's a retarded talking point he doesn't believe in?
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, it's wild. He always does it. Obstruct is better because their results aren't official until they're certified. He just tried to obstruct.
What would be the easiest way for you? Imagine you're debating like a retarded lefty or a retarded rightoid, and they're telling you, bro, imports, they subtract from GDP, bro. How would you respond?
I would just say, you're wrong. That's just an accounting thing to make sure that the net effective imports
but in a way
GDP
that like
is zero.
It's communicable to the audience, right? In a way that's like communicable to the audience, and like
humiliates them because that's your job, not to.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're unbelievably retarded. This showcases that you like literally have like zero understanding of how economics actually works. GDP just measures things that are produced in our country. We subtract imports at the end retroactively because they're included in the three previous components of GDP. If you had any understanding of economics, you'd already fucking know that, but you don't because you're just a retarded dumbass who repeats talking points they see off of Twitter, probably from Russian fucking bots. That's what I would say.
True base. This is epic. I like this. Make it explicit. Like, yeah, it's like it's like already like it's counted twice, right? Yeah, or it's like it improperly included within consumption and investment, so you should look to subtract it. Totally. Yeah. What about government aid to Israel and Ukraine? Is that included in GDP?
The money we spend to produce the weapons are just like obviously like just giving the weapons to Ukraine isn't included in GDP. Like we give them old weapons that we already have. Like the money we spent on those weapons are included in GDP, but
and
the money we spent on new weapons to replace it is included. So
I'm becoming more unironically military industrial complex pilled. It's like epic. Sorry, consistently.
They got him. Oh, you're back.
Still not at the level where I defend the Iraq War, but check on me in a year.
Yeah, we'll see.
No, probably never. Probably never. I hope I don't. But yeah. How's your cat doing?
He's good. He's good and fat and funny looking.
No Haitians in North Carolina, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's epic.
So good.
Oh, and another thing. But remember the anti-Semite quote, whatever, blah blah blah. Like that, the moment I realized, it's like my uncle. He's like saying, "Oh, the Haitians are totally illegal, bro, and whatever, and they ate the cats." And I'm like, "Why are there no videos?" And he says, "Because they ate all the cats." Like, obviously, he's joking. He doesn't believe it. Like, yeah, it's like I don't. It's like, yeah, you're lying. It's just like you have zero evidence, but you believe anything Trump tells you. You can literally say the Earth is flat, and it will pass the Trump General Assembly with 60 votes and 12 absentees. Yeah, 180 votes, whatever it was. You know the quote, right?
Yeah, if Argentina passed if Argentina proposed the General Assembly resolution that the Earth was flat and Israel just flattened it, they would pass the General Assembly with how many ever votes and a few absentations.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Did you vote?
What do you mean? Did I vote?
Is the voting age 20 or 21 or 18?
Well, I can't vote yet. Early voting starts the 17th. That's the earliest I can vote. The actual election is November. Yeah.
Okay.
I voted into
cool.
3
Because
walks.
I've seen pictures of it. Does it like vary by state? Because I've seen people post their ballots.
Yeah, it varies by state. Some states have already started early voting, and then if you're like an absentee, like if you're in a military base overseas or something, you can vote even earlier.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I think they also delayed early voting in North Carolina because RFK had to withdraw, and he had to remove his name from the ballot, and they had to reprint all the ballots. So,
That's epic. Yeah, that's nice. Totally based. Check this image out.
Oh, I'm taking a screenshot of my cat. Aw.
Epic. Yeah,
epic sauce.
That's it. Probably gonna finish my homework now. It's about
Oh, you haven't
writing
finished
stuff. It's boring. It's boring as okay. But I've been putting it off for the last 2 weeks because I don't know. I like doing nothing. Yeah, well, and then I'm probably gonna read the Krugman book and crash out. Yeah. Okay. Bye.
All right, you have fun with that.
Thanks.
In late December regarding the proposed verification, first he told Eastman and another private attorney, Kurt Hilbert, that they could not have the defendant sign it because they could not verify any of the facts. And attorney Greg Jacob told the defendant that any lawyer that signed that complaint that the verification supported would get disbarred. Giuliani acknowledged this problem in an email. This is Eastman acknowledged this problem in an email on December 31st to Ray Smith.
Man, what the fuck did they do this game, man?
The third, another of Trump's lawyers, I guess. lead counsel for the defendant as a candidate in Trump versus Kemp, and another private attorney.
Man, what the
time since the defendant signed a previous verification of the case, he, quote, had been made aware that some of the allegations and evidence proffered has been inaccurate, and that signing a new affirmation with that knowledge and incorporated by reference would not be accurate. Nonetheless, on December 31st, the defendant signed the verification, and Eastman caused it to be filed. They knew this shit was wrong. They filed it anyway. On January 2nd, Georgia Secretary of State, this is Gabrielle Sterling, Raffensperger, appeared on Fox News and said the various rumors of election fraud were false and the defendant had lost. Our office has been very busy with what I call the rumor whack-a-mole. Every day a rumor will pop up and then we whack it down. What we do is we basically whack it down with the truth. And people can't handle the truth sometimes because they're very disappointed. I get that. I voted for Trump also. But at the end of the day, we did everything we could. We did an audit.
How it feels to understand basic economics on Twitter.
The race. Trump lost. Then we did a full recount. Trump still lost. We had a safe, secure process. Raffensperger, like Kemp, had been on the receiving end of the tweets. These included why isn't Raffensperger...
Dang, Fawn, your stream is lagging for me, so I'm always way behind. I just got to the part about imports protection of GDP and a way to pay. It shouldn't be behind. It's at least not... I don't think it's behind on Twitch or Kick or anything. Sometimes YouTube gets a little laggier, but... Oh, fuck.
Potential loss of our two great senators. Won't call
I don't have legs anymore.
Check for signature verification. Where is the signature verification approval? What do you have to lose? Move quickly. Shortly after seeing this interview, the defendant set up a call with Raffensperger
about
to
30
discuss his
seconds.
pending lawsuit, Trump versus Kemp, in which Raffensperger was a named defendant. For this reason, Raffensperger at first hoped to avoid speaking with the defendant, but ultimately acquiesced because the defendant was persistent in seeking to set it up. Also, because of the pending lawsuit, Raffensperger arranged for his general counsel to participate. Joining the call were Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, 3 private attorneys, and counsel of record in Trump versus Kemp, and attorneys whom Eastman had emailed about the false verification, and 31, who is Kurt Hilbert, whom Mark Meadows introduced as someone who was not the attorney of record but has been involved.
Surely would never come over here.
An animated monologue in which he argued that he had won the election in Georgia, saying, "Okay, thank you very much. Hello, Raffensperger and attorney Alex Kaufman and everybody. We appreciate the time of the call." So we spent a lot of time on this. Just go over some of the numbers. I think it's pretty clear that we won. We won very substantially. Georgia. Throughout the call, the defendant continued to say that he had won and referenced Biden's margin of victory that he needed to overcome to prevail in the state, included by certain, "I just want to find 11,780 votes." Clear evidence of fraudulent intent here. Clear. Obvious. Why are you referencing a specific margin? It's a smoking gun. Absolute smoking gun. Any reasonable person understands that when you're referencing this particular margin, it's clear what you don't care about is the specific amount of fraud or what occurred, or indeed...
But what if deep down, what if he just really thought he won the election, and he was so desperate to make sure the American people knew that?
Side favored. What you care about is winning.
Or the results in Georgia reflected that, by whatever means possible.
Right? He's not concerned about that. After the defendant's opening salvo, Raffensperger stated, "Well, I listened to what the president had to say. Trump, we've had several lawsuits, and we've had responding court and lawsuits and contentions. We don't agree that you have won." The defendant raised multiple false claims of election fraud, each of which Raffensperger refuted in turn. When the defendant attacked P30, that is...
The phone call is funny, like, because Trump will bring up claims that, one, he's been told are bullshit before. Trump will bring up claims that he's been told are bullshit before. And then Raffensperger or whatever will literally just say, like, that video, like, we looked at the video that reveals normal ballot counting, it's not the evidence of election fraud you think it is. And then, like, Trump will just repeat another false claim and he'll have to debunk it again in real time. It's so awesome, dude.
Jay Moss called her a professional vote scammer and hustler and mentioned her dozens of times throughout the call. Raffensperger said, "You're talking about the State Farm video, and I think it's very unfortunate that Giuliani or his people, they sliced and diced that video and took it out of context." He then offered the defendant a link to a video to prove his claim, to which the defendant responded, "I don't care about a link. I don't need it. I have a much, much better link." Why don't you care about the link? Someone who cares about the truth, someone who wants accurate information, someone who cares about what is true, who knows that what they're doing is, who believes that they actually won, would of course want to see the video. I want to see the link. I want to see the link because I know I won.
Get the tank onto the volcano, do you think?
Why would you say, "No, I don't need to see your link"? I don't need to see the evidence against it. It's because you know
Well,
it's
I can't because I'm stuck.
Because you know you lost. When the defendant claimed that 5,000 dead people voted in Georgia, they said, "Well, Mr. President, the challenge you have is the data you have is wrong." The actual numbers were 2. 2 people that were dead that voted. And so that's wrong. That was 2. When the defendant claimed that thousands of out-of-state voters had cast ballots, this counsel said, "We've been going through each one of those as well, and those numbers that we got that Miss..." All right, this says... These names could be wrong, by the way. Miss Hilbert was just saying they're not accurate. At one point, the defendant became frustrated that both these 2 people, that's Raffensperger and his counsel, explained repeatedly that his claims have been investigated were not true, and said, "And you're going to find that they are, which is totally illegal. It's more illegal for you than it is for them because you know what they did and you're not reporting it. That's a criminal. That's a criminal offense, and you can't let that happen. That's a big risk to you and your lawyer. That's a big risk. That's a threat. That's a big threat." The call ended with the lawyer stating that he would coordinate with the lawyer representing Raffensperger's office in their private lawsuit and get together with a Trump attorney as agreed earlier in the call. The day after the call, on January 3rd, the defendant falsely tweeted, "I spoke to the Secretary of State about voter fraud. He was unwilling or unable to answer questions such as the ballot under the table scam, ballot destruction, out-of-state dead voters. He has no clue." the tape demonstrably proves him wrong, right? He's going out of his way to lie about that call right after. He doesn't know it's being recorded. Trump doesn't know it's being recorded. He, right after that call, lies about it. When in fact, Raffensperger had actually debunked all those claims, had spoken to each of those issues. And yet Trump lies about it. Why? Because he's a liar. Because he knows that he lost. And he's misrepresenting the call for the same reason he's misrepresenting the actual substantive claims. He's aware.
True.
On to Michigan.
We're probably just gonna listen to the full phone call at some point.
On November 20th, 3 days before Michigan's governor
Not
signed
tonight,
the certificate of ascertainment, the defendant met with the Senate Majority Leader and Speaker of the House in the Oval Office. It's absurd that they took these meetings. These are the Republicans. The defendant initiated the meeting by asking the RNC chairwoman, this is Ron McDaniel, to reach out to the Minnesota House Speaker, whose name is Lee Chatfield, and gauge his receptivity to a meeting. The defendant also asked Ron McDaniel to participate in the meeting, but McDaniel told him that she had consulted with her attorney and that she could not be involved in a meeting with legislators because it could be perceived as lobbying. After Ron McDaniel made the first contact on November 18th, the defendant reached out to Lee Chatfield and Mike Shirkey to extend an invitation. The same day they
Roblox, yes,
Chatfield
Billy, because it's
Shirkey,
awesome.
the two Michigan Republican leaders. The defendant issued a false tweet. In Detroit, there are far more votes than people. Nothing can be done to cure that dying scam. I win Michigan. Based on what? He's making it up. When the defendant called these two Michigan legislators to invite them to the White House, he did not provide the topic of the meeting, but he did ask about allegations of fraud in the election in Michigan. The legislators told him that they and the Michigan legislature were examining the allegations. Both of them assumed the defendant wanted to see them to discuss claims of election fraud, and they wanted to be firm they had not seen evidence that would change the outcome of the election. For this reason, to avoid talking only about election fraud, they prepared materials to raise regarding COVID. Oh my God. And planned in advance to release a statement once the meeting was over that said the legislators were unaware of information that would change the outcome of the election. These are Republicans. Over the course of the meeting, the defendant dialed in both Ron McDaniel, despite a request not to participate, and Giuliani. Mark Meadows was present for some but not all of the meeting. After some small talk with legislators at the Oval Office, the defendant raised various fraud claims, including that he had lost Michigan because of fraud or misconduct in Wayne County, where Detroit is located. This is Mike Shirkey corrected the defendant, told him that he had lost
We're not gonna talk about it.
routinely Republican counties. The defendant had underperformed with educated females, and if he had received the same number of votes there as the two winning local sheriffs, he likely would have won Michigan. This is the Michigan Shirkey could tell by the defendant's body language he was not happy to hear this. Notably, the defendant only raised fraud claims to the extent of the effect of the outcomes in his own race, not for other offices in Michigan, because he doesn't care. Giuliani participation came after the legislators had assured the defendant they were looking into fraud claims. The defendant dialed Giuliani into the meeting and said, "Giuliani, tell them what's going on." Giuliani then launched into a fraud monologue. Finally, Shirkey interrupted and asked, "So when are you going to file a lawsuit in Michigan?" A question that Giuliani ignored and did not answer. Immediately after the meeting, Shirkey and Chatfield released a public statement in which they stated that they had not yet been made aware of any information that would change the outcome of the election in Michigan. On November 21st, the defendant acknowledged that their statement when he tweeted, "This is true, but much different than reported by the media," and implicitly conceded that he had not provided evidence of fraud yet when he added, "We will show massive and unprecedented fraud." It is so he's acknowledging on this day that he does not have evidence of fraud in Michigan. Again, there's no other way to read this. Days later,
because they're all deep state actors,
in Michigan, for which it would have had to pay unless the recount succeeded in changing the outcome of the election. Why? Why are you not doing a recount? Despite failing to establish any valid fraud claims, Giuliani followed up with the two Michigan legislators and attempted to press them to use the Michigan legislature to overturn the valid election results. On December 4th, Giuliani sent a message to Chatfield, claiming that Georgia was poised to do so, based on Giuliani and John Eastman's false advocacy there in the December 3rd hearing, and asked Chatfield for help. Looks like Georgia may well hold some factual hearings and change the certification under Article 2, Section 1, Clause 2 of the Constitution. As Eastman explained, they just don't have the right to do it, but the obligation. Help me get this done in Michigan. This is right after they acknowledge they don't have the evidence. On December 7th, Giuliani attempted to send Shirkey a message, though it failed because he typed the wrong number. Quote, "So I need you to pass a joint resolution for the Michigan legislature that states quote, the election is in dispute, there's an ongoing investigation by the legislature, and the electors sent by Governor Whitmer are not the official electors of the state of Michigan and do not fall within the safe harbor deadline of December 8th under Michigan law." Campaign operative Michael Roman was involved in the drafting of this message with the assistance of Scott, I don't know if this is true, whatever this guy's name is, who was associated with defense campaign efforts in Michigan. The following day, Giuliani shared the draft with the defendant, sending it to his executive assistant by email. These efforts failed. On December 14th, the day that duly appointed electors across the country met.
By the way, it's not this one. That second Eastman memo. Not that. Oh, I don't have it linked. Come on. It's not. It's one of the Eastman ones. I don't remember. I don't remember for. I was not moving my mouse there. Oh, it's so laggy. Eastman memo. Is it? I don't remember if it's the first or second one. Okay, this is the. I think this is the first one. Eastman memo 2. It's the one where you war game scenario. Yes, here it is. I think. Yeah. There's this one where they war game scenario. So right now, like this, the Pisco's like going over like all the attempts. All the attempts that they did to try to pressure state election officials. This was like part of the. This is part of the plan. People like, oh, Pence. There's no way Pence could ever read the fake electors. It would go to the Supreme Court to get struck down. Oh, there was my fucking camera. I'll fix it in a second. The Supreme Court would just struck it down. Part of this was like giving state legislators the ability to certify them. Yeah. State legislators certified Trump electors. He counts those as required by Article 2. This is after like he opens the ballots. It's not like just that like Pence had to read a fake electors. Is that state officials could have the opportunity to certify them, and then Pence would have more legitimacy in reading them. Obviously, even if this would still be breaking the ECA. I think part of it too. I don't know if they discuss this ever. I thought they did. Was that like even if it went to the Supreme Court? In theory, like as long as you delay the certification, states would be able to retroactively certify them. I feel like that was. I feel like that was discussed. In one of the fucking memos, but I don't remember which one. Okay, hold on. Let me fix the camera.
These two legislatures issued public statements confirming the defendant had lost Michigan and that legislators still had not received evidence of outcome determined fraud in the states. These are Republicans. Shirky public statement included, we have not received evidence of fraud on a scale that would change the outcome of the election in Michigan. Chatfield said, we diligently examined these reports of fraud to the best of our ability. I fought hard for Trump. Nobody wanted him to win more than me. I think he's done an incredible job. I love our republic too. I can't fathom risking our norms, traditions, and institutions to pass a resolution retroactively, changing the electors for Trump simply because some think there might have been enough widespread fraud to give him the win. That's unprecedented for good reason. And that's why there's not enough support in the House to cast a new slate of electors. I fear we lose our country forever. This truly would bring mutually assured destruction for every future election in regard to the Electoral College, and I can't stand for that. I won't. On January 3rd, the defendant's campaign publicly posted Shirky's phone number and attempted to post Chatfield's, but erred by one digit in a tweet urging contact them. They received 4,000 text messages in 2 hours, forcing them to get a new number. Assholes. Nevada. On November 17th, in Law versus Whitmer, agents of the defendant in Nevada filed suit claiming substantial irregularities, improprieties, and fraud in the presidential election, including based on machines used in ballot signature matching and votes by non-residents and dead voters. The defendant approved a press conference by surrogates announcing the lawsuit. On November 19, person 43, which may or may not be Justin Reamer, an RNC spokesman, warning about inaccuracies in the suit, said, just FYI that I don't believe the claims in the contest regarding dead voters, those voting from out of state, etc., are substantiated. We are working with the campaign on a data matching project, and those numbers are going to be a lot lower than what the Nevada people have come up with. They are also targeting our military voters. To be frank, the contest has little chance of succeeding. Happy to discuss this stuff if you want more info. Dan Scavino, Sophia Lay, I don't know these people. I know Scavino, but I don't know Sophia Lay. A bunch of RNC people emailed from personal email accounts to the personal email account of Dan Scavino, one of the defendant's White House staffers who also volunteered for the campaign. Notwithstanding the RNC chief counsel's warning, the defendant retweeted and amplified news of the lawsuit on November 24th, calling it big news that a Nevada court had agreed to hear it. The defendant did not similarly promote the fact that within 2 weeks, on December 4th, the Nevada District Court dismissed it, finding in a detailed opinion there is no credible or reliable evidence that the general election in Nevada was affected by fraud, including through the signature match machines, and that Biden won the election in the state. So why are you praising the court, looking to the court, saying, I'm so glad they took the case, and then when it comes to a conclusion you don't like, not at all addressing the fact that it said there was no election fraud? Seems obvious. 4 days later, on December 8th, Nevada Supreme Court unanimously affirmed the district court's decision, noting that despite its, quote, earlier order asking appellants to identify specific findings with which they take issue, appellants have not pointed to any unsupported factual findings, and we have identified none. Later in his lip speech on January 6th, the defendant repeated multiple claims explicitly rejected by Nevada courts. On December 18th, the Nevada Secretary of State's office released a facts versus myth document to combat disinformation the defendant and others were propagating about the election. This is such, look at this. The lengths of this conspiracy to defraud our country. Doesn't it make you want to spit up your lunch? That they have not been presented with evidence of widespread fraud, to which the officer responded, while we are pursuing action in a number of isolated cases, we have yet to see any evidence. The Facts versus Myth document also stated publicly that courts had universally rejected fraud claims. 4 separate cases were heard by Nevada judges, including the Nevada Supreme Court. After examining records presented, each case was discounted due to lack of evidence. 2 days after the election, on November 6th, the defendant called Bernie Kerik, I don't know, the chairman of the Pennsylvania Republican Party, the entity responsible for supporting Republican candidates in the Commonwealth at the federal, state, and local level. This guy had a prior relationship with Trump, including having represented him in litigation in Pennsylvania after the 2016 presidential election. The defendant asked him how, without fraud, he had gone from winning to trailing. He knows. Consistent with what the campaign staff had already told him, confirmed that it was not fraud. It was that there were roughly 1.7 million mail-in ballots still being counted in Pennsylvania, which were expected to be 80% for Biden. Over the following 2 months, the defendant spread false claims of fraud in Pennsylvania anyway. In early November, in a campaign meeting, when the defendant suggested that more people in Pennsylvania voted that had checked in to vote, the deputy campaign manager corrected him. Around the same time, Philadelphia City Commissioner appeared on television, said there was no evidence of fraud in Philadelphia. After seeing the interview, the defendant targeted him, saying a guy named Blank, a Philadelphia commissioner, and a so-called Republican rhino is being used big time by the fake news media to explain how honest things were with respect to the election in Philadelphia. He refused to look at the mountain of corruption and dishonesty we win. As a result of the defendant's attacks, threats to him already received became more targeted and detailed, including his address, names of his family members. On the defendant's behalf, Giuliani too spread patently false claims about Pennsylvania. On November 25th, Giuliani and Jenna Ellis attended an unofficial hearing with Republican state legislators in a Gettysburg hotel conference room. The defendant called in claims that have been watching and demanded that the election in Pennsylvania has to be turned around. During the event, Giuliani falsely claimed that Pennsylvania issued 1.8 million absentee ballots and received 2.5 million in return. That claim was rooted in an obvious error: the comparison of the number of ballots sent out in the primary election to the number of ballots received in the general election. So this is like the primary, and this is the ballots received in the general. After seeing Giuliani, so it's preposterous. After seeing Giuliani make this claim, the RNC's chief counsel tweeted publicly, "This is not true." In the following days, campaign staff internally confirmed that Giuliani was lying. When one campaign staffer wrote an email that Giuliani's claim was just wrong and there's no way to defend it, P3, that is Justin Clark, deputy campaign manager, responded, "We've been saying this for a while. It's very frustrating." Likewise, in late November, December, P9, that's the lawyer Greg Jacob, informed the defendant directly that the claim Giuliani was spreading that Pennsylvania received 700,000 more mail-in ballots than were mailed out was bullshit, and explained the error. This Pennsylvania guy followed up in his public tweet and a private email on November 28th to the RNC spokesperson, expressing his concern about Giuliani and Jenna Ellis spread of misinformation. "I'm really not trying to give you a hard time, but what they are doing is a joke, and they're getting laughed out of court. It's sending us back in our fight for election integrity, and they are misleading millions of people who have wishful thinking that the president is going to somehow win this thing." When Giuliani learned of this tweet and email on November 28th, he called him and left a threatening voicemail. "I really do need an explanation for what you said today, because if there isn't a good one, you should resign. Got it? So call me. I'll call the boss and get you to resign. Call me. It'd be better for you if you do." Giuliani also contacted Ron McDaniel, I guess, to demand that the guy be fired, and thereafter he was relieved of his duties. So he made good on his threats. On December 3rd, 4 Republican leaders of the Pennsylvania legislature issued a public letter stating the General Assembly lacked the authority to overturn the popular vote and appoint its own slate of electors, and that doing so would violate the state's election code and the Constitution. An agent of the defendant, that is Trump, who worked closely with Giuliani, issued a tweet showing their names and signatures and wrote, "These are the 4 cowardice Pennsylvania legislators that intend to allow the Democratic machine to steal a vote. Cowards, liars, traitors," while linking to the legislators' Twitter accounts. On Sunday, December 6th, from the White House residence having just returned from a political rally in Georgia, Trump retweeted and amplified this post. In Wisconsin, a recount the defendant campaign had petitioned and paid for confirmed that Biden won, increased the defendant's margin of defeat. On December 14th, the Wisconsin Supreme Court rejected the campaign election lawsuit there. On December 21st, the Wisconsin governor...
Okay. What was the, what was the thing that they believed that they could have done? They delayed the election until January 15th, or the certification of the election until January 15th. I'm trying to remember. Also, if we never settled this, was he dropped after the immunity decision? There's no clear indication that Clark's dropped from any indictment. Clark is facing, he's also, Supreme Court immunity has created more legal complexity. Sorry, man, was rejected by the DC. This is the DC bar, though. I thought he, Okay, anyway, okay. I feel like there was a 7 p.m. January 15th. Why don't I remember? I should remember. I feel like there's a thing that was like, if they delay the certification until January 15th, until like 7 p.m. January 15th. Delay election till January 15th.
Signed a certificate of final determination confirming the prior certification of ascertainment that established Biden's electors as the valid electors for the state. In response, the defendant issued a series of tweets attacking Brian Hagedorn, one of the judges, the Wisconsin judges, the Republican one.
7 p.m. Here the key. What did a fucking... Delaying the election to disrupt the constitutionally mandated. Why did Trump team want to delay certification? Until after Jan 15, 7 p.m.
Who had just written the majority opinion rejecting his campaign's lawsuit and advocating the Wisconsin legislature overturn the valid election results.
There's no specific information in January. I feel like, very specifically, I remember there being a memo.
2 years ago, the great people of Wisconsin asked me to endorse a man named Brian Hagedorn for state Supreme Court justice who was getting destroyed in the polls against a tough Democrat candidate who had no chance of losing. After my endorsement, he won. Wow, just as he voted against me in a big court decision on voter fraud, despite many pages of dissent from 3 highly respected justices. One thing has nothing to do with another, but we ended up losing 4-3 in a really incorrect ruling. Great Republicans in Wisconsin should take these 3 strong decisions to the state legislators and overturn this ridiculous state election. We won in a landslide. He can't believe that, right? How can he believe he won in a landslide? We really believe he's telling the truth, or do we believe he's lying? Even the most MAGA person, you think he believes he won Wisconsin in a landslide? After the defendant's tweet, the state marshal responsible for Brian Hagedorn's safety arranged to provide him with additional police protection based on social media traffic and other threatening comms. Voting machines in multiple states throughout the post-election period, defendants, that is Trump and co-conspirators, repeatedly made claims about security and accuracy of voting machines, despite the fact that they were on notice the claims were false. As early as November 12th, for instance, the National Association of Secretaries of State, the National Association of State Election Directors, and other coordinated federal, state, and private entities issued a public statement declaring that the 2020 election was the most secure in American history, that there was no evidence that any voting system deleted or lost votes, changed votes, or in any way was compromised. On November 14th, in the tweet announcing that Giuliani was to lead his campaign legal efforts, the defendant also named a private attorney, that is Sidney Powell, who was fixated on voting machine claims. And this is Joseph Genova, I don't know how to pronounce his last name, but he's also been doing some of the criminal...
This. The memo said Pence would give the states a deadline at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, January 15th, to send back a due slate of votes. If any legislator missed the deadline, no electoral votes would be open and count from the state. That's what it was. Okay.
Cases, I think. 2 days later, on November 16th, on the defendant's behalf, executive assistant, whatever, sent Sidney Powell and other private attorneys an email from POTUS attaching a document containing bullet points critical of, I guess this would be probably like Smartmatic or something, a company that manufactured voting machines in certain states, and writing, see attached, please include as is or almost as is in a lawsuit. Sidney Powell responded 9 minutes later saying it must go in all suits in GA and PA immediately without a fraud claim that requires the entire election to be set aside in those states and machines impounded for nonpartisan professional inspection. Chris Kebs, the director of the Department of Homeland Security's Cyber...
This is what I'm thinking of.
Infrastructure Security Agency publicly tweeted that a group of private election security experts concluded that claims of computer-based election fraud either have been unsubstantiated or are technically incoherent. 2 days later, Giuliani, Sidney Powell, Joseph Genova, and others held a press conference at the RNC headquarters on behalf of the defendant's campaign. During it, Powell made false and factually impossible claims regarding Dominion or something and the integrity of the country's election infrastructure. That night, Fox News television personality Tucker Carlson.
Tucker Carlson, let's go.
He had invited her on his program. He further stated, this is the people, by the way, that Anna Kasparian wants to talk to. He further stated, but she never sent us any evidence, despite a lot of requests, polite requests, not a page. When we kept pressing, she got angry and told us to stop contacting her. When we checked with others around the Trump campaign, people in positions of authority, they told us Sidney Powell has never given them any evidence either. She never demonstrated that a single actual vote was moved illegitimately by soccer from one candidate to another.
Is this out yet? Oh yeah, this was out a while ago. Hold on. Ellison, remember, outlined a multi-step strategy in Gen 6. Delay. It wants to certify Pence wants to send back the electoral votes from 6 days. Trump falsely claimed it is 1.
They're not one. The defendant saw his private attorney's RNC press conference and the Tucker Carlson discussion of Sidney Powell and acknowledged to Jason Miller that Sidney Powell was unhinged. It's another bombshell. He's seen her be unhinged. On November 20th, the day after the press conference, the defendant made a similar comment to Mark Meadows, to Dan Scavino. In casual conversation after another meeting had ended, the defendant told Mark Meadows that Dan Scavino that Tucker Carlson had eviscerated or destroyed Sidney Powell. The defendant then had a call with Sidney Powell on speakerphone. He called her crazy. Her claim is crazy. Made a reference to Star Trek. In the same time period, when Greg Jacob told the defendant that Sidney Powell's claims were unreliable and should not be included in lawsuits, the defendant agreed that he had not seen anything to substantiate the allegations. Notwithstanding the defendant's tweet from 8 days prior announcing her involvement, Giuliani issued a statement on behalf of the campaign distancing the defendant from Sidney Powell, saying that she's on her own. Nonetheless, the defendant continued to support and publicize Sidney Powell's knowingly false claims. So he's called her crazy. He said there's no evidence for what she's saying.
To download it.
He's distancing himself.
Legally.
Yet he's still promoting her false claims. What is there to say? Sidney Powell filed a lawsuit the next day against the governor of Georgia, falsely alleging massive election fraud accomplished through Dominion election software hardware. The defendant again promoted the lawsuit in a tweet. The lawsuit was dismissed within 2 weeks. Chris Capps was no longer the assistant director.
I feel like I looked for this memo and I couldn't find it for a while, and then I did find it. But then I don't remember where I put it, or like, is it this? No.
On the television program 60 Minutes, he was confident the election had been secure and that there was no manipulation of the vote on the machine count side. In response, he ridiculed him, never asked us for a comment about the ridiculous one-sided story, which is an international joke. Our 2020 election from poorly rated Dominion to a country flooded with unaccounted for mail-in ballots is probably our least secure ever. A few days later, this lawyer, Joseph D. Genova, appeared on a radio program as the defendant's agent and said that because of Chris Capps' comments to promote confidence, he should be drawn and quartered, taken out at dawn and shot. He was subject to death threats. In a press conference on December 1st, the defendant acknowledged watching. A Georgia election official, Gabriel Sterling, said, "It's time to stop. That this is going to get people killed." Bill Barr stated publicly that the Justice Department had not seen. So, okay, these are not comms internal. Okay, so that's why he's able to present it. He stated publicly the Justice Department had not seen evidence of fraud sufficient to change the election results. With respect to voting machines, he said there's been one assertion that would be systemic fraud, and that would be the claim that the machines were programmed essentially to skew the results, and the DHS and DOJ have looked into that. We haven't been able to substantiate it. Giuliani and Jenna Ellis issued a formal campaign statement attacking Bill Barr and the Justice Department, saying that there hasn't been any semblance of DOJ investigation. His opinions appear to be without any knowledge. This is also helping the official versus unofficial distinction. You're putting the Department of Justice in conflict with the campaign. So that's helpful for the unofficial. In mid-December, the defendant spoke with Ronna McDaniel, asked her to publicize and promote a private report that had been released on December 13th that purported to identify flaws in Antrim County. You guys remember this bullshit? Holy crap. This is like a blast from the past. McDaniel refused, telling the defendant that she had already discussed the report with the Michigan Speaker of the House, who told her that it was inaccurate. Ronna McDaniel conveyed the defendant the exact assessment that the report was fucking nuts. On January 2nd, during the defendant's call with Raffensperger, a set of false claims regarding voting machines, I don't believe that you're really questioning the Dominion ballots because we did a hand retally, 100% retally of all the ballots and compared them with the machine said, came up with virtually the same result. Then we did the recount and got virtually the same result, so I guess we can probably take that off the table. The defendant falsely claimed that in other states we think we found tremendous corruption with machines, but we'll have to see. This is after he said she's cuckoo, right? This is after he already had the whole thing with Tucker Carlson saying he got that Sidney Powell got demolished, right? This is knowing lies. At the ellipse, the defendant and co-conspirators who spoke at the rally continued to make these same claims. Giuliani claimed that in the U.S. Senate runoff and election, the votes were deliberately changed by the same algorithm. Eastman continued the false attack. We now know because we caught it live last time in real time how the machines contributed to that fraud. They put the ballot in a secret folder in the machines, sitting there waiting until they knew how many they needed. It's disgusting. No evidence. In his own speech, Trump again raised the false specter of the highly troubling matter of Dominion flipping votes after he himself criticized these claims. The defendant organized and caused his electors to submit fraudulent certificates, creating the false appearance that they had submitted competing electoral slates. By late November 2020, every effort, both legitimate and illegitimate, the defendant had made to challenge the results of the election had been unsuccessful. So this is after all that stuff. That by itself says the DOJ.
He tried his best. He tried his best. He's just really dumb.
After that, now that this has all been unsuccessful, they lost their lawsuits. Their efforts to overturn the vote count through the pressure campaign on state officials through false claims continue to fail. In early December, the defendant and his co-conspirators developed a new plan to organize the people who would have served as the defendant's electors had he won the popular vote, and cause them to sign and send to Pence as the president and Senate certifications in which the falsely represent themselves as legitimate electors. Ultimately, the defendant and his co-conspirators would use their fraudulent electoral votes, mere pieces of paper without the lawful imprimatur of the state executive, to falsely claim that in his ministerial role, presiding over the January 6th certification, Pence had the authority to choose the fraudulent ones over the legitimate ones, or to send the purportedly dueling slates to the state legislatures for consideration anew. The fraudulent electors' plan's arc and obstructive purpose is reflected in a series of memoranda drafted in late November and early December by Kenneth Chesbrough, an attorney who volunteered to assist the defense campaign in the lawsuit challenging the election in Wisconsin. Beginning with a memorandum drafted on November 18th, Chesbrough advocated the defendants' electors nominees in Wisconsin meet and cast votes on the date required by the ECA in the event that an ongoing recount in the state reversed the defendants' loss there. But this course of action, which Chesbrough's Wisconsin memorandum presented as a contingency plan to preserve the possibility that a defendant's elector votes be counted at the January 6th certification proceeding if he prevailed in the Wisconsin litigation and won the state, quickly transformed into a corrupt strategy to overturn the legitimate election results. Chesbrough revealed this obstructive plan in 2 additional memorandum dated December 6th and December 9th, which proposed that the defendant's elector nominees in 6 of the targeted states, all but New Mexico, a state the defendant lost by more than 10% of the popular vote, sparsely referenced in its false claims of voter fraud and non-envisioned challenging of the inception of the election scheme, meet on December 14th, sign fraudulent certifications, and send them to the vice president to manufacture a fake controversy. The defendant personally set the fraudulent electoral plan in motion in early December, ensured that it was carried out by co-conspirators and campaign agents in the targeted states, and monitored its progress. By December 5th, the defendant was starting to think about Congress's role in the election process. For the first time, he mentioned to Pence the possibility of challenging the election results in the House of Representatives. In the same call, Pence told the defendant that the Georgia Bureau of Investigation was investigating their race. On December 6th, the same day that Kenneth Chesbrough put the plan on paper, the defendant and Eastman called RNC chairwoman Ronna McDaniel out of the blue. McDaniel did not know Eastman, and the defendant introduced him to Ronna McDaniel by saying that he was a professor and lawyer. Thereafter, John Eastman was the primary speaker during the conversation. Eastman told Ronna McDaniel that he and the defendant wanted the RNC to help the campaign assemble the electors in the states where we had legal challenges or litigation that was ongoing, in case any of the litigation changed the results. So again, they're selling it as a contingency plan. When the call ended, Ronna McDaniel immediately called Justin Clark, the deputy campaign manager, and relayed her conversation with the defendant and Eastman. After Clark, this is Justin Clark, not Jeffrey Clark. After Justin Clark assured Ronna McDaniel that the campaign was on it, Ronna McDaniel called Trump back and told him so. On the same day from his personal email account, P21, apparently that's Mark.
God, I literally remember looking for this memo and not being able to find it, and I don't know where I put it once I did find it.
We just need to have someone coordinating the electors for states. And remember, we already have a ruling by the D.C. Circuit saying that Mark Meadows' conduct here was not official. It was unofficial, okay? Just heads up. And the following day, on the evening of December 7th, Giuliani sent Ronna McDaniel a text message saying in part, I have lawyers assigned in each state working on the December 14th electors meeting and what they need. I will send you a list. The defendant's co-conspirators worked with his campaign staff and used the pre-election campaign apparatus to execute the fraudulent elector plan. The defendant communicated with Giuliani and Eastman about the plan. They in turn communicated with Boris Epstein and Kenneth Chesbrough. Ultimately, Michael Roman and Christina Bobb and other campaign staff and agents helped carry out Kenneth Chesbrough's plans. On December 8th, Kenneth Chesbrough spoke on the phone with Kelly Ward, a private attorney whom Giuliani and Boris Epstein had identified as a contact for the plan in Arizona. Following the call, Kelly Ward, this is a fake elector, recounted the conversation in an email. I just talked to the gentleman who did that memo, Kenneth Chesbrough. His idea is basically that all of us, Georgia, Wisconsin, Arizona, Pennsylvania, etc., have our electors send in their votes, even though the votes aren't legal under federal law. They're admitting it's not legal. They're not signed by the governor. So that members of Congress can fight about whether they should be counted. They can potentially argue that they're not bound by federal law because they're Congress and they make the laws. It's kind of wild, creative. I'm happy to discuss. My comment to him is that I guess there's no harm in it, legally at least. We would just be sending in fake electoral votes to Pence so that someone in Congress can make an objection when they start counting votes and start arguing that the fake votes should be counted. I mean, they know it's
We've
fake.
read that memo before.
Everyone understands this. On December 9th, Boris Epstein contacted Ronna McDaniel for assistance with the request from, this is Kenneth Chesbrough, for a list of our electors. So they're going after the actual elector, right? The electors that the party had sort of selected, right? And copies of the certificates sent in 4 years ago. So they want copies of the certificates to make the fake slates. Ronna McDaniel responded that campaign employees were already assisting in that effort and what a piece of shit, Ronna McDaniel, all these Republicans, other than the ones who stood their ground. Boris Epstein to deputy campaign guy Clark. The next day, at Giuliani's direction, Kenneth Chesbrough generated directions to the electors in all the targeted states except for Wisconsin, which had already received his memos, and New Mexico, which he had not yet been asked to do, on how best to mimic the manner in which valid electors were required by state law to gather and vote, along with fraudulent certificates. So they're doing this kind of like song and dance routine.
Rah, 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 rah.
So far. The day before the defendant's electors were scheduled to meet and sign fraudulent certificates of votes, the defendant asked campaign advisor P4 is Jason Miller.
Where the fuck?
And CC1, that is Giuliani, asked Jason Miller to participate in a messaging conference call. Jason Miller discussed these developments in a text thread with Deputy Clark, right?
That ain't right. Oh, it's so. What is happening? What did I do?
In a messaging conference call, in a text thread with another campaign staffer and this lawyer, who I keep forgetting the name, Greg Jacob. After Jason Miller proposed a communications plan for the campaign on the electoral vote, I keep forgetting this, Greg Jacob wrote to Deputy Campaign Manager Clark, I'll call soon and we'll talk with boss. The participants then discussed to whom a campaign statement could be attributed. Clark wrote, here's the thing, the way this is morphed, it's a crazy place, so I don't know who wants to put their name on it. Jason Miller shared...
Okay, I think this website is just a fucking... has a fucking memory leak or something, man. Get me out of here.
By T, so the call, Giuliani was convening, Giuliani, Boris Epstein, I think this is Jenna Ellis, Christina Bobb, others. And derogatorily referred to them as the Star Wars Bar, meaning a motley assortment of characters, and in this case, specifically ones whose professional competence Jason Miller doubted, and whom he personally would not choose to hire. Greg Jacob responded, certifying illegal votes. they all knew it was illegal. Thereafter, the text participants collectively agreed that no message would go out under their names because they can't stand by it. In the midst of these text messages, Greg Jacob, Jason Miller, and Clark had a 19-minute phone call with Trump. In practice, the fraudulent elector plan played out somewhat differently in each targeted state. In general, the co-conspirators deceived the defendant's electors nominees in the same way that the defendant and Eastman deceived Ron McDaniel by falsely claiming that their electors would only be used if ongoing litigation were resolved in the defendant's favor. So they're tricking a lot of the fake electors. A select few of the defendant's agents and elector nominees, however, had insight into the ultimate plan to use the fraudulent elector certificates to disrupt the congressional certification on January 6th. In several states, the defendant, his co-conspirators, and agents were unable to convince all of the defendant's electors. Okay, right? So they're not able to convince the official electors in a lot of places to be on the paper. Lou Barletta, for instance, a former U.S. representative and U.S. attorney, one of the defendant's elector nominees in Pennsylvania who opted out of the plan, told the state party vice chair trying to organize the defendant's electors that he would not participate because the plan did not follow the proper process and was illegal. When electors like him declined, the conspirators and agents had to recruit substitutes willing to go along with the plan. So not even the ones they selected, right? They're not even the electors that the party selected. They're fake electors. They're not even the Republican electors. They're just random people. They're LARPers. Other electors who participated based on the conspirators' false assurances that their votes were only a contingency.
But is this it? Yes, I found it. Vice President is to require response from each state legislator no later than 7 p.m. EST. If any state legislator fails to provide a timely response, no electoral votes can be open account for a state. The Constitution provides that if no candidate for the president receives a majority of electoral votes, the Congress shall vote by delegation. This will provide two and 1/2 days for Congress to meet and vote by delegation prior to January 20th at noon for inauguration.
We're later surprised to learn they were used on January 6th and would not have agreed to it. So some of the fake electors truly believed it was a contingency plan. In Pennsylvania, the defendant's elector nominees concerned about the propriety of the plan presented a problem. In text messages that, I'm getting somewhat better, Michael Roman and Boris Epstein exchanged on December 11th into the early morning hours of December 12th. Roman, I think, what's his name? Michael Roman told Boris Epstein that some other guy whom the defendant had called shortly after the election is winding up the electors, telling them if they sign the petition they can be prosecuted, need a counter argument. So there's some Republican. This is the guy who they had like talked shit about. He's like, you could be prosecuted if you sign this. We need a counter argument. Debate him. Boris Epstein responded, have someone who knows him call him and tell him to stop. Roman replied, that's the plan. PA is squishy right now. Going to need to call with Giuliani. On December 12th, Giuliani, Boris Epstein, and Kenneth Chesbrough and others held a conference call organized by the campaign to placate the defendant's Pennsylvania electors. Giuliani falsely assured them that their certificate of vote would only...
Yeah.
only be used if they succeed in litigation. During the call, some of the defendant's conspirators and agents exchanged text messages expressing frustration at the concerns. Roman wrote, whoever selected the slate should be shot. Jenna Ellis responded, these people are making this so much more complicated than it needs to be. Oh my God, we couldn't have found 20 people better than this? Roman agreed, writing, we need good substitutes. When the possibility arose that the elector certificates of vote included conditional language making clear they were not yet the duly appointed electors,
only 2 of them did that.
Roman wrote, the other slates are signing what Chesbrough prepared. If it gets out, we change the language for PA, it could snowball. On December 13th, the eve of when the electors were to meet, the defendant was preoccupied with preventing the certification of electoral votes. He tweeted, swing states that have found massive voter fraud, which all of them cannot legally certify the... So again, right? Absolutely no evidence. These votes as complete and correct without committing a severely punishable crime, a threat. Everyone knows that dead people, below age people, illegal immigrants, fake signatures, all debunked. Prisoners and many others voted illegally. Also machine glitches, another word for fraud. These are the same claims he's saying are stupid and have been debunked himself, right? All of these fucking debunked claims. In all swing states, there are far more votes than are necessary to win the state and the election itself. Therefore, votes cannot be certified. This election is under protest. Ultimately, Pennsylvania electors insisted upon conditional language in their elector certificates to avoid falsely certifying that they were the duly appointed electors. And in New Mexico, the state that Lieutenant Chesbrough's memoranda did not even address, the defendant's campaign filed a protectual lawsuit just minutes before the fraudulent electors met, so there was litigation pending at the time of the vote. Notwithstanding obstacles, the defendant and his co-conspirators successfully organized his elector nominees and substitutes, fake electors,
what the fuck, dude?
To gather on December 14th in the targeted states, cast fraudulent electoral votes on his behalf, and send those to D.C. in order to falsely claim that the congressional certification that certain states had sent opinion slates of electors. When possible, the defendant and co-conspirators tried to have the fake electoral votes appear to be in compliance with state law governing how legitimate electors vote. For example, the co-conspirators knew that some of the states required the duly appointed electors meet and cast their votes in the state capitol building. To make it
so they tried to enter the capitol.
Were enlisted to provide the fraudulent electors with access to the state capitol building so they could gather and vote there. In many cases, however, the conspirators and fraudulent electors were unable to comply with state law for legitimate electors. For example, Pennsylvania law required the governor to give notice whenever an elector was substituted, but the conspirators could not arrange for the governor to give notice when some opted out. Therefore, CC5, that is Kenneth Chesbrough, and others brainstormed fake excuses for their failure to follow state law, writing, maybe we can use COVID-19 as an excuse for the governor not giving notice. They're taking notes on a criminal conspiracy. Then, on December 14th, the day that duly appointed electors across the country met to cast their votes, and when the defendant's fraudulent electors in 7 states mimicked them, Ron McDaniel followed up with the defendant when she received an internal RNC email titled Electors Recap Final, which summarized the day's activities with respect to electors and included a list of 6 contested states in which the defendant's electors voted. She forwarded to the defendant's executive assistant, who responded, it's in front of him. Ronna McDaniel also called Trump to tell him that she had sent him the update, and she spoke to Giuliani shortly before Giuliani spoke to the defendant. At the same time, the defendant's fraudulent electors were preparing to gather and cast fraudulent votes. The defendant's co-conspirators began planning on how to use the fraudulent votes. So they've got the fake people in place. Now they're planning, like, okay, how do we use this? On December 13th, Kenneth Chesebro sent Giuliani a memo that envisioned a scenario in which Pence would use the fraudulent slates as a pretext to claim there were dueling slates of electors, negotiate a solution to defeat Biden. On the same day, the defendant resumed almost daily direct contact with P1 is Steve Bannon. So Trump is talking to Bannon, who maintained a podcast that disseminated Trump's claims. On December 14th, Bannon's podcast focused on spreading lies about the defendant's fraudulent electors, including that the false claim the votes were merely a contingency in case they won legal challenges. On December 16th, Kenneth Chesebro traveled to Washington with a group of private attorneys who had done work for the defense campaign in Wisconsin for a photo op.
I should have it linked, but I remember this quote like from the, I think it was from the original Jack Smith indictment. There are like 4 emails that show they that this isn't true. I mean, I'm sure this indictment goes over it as well. There are 4 documents, however, in which Dr. Eastman and other attorneys suggest that irrespective of the merits, the primary goal of filing is to delay or otherwise dispute the January 6th, disrupt the January 6th vote. Let me just see if I can find this. Let me get rid of the 66. I'm glad Destiny's wiki comes up. What's the, how do I, or 4. $66, okay.
Put the defendant in the Oval Office. During the encounter, the defendant complained about Wisconsin Supreme Court Justice Brian Hagedorn. As the group was leaving, the defendant spoke directly and privately to Kenneth Chesebro. As late as early January, the conspirators attempted to keep the full nature of the fraudulent elector plan secret. On January 3rd, for instance, in a private text message exchange, Boris Epstein wrote to Kenneth Chesebro, "Careful with your text on text groups. No reason to text things about electors to anyone but Eastman and me." Chesebro responded, "K. I mean, come on. Be secret about it. Don't tell anybody. Why would you not tell anybody? Why would you try not to tell people? Shouldn't you be shouting from the rooftops, hey, these are the real electors? Why hide it?" Boris Epstein followed up. I'm probably a bit paranoid, haha. Kenneth Chesebro wrote,
how do I find these documents?
They attempted to persuade Pence to reject votes cast by duly appointed electors and choose the defendant's fraudulent ones. As the defendant's various attempts to target the states failed and the January 6th congressional certification approached, the defendant and co-conspirators turned their attention to Pence, who, as president of the Senate, presided over the proceeding. In service of a new plan to enlist Pence to use his role to fraudulently alter the election results at the January 6th certification proceeding, the defendant and his co-conspirators again used deceit. They lied to Pence, telling him there was a substantial election fraud and concealing their orchestration of the plan to manufacture fraudulent elector slates, as well as their intention to use the fake slates to attempt to obstruct the congressional certification. And they lied to the public, falsely claiming that Pence had the authority to, during the proceeding, to reject electoral votes, send them back to the states, or overturn the election, and that Pence had agreed he had these powers. With these lies, the defendant created the tinderbox that he purposely ignited on January 6th. The defendant first publicly turned his sights towards January 6th in the early morning hours of December 19th at 1:42 a.m. Big protest, be there, be wild. When Chesebro learned about the tweet, he sent a link about it to another of the Wisconsin attorneys. Wow, based on 3 days ago, I think we have a unique understanding of this. Later on December
that text is so funny to me. They literally, because literally December 16th, they had that meeting with Trump, and they're like, January 6th is the real deadline. And then 3 days later, Trump calls for protests on January 6th, and they text each other. Well, I think we have a unique understanding of this. How do I find these documents?
19th, so he knows he's setting up for January 6th. This is the fake elector plan. Now he's sending in all of his troops, right? So they know when this shit's going to go down. They know when they're going to do the switcheroo. And now he's surrounding the Capitol with thousands and thousands of his own people. Some of the sources are blocked out. I believe, as a matter of policy. They tend to do that in these documents with, like, non-parties. We're assuming who they are. And I'm guessing these are, like... These look like Bates numbers of some kind. And descriptions or quotes. I don't know why they're blacked out. It might relate to, like, particular witnesses that they want to protect or something. They recognize that Pence, by virtue of his ministerial role, would need to be a key part of their plan. On December 23rd, a memorandum drafted with Chesebro's assistance, Eastman outlined a plan for Pence to gavel in the defendant as the winner of the election. So that's the first plan, right? Just gavel him in. 7 states have transmitted dual slates. Because of the ongoing disputes in 7 states, there are no electors that can be deemed validly appointed in those states. This is the House delegation plan. Eastman emphasized concealment, writing that the main thing here was that Pence act without asking for permission. So don't act with permission, just do it. A Bates number is like an ID number, named after the guy who did it. Eastman memorandum stood in stark contrast to concessions he had previously made about the vice president's lack of authority in the certification proceeding. 2 months earlier, on October 11th, he had written to a colleague that neither the Constitution nor the ECA provided the vice president with discretion to make the determination on his own. So, like, we have communications where he's saying this is not legal. What else would you need? 1 day earlier, when asked by private attorneys, that would, if filed, have raised the issues of the vice president's authority, he'd recommend the complaint not be filed. He wrote the risk of getting to court ruling that Pence has the authority to reject them is very high. He knows this is illegal. On the evening of December 23rd, after Giuliani shared Eastman and Kenneth Chesebro's plan with the defendant, Trump publicly retweeted a document called Operation Pence Card, which, like the memo from Eastman, had advocated that Pence block the lawful certification of legitimate electoral votes. On the 23rd, Eastman emailed some other dude asking to speak to the defendant to update him on overall strategic thinking. Let's see what this guy is. I guess this is an assistant or something of Trump. The following day, December 24th, the defendant called Eastman and they spoke for 40 minutes. On December 25th, Kenneth Chesebro proposed in a text message to Eastman and to Boris Epstein that Pence permit an unlimited filibuster of the certification in violation of the Electoral Count Act, and gavelled the defendant as president. When Eastman asked, is Pence really likely to be on board with this? Boris Epstein responded, let's keep the soft text for now. They know. From that point on, the conspirators plotted to manipulate Pence, Giuliani, Eastman, Boris Epstein, and Steve Bannon worked in concert to enlist Pence to act unlawfully, to ratchet up public pressure from the defendant's supporters that he do so. The defendant began to directly and repeatedly pressure Pence at the same time that he continued summoning his supporters to amass on the day of the congressional certification. Why? Why is he bringing his supporters there? He knows what they're planning to do. On December 25th, when Pence called the defendant to wish him a Merry Christmas, the defendant raised the certification and told Pence that he had the discretion in his role as president of the Senate. Pence emphatically responded, I don't think I have the authority to change the outcome. The next day, the defendant tweeted, never give up. See everyone in D.C. on January 6th. He also tweeted false promises. Time for Republican senators to step up and fight for the presidency. Like the Democrats.
Merry Christmas. Hey, by the way, do you know that you could, I just think that you should unilaterally not certify the election. Merry Christmas, by the way. I don't think I have the authority to do that. Everyone be there on Jan 6.
Would do if they had actually won. The proof is irrefutable.
I wonder why he wants the people there on Jan 6.
On December 28th, Eastman, Kenneth Chesebro, and Boris Epstein exchanged text messages in which Eastman expressed concern that Gomer versus Pence, a lawsuit filed the same day, filed the day before that asserted that Pence had discretion to choose electoral. I mean, this is Louis Gomer. All of these people are traitors. Some in the literal sense, Trump in the literal sense. To choose electoral votes during the certification proceeding would prompt the federal court to publicly reject and preclude the plan. Therefore, at 11 a.m. on January 1st, the defendant called Pence to berate him because he had learned that Pence had filed a brief opposing the relief. When Pence explained, as he did before, they did not believe that he had the power in the Constitution to decide which votes to accept, the defendant told him that hundreds of thousands of people are going to hate your guts and people are going to think you're stupid. And he told him, you're too honest. Again, incredibly indicative of guilt, knowing malicious.
True.
Immediately before the call, the defendant had spoken separately to Giuliani and Steve Bannon, losers, criminals. And late that afternoon, the defendant spoke separately with Bannon, Eastman, and Giuliani. Within hours of the call with Pence, the defendant reminded supporters to travel to Washington on January 6th to stop the steal. The next day, January 2nd, Giuliani, Eastman, and Boris Epstein appeared on Bannon's podcast. When Bannon asked whether the January 6th certification would be a climactic battle, Eastman responded that a lot of that depends on the courage and the spine of the individuals involved. The defendant spoke to Giuliani shortly after his appearance on the podcast. That afternoon, Boris Epstein worked to arrange a meeting among the defendant, Eastman, and Pence in order to enlist Pence to misuse his role as president of the Senate at the certification proceeding. When Boris Epstein texted Bannon about the meeting, Bannon, who had just finished a phone call with the defendant, reiterated that the defendant wanted Pence briefed by Eastman immediately. Thereafter, the defendant called Pence, informing him that he had spent the day speaking to a Secretary of State, state legislators, and members of Congress, as described supra, that is above. The defendant spoke with Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger the same day. On the call with Pence, the defendant said he had learned that a U.S. Senator was going to propose a 10-day delay in the certification proceeding and told Pence, you can make the decision to delay the count for 10 days. The defendant then, unilaterally. The defendant then referred Pence to Eastman for the first time and asked if Pence would meet with him. On January 3rd, the defendant again told Pence that at the certification proceeding, Pence had the absolute right to reject votes and to overturn the election. Pence responded that he had no such authority, that the federal appeals court had rejected a lawsuit making that same claim the previous day. Then the defendant took to Twitter to again falsely claim that fraud had permeated the election. The same day, Eastman circulated a second memo that included a new plan, under which, in violation of the ECA, the vice president would send the electoral slates to the state legislators to determine which slate to count. The meeting that Boris Epstein had organized with the defendant and Eastman could enlist Pence to reject Biden's legitimate electoral votes was scheduled late in the afternoon of January 4th. In advance of the meeting, Giuliani, Eastman, Boris Epstein, and Steve Bannon gathered at the Willard Hotel near the White House, and from there, Giuliani called and spoke with the defendant. When Eastman arrived at the White House for the meeting, this is Greg Jacob confronted Eastman about the legal basis for his proposal. Greg Jacob went line by line through Eastman's second memo, and Eastman conceded that no court would support it. In response, Greg Jacob warned Eastman that pressing his admittedly unlawful plan would cause riots, and so he knows it's unlawful. If no court would accept it, it's unlawful, right?
He was just testing legal theories,
He said it would
bro.
cause riots in the streets. Greg Jacob then spoke to the defendant, telling him the theory that Eastman and others were promoting would not work, and that Eastman had acknowledged that it was not going to work. That defendant responded, other people disagreed, but did not identify those other people. Greg Jacob also pointed out to the defendant that Eastman's theory regarding a strategic democratic plan, is this really Greg Jacob, or is this,
That has to be Greg Jacobs, right? Greg Jacobs was the one, with Eastman telling him, hey, you're fucking retarded. This isn't going to work. And he was trying to tell Trump that too. And he, was legal counsel to Pence. So he made sure Pence knew it too, even though Pence already didn't think he had the power to do so. But this is Greg Jacobs.
You want me to up the volume? Sorry. Is this actually Greg Jacob, or is this the other White House counsel?
It's got to be Greg Jacobs.
Oh, I guess it was Greg Jacob. Cool. Awesome. The meeting among the defendant, Eastman, Pence, and Pence staffers, P8, this is going to be Mark Short. Yeah, Mark Short and... Okay. I don't think it's Greg Jacob. Some of these names I think are wrong. Some other person. Began around 4:45 p.m. No one from the defendant's White House counsel office attended. So this is all private people, right? Except for Pence, right? Private lawyer, I should say. During the meeting, the defendant asked Eastman to explain his plan to Pence. Eastman presented two options. He could just unilaterally decide objections to electors, or alternatively, in the plan that Eastman devised the prior day, Pence could send the elector slates to the targeted states' legislatures to determine which electors' votes should be counted. In the defendant's presence, in response to Pence's questioning, Eastman admitted that the ECA forbade what he proposed and that no one had tested his new plan to send elector slates to state legislatures for review. Nonetheless, the defendant repeatedly expressed a preference that Pence unilaterally reject valid elector slates. That's what he wanted. Throughout the meeting, the defendant repeated his knowingly false fraud claims as a purported basis for Pence to act illegally. Pence's 5 pages of contemporaneous notes from the meeting reflect the defendant said, when there's fraud, the rules get changed. The bottom line, won every state by hundreds of thousands of votes. It's a lie. The whole thing is up to MP, Michael Pence. It has to do with you. You can be bold, and you have the right to do whatever you want to do. The meeting concluded with Pence firm and clear telling the defendant, I'm not seeing this argument working. Nonetheless, the defendant requested that Pence's staff meet with Eastman again to discuss further. Pence agreed. The conspirators were undeterred. Immediately after leaving the White House, Eastman gathered with Mrs. Boris Epstein and Steve Bannon back at the Willard Hotel. Over the days that followed, these conspirators strategized on how Eastman could influence Pence through the vice president's counsel and normalize the unlawful plan by discussing it on Bannon's podcast. Meanwhile, the defendant continued to pressure Pence publicly. For his part, immediately upon leaving the meeting with Pence, the defendant traveled to Dalton, Georgia to speak at a political rally at the invitation of 2 U.S. senators engaged in runoff elections there. During his speech, the defendant promoted many of the same falsehoods he had been informed were untrue. He said, they're not taking the White House. We're going to fight like hell, I'll tell you right now. And remarked, I hope Mike Pence comes through for us. I have to tell you, I hope that our great vice president comes through for us. Of course, if he doesn't come through, I won't like him quite as much. He also used the Dalton campaign speech as a call to action to his own
God.
If you don't
I've heard most of these quotes before, but they're so funny, dude. They're so funny.
Your country with everything you have, you're not going to have a country left. And a man that his supporters take action to prevent what he falsely called the outright stealing of elections, like they're trying to do with us. We can't let that happen. The next morning on January 5th, the defendant spoke on the phone.
Thanks for the follow. Israel Best.
With Bannon.
I appreciate it.
Podcast. Bannon said in anticipation of January 6th certification proceeding, all hell is going to break loose tomorrow. Also on the morning of January 5th, Eastman participated in the federal court hearing in Trump versus Kemp, the Georgia lawsuit against Kemp and Raffensperger, in which the defendant had signed a false verification days earlier. Eastman on the defendant's behalf asked the federal court to decertify the presidential election in Georgia and declare that the state legislature may choose the state's electors. During the hearing, the federal court denied the request. Immediately following the federal court's rejection of the legal basis for the conspirators' plan, Eastman went to the meeting.
I think he's talking about this is the Wisconsin voters case, right?
That the defendants had requested that Pence's staff take. At the outset, Eastman changed his tack and advocated that Pence simply reject the Biden's electors outright.
How do we spell Wisconsin? Summer camp? What? Yeah. Wait, no, that's not it. Oh, wait, oh. Eastman acknowledged the VP would be sued for his following proposal. That the lawsuit would be filed in U.S. District Court of Columbia. The same court just rejected nearly identical arguments from the Wisconsin Voters Alliance litigation. I think he's talking about this.
This was contrary to his primary recommendation the day before that Pence send the slates to the state legislatures, but consistent with the preference the defendant had expressed. CC2 made, Eastman made additional concessions during the meeting. For example, Eastman agreed that the Supreme Court would unanimously reject his proposed action. Consistent historical practice since the founding was the vice president never asserted authority to reject electors. No reasonable person would want the Constitution read that way because the office would never switch political parties. No state legislature appeared poised to try to change its electors. And if Democrats were to claim the same authority, Eastman would not credit it. He's saying this is illegal. I don't agree with it. I wouldn't agree with it if Democrats did it. Pence staffer expressed to Eastman the defendant plan will result in a disastrous situation where the election might have to be decided in the streets. Anyone with a brain could anticipate the violence. Having failed to enlist the Pence staffers in the criminal conspiracy, Eastman told them that the team was going to be really disappointed.
As an emeritus astute rests on a fundamental and obvious misreading in the Constitution.
In fact, was disappointed. After Eastman updated Giuliani in the meeting,
we should read some of the opinion of this actually. Obviously, I mean it was dismissed on standing, I think, but they also looked at demerits.
Epstein confirmed to Bannon that the Pence lawyer,
like many of the election fraud cases, believe it or not.
That same day, Giuliani received an email confirming what he had already admitted, that no chamber of any legislature in any state, including Arizona, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, was requesting that the votes be returned. So none of the states were asking for the votes to be returned, right? Like, imagine that someone's like, hey, give this kid back his candy bar. He's like, that's not my candy. I don't want it back. Or, I was giving it to him. I don't want it back. Give it back to him so he can make a choice again. I don't want it back. Meanwhile, Kenneth Chesbrough, these are the worst criminals of all time.
True.
Savages who had traveled to Washington. This is the threat to our country. Give me 50,000. Give me 50,000 illegal immigrants from any country. Before
over one Kenneth Chesbrough.
Any day of the week, these people
unironically
are citizens. The threat is from within. Chesbrough obtained duplicate originals of the fraudulent certificates, which they believe had not been delivered by mail to the President of the Senate or the...
I like that there was one debate I watched between the libertarians, Chase Oliver and another libertarian, and like Trump supporters. One thing like the libertarians went hard on it. They were like, who do you think is bigger like that to our country? Like fucking like immigrants who come here to work for their families, or like blue hair leftists on college campuses who are supporting Hamas. That was really funny. I really like that.
The archivist. Chesbrough received these duplicates from campaign staff and surrogates.
They were like, the immigrants who come over are like, Christian. I agree far more with them than I do with the blue hair, white college, San Francisco, gay liberals. Gay liberal socialists.
He then hand-delivered them to staffers for a U.S. representative at the Capitol, this guy, I think we know who it is, as part of a plan to deliver them to Pence. The defendant did not leave the pressure campaign to his co-conspirators. He redoubled his own efforts shortly before the Eastman meeting with the Pence lawyer. This is, I don't know who that is, sorry. The defendant tweeted, the vice president has the power to reject fraudulently chosen electors and designate the defendant as a winner. That afternoon, the defendant met privately with Pence in the Oval Office. He once again said, I have the power to decertify. When Pence was unmoved, the defendant threatened to criticize him publicly. I'm going to have to say you did a great disservice. This concerned Mark Short, to whom Pence had relayed the defendant's threat, to the point that he alerted Pence's Secret Service detail. Next, still, the defendant initiated a phone call with Pence, with Mark Short and other people in Eastman, one or two other private attorneys, likely including Giuliani, against raise the scenario of Vice President Pence sending electoral slates to state legislators. The lawyer again pointed out that such a strategy violated the ECA, and Pence reaffirmed that he did not have the ability to do so. Shortly after the call that evening, the defendant tweeted, I will be speaking at the Save America rally tomorrow at the Ellipse at 11 a.m. Big crowds. The defendant continued his pressure campaign that evening, and after a New York Times article that night detailed the afternoon's private conversation, which Pence had rejected the defendant's demand to act unlawfully, the defendant directed P4, that is, Jason Miller, to issue a statement rebutting it and approve the statement in 928. Minutes later, the defendant called Pence and told him, you got to be tough tomorrow. After concluding the call with Pence, the defendant sequentially spoke to Bannon, followed by Eastman. Then at around 10 p.m. that night, the defendant issued the public statement, which read, the vice president and I are in total agreement that the lying statement the defendant knew was a lie from Pence's repeated and firm rejections of his efforts, but that gave false hope to defendant's supporters arriving in the city at the defendant's request, maximizing pressure on Pence. Right? He's setting them up to be angry. The defendant caused unlawful conduct on January 6th and tried to take advantage. The defendant continues his intense pressure campaign against the vice president into the early morning of January 6th at around 1 a.m. He tweeted falsely, if vice president comes through, we win. Many states will decertify. No, they won't. Mike can send it back. No, we can't. At 8:17, as the supporters he had summoned to the city gathered near the White House, the defendant falsely tweeted, states want to correct their votes, which they now know were based on that's not true. Do it, Mike. Extreme courage. Eastman worked with another attorney for the defendant, who contacted a U.S. senator to ask him to obtain the fraudulent documents. When one of the U.S. senator staffers contacted a Pence staffer by text message to arrange for delivery, they rejected them. At 11:15 a.m., shortly before traveling, the defendant called Pence and made one last attempt to induce him to act on...
This is, there's a funny story with that slate of electors, yeah. They were fucking rushing to get that to get them to the Capitol, man, even though Pence did not want them. What slate of electors was it?
Unlawfully. When Pence, before traveling, the defendant called Pence and made one last attempt to induce them. At 11:15 a.m., shortly before traveling, the defendant called Pence and made one last attempt to induce him to act unlawfully. When Pence again refused and told the defendant he intended to make a statement to Congress before the certification, confirming he lacked the authority, the defendant was incensed. He decided to reinsert into his campaign speech at the Lips remarks targeting Pence for his refusal to misuse his role, and the defendant sent into motion the last plan in furtherance of his conspiracies. If Pence would not do as he asked, the defendant needed to find another way to prevent the certification of Biden as president. So on January 6th, the defendant sent to the Capitol...
Chesbrough emails Mike Roman, a junior Wisconsin Republican staffer, Ashley Gunther, who is delivering the false elector certificates. Some of these texts are funny. House Select Committee found that a staffer from Wisconsin, Ron Johnson, texted a staffer for Vice President Pence just minutes before the beginning of the joint session. The staffer stated that Senator Johnson wished to hand deliver to Vice President alternate slates of electors from Michigan and Wisconsin. Pence's aides unambiguously instructed them not to deliver to fake votes to the Vice President, even though the fake electors were transmitted to Congress and the executive branch. The Vice President held firm in his position that his role was to count lawfully submitted electoral votes.
A crowd of angry supporters whom the defendant had called to the city and inundated with false claims of outcome-determined election fraud to induce Pence not to certify the legitimate electoral votes and to obstruct the certification. At the Ellipse campaign rally, Eastman and Giuliani spoke just before the defendant. In his rally speech, Giuliani sought to cloak the conspiracies in an air of legitimacy, assuring the defendant's supporters that every single thing that has been outlined as a plan for today is perfectly legal. Introducing Eastman as a preeminent constitutional scholar who would further explain the plan, he falsely claimed the legislatures in 5 states were begging to have their electoral ballots returned. Giuliani then asserted that Pence could decide on the validity of those crooked ballots and told the crowd, let's have trial by combat. In his speech, Eastman claimed that Pence must send the electoral votes to state legislatures for the American people to know whether we have the control of the direction of our government or not, and decried that we no longer live in a self-governing republic if we can't get answers to this question. When the defendant took the stage at the Ellipse rally to speak to the supporters who had gathered there at his urging, he knew that Pence had refused once and for all to use the defendant's fraudulent elector certificates. The defendant also knew that he had only one last hope to prevent Biden's certification as president. The large and angry crowd standing in front of him. So for more than an hour, the defendant delivered a speech designed to inflame his supporters and motivated them to march to the Capitol. The defendant told his crowd many of the same lies he had been telling for months, publicly and privately, including to the officials in the targeted states, that he knew were not true. In Arizona, he claimed more than 36,000 ballots had been cast by non-citizens. Regarding Georgia, the defendant repeated the falsehood that more than 10,300 dead people voted. He raised the publicly disproven claims about fraud by election workers at the State Farm Arena. He made baseless allegations of dead voters in Nevada and Michigan and false claims about illegally counted votes in Wisconsin. And in Pennsylvania, he claimed that there were hundreds of thousands more ballots counted than there had been voters. The defendant also lied to his rally supporters when he claimed that certain states wanted to reconsider or recertify their duly appointed electors. For instance, he said, by the way, Pennsylvania has now seen all this. They didn't know because it was so quick. They had a vote, they voted, but now that they see all the stuff, it's all come to light. It doesn't happen that fast, and they want to recertify their votes. They want to recertify, but the only way that can happen is if Mike Pence agrees to send it back. Mike Pence has to agree to send it back. In response to this lie about Pennsylvania, the defendant's crowd began to chant, send it back, send it back. The defendant gave his supporters false hope that Pence would take action to change the results of the election and claimed that Pence had the authority to do so. He falsely told the crowd that Pence could still do the right thing and halt the certification, and he extemporized lines about the vice president through his speech, including the indirect threat, Mike Pence, I hope you're going to stand up for the good of our Constitution and for the good of our country. And if you're not, I'm going to be very disappointed in you. I will tell you right now, I'm not hearing good stories. The defendant galvanized his supporters by painting the stakes as critical and assuring them that history was going to be made. He made clear that he expected his supporters to take action, telling them regarding his loss of the election that, quote, we're not going to let that happen, calling on them to fight and to take back their country through strength, while suggesting that legal means were antiquated or insufficient to remedy the purported fraud, because when you catch someone in a fraud, you're allowed to go by very different rules. Throughout the speech, from as early as about 15 minutes into it, and twice in its final lines, the defendant directed his supporters to go to the Capitol and suggested that he would go with them. The overall impact of the defendant's speech, particularly in light of the months of statements and tweets falsely claiming election fraud and following on the heels of Giuliani and Eastman's speeches, was to fuel the crowd's anger. For instance, when the defendant told the supporters that we will not let them silence your voice, we're not going to let it happen, the crowd chanted, fight for Trump in response. When the defendant soon after told supporters that we're going to walk to the Capitol, that they would never take back our country with weakness, and that they had to show strength and had to be strong, members of the crowd shouted, invade the Capitol building. And
oh my God, dude. I hate Roblox.
Obeyed his directive and marched to the Capitol where the certification proceeding began around 1 p.m. Minutes earlier, Pence had issued a public statement explaining that his role as president of the Senate did not include unilateral authority to determine which electoral votes should be counted and which should not. On the floor of the House of Representatives, Pence opened the certificates of vote and certificate of ascertainment from Arizona, consistent with the ECA. After an objection from a senator and representative, the House and Senate retired to their separate chambers to debate it. Outside of the Capitol building, a mass of people, including those who had traveled to Washington and the Capitol of the defendant's direction, broke through the barriers cordoning off the Capitol grounds and advanced on the building. Among these was Kenneth Chesbrough, who had attended the defendant's speech from Washington Monument, marched with the crowd to the Capitol, and breached the restricted area surrounding the building. A large portion of the crowd at the Capitol, including rioters who violently attacked law enforcement officers trying to secure the buildings, wore clothing and carried items bearing the defendant's name and campaign slogans, leaving no doubt that they were there on his behalf and at his direction. Beginning at about 10
What the fuck was that?
The defendant settled in the dining room of the Oval Office. He spent the afternoon there reviewing Twitter on his phone, while the dining room television played Fox News contemporaneous coverage of events at the Capitol. At 2:13, the crowd at the Capitol broke into the building and forced the Senate to recess. Within minutes, staffers fled the Senate chamber carrying the legitimate electors' physical certificates of vote and certificates of ascertainment. Next to the Senate chamber, a group of terrorists chased a U.S. Capitol police officer up a flight of stairs to within 40 feet of where Pence was sheltering with his family. As they did so, the terrorists shouted at the officer in search of a public official. Where the fuck they at? Where the fuck they counted the votes at? Why are you protecting them? You're a fucking traitor. On the other side of the Capitol, the House was also forced to recess. Fox News' coverage of events at the Capitol included at about 2:12 p.m. reports of the Capitol being on lockdown, showed video footage of large crowds within the restricted areas surrounding the Capitol. Much of the crowd was wearing clothing and carrying flags evidencing their allegiance to the defendant. At about 2:20 p.m., videos of crowds on the Capitol lawn and West Terrace were shown alongside a chyron stating certification vote paused as protests erupt on Capitol Hill. At 2:21 p.m., an on-the-street reporter interviewed an individual marching from the ellipse to the Capitol who claimed to have come to Washington, quote, because President Trump told us we had something big to look forward to, and I believe that Vice President Pence was going to certify the electoral votes and or not certify them, but I guess that's just changed, correct? And it's a very big disappointment. I think there's several 100,000 people here who are very disappointed, but I still believe President Trump has something else left. And at approximately 2:24 p.m., Fox News reported that a police officer may have been injured and that protesters have made their way inside the Capitol. At 2:24 p.m., Trump was alone in his dining room when he issued a tweet attacking Pence and fueling the ongoing riot. Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving states a chance to certify a corrected set of facts, not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones which they were asked to previously certify. USA demands the truth. That afternoon at the Capitol, a terrorist used a bullhorn to read the defendant's tweet about the vice president aloud to the crowd trying to gain entry to the building. The defendant issued the incendiary tweet about Pence despite knowing, as he would later admit in an interview in 2023, that his supporters listen to him like no one else. 1 minute later, at 2:25 p.m., the Secret Service was forced to evacuate Pence to a secure location. At the Capitol, throughout the afternoon, members of the terrorist crowd chanted, "Hang Mike Pence, where is Pence, bring him out, and traitor Pence." Several terrorists in those chanting crowds wore hats and carried flags evidencing their allegiance to the defendant. In the year since January 6th, the defendant has refused to take responsibility for putting Pence in danger, instead blaming Pence. On March 13th, 2023, he said, had Mike Pence sent the votes back to the legislatures, they wouldn't have a problem with January 6th, so in many ways you can blame him for January 6th. Had he sent them back to Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, the states, I believe, number one, you would have had a different outcome, but I also believe you wouldn't have had Jan 6, as we call it. Terrorists, again, many bearing pro-Trump paraphernalia, indicating their allegiance, breached the Senate chamber, rifled through the papers on the senator's desk, and stood on the dais where Pence had just been presiding minutes earlier. On the House side, terrorists watched as police evacuated lawmakers from the House chamber,
Bro.
smashing glass
Oh my
windows
God.
surrounding the locked door that stood between them and the fleeing members and staffers. At least one terrorist recorded video showing members being evacuated, while the growing crowd screamed at the Capitol police officers guarding the locked door to the House Speaker's lobby. Some of the worst violence of the day took place.
He also I'm surprised they don't go into the Proud Boys more, because I know the Proud Boys had like actual like pretty coordinated efforts to literally like they had walkie-talkies like coordinating push this barrier now to get past the Capitol Police or whatever. I'm surprised they don't go into that more.
Side of the Capitol on the lower west terrace, the side of the building facing the ellipse where the defendant had given his speech. There, scaffolding placed in anticipation of the January 20th inauguration created a tunnel leading to a set of double glass doors into the center of the Capitol building. After terrorists had forced their way onto restricted Capitol grounds and past the temporary barriers, including layers of snow fencing and bike racks, they attacked the law enforcement officers trying to protect the building with flagpoles, bear spray, stolen police riot shield, and other improvised weapon. Of his time defending the Capitol, one Metropolitan Police Department officer said, "I feared for my life from the moment I got into that. We were walking into the crowd when the Capitol Police officer was leading us into the front line, and especially when I got sprayed in the middle of the crowd, at that point, honestly, I thought, this is it. Yeah, multiple times. You're getting pushed, you're getting kicked. People are throwing metal bats at you and all that stuff. I was like, yeah, this is fucking it." The officer described that the terrorists he encountered at the Capitol were wearing both tactical gear and Trump paraphernalia and appeared to be acting out of pure sheer anger. In the years after January 6th, the defendant has reiterated his support for and allegiance to the terrorists who broke into the Capitol, calling them patriots and hostages, providing them financial assistance, and
Release the J6 hostages.
At a rally in Waco, Texas on March 25th, 2023, the defendant started a tradition he has repeated several times, opening the event with a song called Justice for All, recorded by a group of charged terrorists and in many cases convicted January 6th terrorists known as the January 6th.
What? I didn't know that. It's recorded by like convicted J6 rioters? He keeps calling them terrorists that emotionally loaded, which, I mean, whatever, but Justice for All. What? Where's the actual song?
I pledge allegiance. And to the republic for which it stands,
This looks like a fucking like parody video, like calling this is like unbelievably like fascist coded. Like, are you kidding me? What? Why would they include that?
one nation, under God.
terrorist choir, and who, because of their dangerousness, are held in the District of Columbia jail. At the Waco rally of the January 6th terrorist choir, the defendant said, "Our people love these people. They love these people." The defendant has also stated that if he re-elected,
Bro, oh my God, why does that happen?
On the evening of January 6th, the defendant and Rudy Giuliani attempted to exploit the violence and chaos of this Capitol.
Mario wasn't a Houthi terrorist propaganda. It's just on. Yeah, literally.
At around 7 p.m., Giuliani placed calls to 5 U.S. senators and 1 U.S. representative. Boris Epstein attempted to confirm phone numbers from members of Congress who the defendant had directed to Eastman to call. In a voicemail that Giuliani intended for one senator, Giuliani said, quote, "I'm calling you because I want to discuss with you how they're trying to rush this hearing and how we need you, our Republican friends, to try to just slow it down so we can get these legislatures to give more information to you. And I know they're reconvening at 8 tonight, but the only strategy we can follow is to object to numerous states and raise issues that we can get ourselves into tomorrow, ideally until the end of tomorrow." He then asked the senator to object to every state to give us the opportunity to get the legislators who are very, very close to pulling their votes. This concession that legislatures had not yet asked to review their slates stood in contrast to Giuliani and Trump's lies at the ellipse that they had already had. Next, in a voicemail intended for another senator, Eastman told more lies. He falsely claimed that Pence's decision not to use the defendant's fraudulent elector certificates had been surprising, and that in light of the surprise, we could use a little time so the state legislature
only gonna
would
press.
come to you and say, "Please give this back to us for a while so we can fix it." Giuliani then repeated knowingly false claims of election fraud, including that non-citizens had voted in Arizona and an outcome-determined number of underage voters had cast ballots in Georgia. Although the attack and insurrection on the Capitol successfully delayed the certification for approximately 6 hours, the House and Senate resumed the joint session at 11:35 p.m. But the conspirators were not done. Within 10 minutes, at 11:45.
Does it call it insurrection, or is he using that?
The conspirators were not done. Within 10.
Although it just says attack. Okay.
But the conspirators were not done. Within 10 minutes, at 11:44 p.m., John Eastman, who earlier that day wrote to Pence's lawyer that, quote, "the siege is because you and your boss did not do what was necessary," emailed the same lawyer again and urged him to convince Pence to violate the law, writing, quote, "I implore you to consider one more relatively minor violation of the Electoral Count Act and adjourn for 10 days to allow the legislatures to finish their investigations, as well as to allow a full forensic audit of the massive amount of illegal activity that occurred here." At 3:41 a.m. on January 7th, as President of the Senate, Pence announced the certified results of the 2020 presidential election paper provided. That's the facts. You can pause there. What more do you need? Does this sound like a group of people who cared about... Let me put my headphones in. Like a group of people who cared about the actual results of the election? All of their claims of election fraud had been addressed. They acknowledged in many cases that they were wrong and fake Trump himself with respect to the Dominion claims, and continued to repeat them. That's a lie. Verifiable lie. Just take that by itself.
It's because of the deep state covering up.
Say this is Star Trek, that you got crushed by Tucker Carlson. That's his own words. His own words. And he's repeating them on January 6th. How can anyone with decency say, "I don't think he was lying"? Please. I mean, like, think about the standard, by the way, for Tim Walz at the debate, where he says, "I was in China, I messed up, I misspoke." Any doubt in MAGA's mind that that was a lie? Compare that to the level of evidence here.
That is true.
Absolutely outrageous. This man clinched the nomination for the Republican Party. He should be in prison for the rest of his life.
Okay, is he going to keep reading it, or?
For policy reasons, this ought to be. It's an immunity doctrine. It's like a gating concern. So yeah, I would want this to be appealable as a matter of right immediately. Despite my eagerness to get to trial, anyway.
No, he just gives a little bit of commentary on it. Okay, well, we're gonna read most of that, if not the full thing, at some point. I want to say tomorrow, but I don't know. We'll see. Who knows? I might get distracted by other shit. I'm trying to think. I want to continue reading the IHL stuff, and I definitely need to do a day or two dedicated to foreign policy. Of Trump. I want to read the full like Inspector General report on Afghanistan, because people get as mad about that, and then probably and probably just some of the stuff from the Trump research book about his foreign policy stuff, and then maybe I'll see if I can find anything else in Trump's foreign policy that I can read. And then probably, what else do I need to do? IHL stuff. I don't know. We might do a little bit of more Israeli history stuff. Israeli Israeli history stuff, the IHL stuff, the J6 stuff, the foreign policy stuff. Trying to think, I don't know. Other than that, I think that's basically what we're going to be reading for the next little bit. Fuck, I didn't even react to the thing I wanted to. I was not that interested. It would get YouTube views, but I don't know how we're. I'm not that interested in the Nick Fuentes thing. It's just not like. It's not interesting. It's not interesting. They live in different universes with Nick Fuentes. Everything Nick Fuentes says is like just an obvious like bullshit, complete total like lie, nonsense. And there's nothing Dean could say to ever like prove him wrong. And like and I don't know. It's just not interesting. Okay, well, if you have it, I would appreciate if you followed the stream. If you have not checked out the YouTube channel, if you are on Rumble or if you are on Kick or Twitch, the YouTube channel needs some subscribers right now, so we can get monetizing that. So I'd appreciate if you would head over to the YouTube channel. It's just and I want everyone non-fun. It'd be helpful if you would subscribe to that. Yeah, I don't know what else. Yeah, I don't know. I love streaming. Appreciate that you guys watch me stream. So yeah, like I said, I don't know. Head over to fucking Corpse L stream again tomorrow. So make sure to follow if you have not, so you can actually, so you can watch me stream again tomorrow. Again, thank you for live streaming. Appreciate you guys watch me stream. Go to the fucking YouTube channel. Anyway, see ya, goodbye, see ya.